wabarakatuh. Thank you, my sister, my dear sister, Madam Aisyah. And am I muted? Can you hear me? Okay, all right. So, Assalamualaikum once again. Again, thank you, Aisyah, my dear sister, and everyone. Again, I can see quite a number of family faces were with us this morning. Alhamdulillah, this is another series of, I would say, a discussion on cultural intelligence, and this time we are going to have a focus. Our discussion will be focusing on the if I said it's if I mention issue is not an issue, but it's we are going to focus our discussion more towards the concept of brotherhood, the concept of cultural intelligence itself, based on the experience of the Ansar and Muhajirin. Yeah, so and Alhamdulillah, we are with us this morning. I can see, of course, our beloved Sifu, our rector, Professor Tan Sri, Professor Emeritus Zulkifli Abdul Razak. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, how are you? You're in Gambang or you're in Gombak?
Okay, well, Alhamdulillah, everyone's good. Okay, so and inshallah this morning, before just to what we call it, brief everyone, we are going to have our first what we call it session will be sharing by Tan Sri himself, and right after that we are going to have our first cultural intelligence discourse number 1, where we have, inshallah, with us Mr. Zaki Ahmad, Imam Islamic Culture Center of New York, USA, Mr. Daud Butt, Director, Community Outreach and Education, Islamic Community Center of Milton, Canada, and Assistant Professor Dr. Kabui Uthman Sulaiman, our very own lecturer from the Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Sciences, and of course, our moderator will be Assistant Professor Dr. Izzat Fahimuddin Muhammad Sufyan, lecturer of Kuliah of Pharmacy. Yeah, and all right, I believe those in USA and Canada is we are having a different time zone, but inshallah, hopefully we are still staying awakened, yeah, for us to proceed with the first session. But before that, let us all recite Suratul Al-Fatiha before we really proceed into our first our session today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, and to gain barakah for our session today, let us all now welcome Al-Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque to recite the dua. Tafaddal mashkuro.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ridhaka wal jannah wa na'udzu bika min sakhatika wan nar. Allahumma innaka 'afuwun karimun tuhibbul 'afwa fa'fu 'anna wa 'an walidina wa 'an jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Merciful Allah, all praise is due to you. In your possession is all the creations. In your hands lie all the governments. We beseech you, begging for forgiveness and blessings in all of our action and deeds. Ya Allah, we pray to you, our Lord, to always bless and protect your servant and our King, ke bawah duli yang maha mulia, Seri Paduka Baginda yang di-Pertuan Agong, Al-Sultan Abdullah Riayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah, Ibni Al-Marhum Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Al-Musta'in Billah. Our Queen, ke bawah duli yang maha mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Raja Permaisuri Agong Tunku Hajjah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariyah binti almarhum Al-Mutawakkil ala Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj, with all their princes and princesses, all their royal family members, and all the people of this nation, that they would always be in continuous faith, obedience, guidance, and in good health. O Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, bless all of us today in this webinar. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, we plead that you shower tawfiq upon us, for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure, and a harmonious life that you bless. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل فينا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
ومنكم تقبل يا كريم. Thank you, Ustaz Ramadan. Well, I think we are now 5 minutes AM, yeah, in Malaysia, and I think we would not want to further do our time, and that's, I think, is just the right time, or maybe we are a bit early, 5 minutes early, but it's okay because we can give Tan Sri that 5 minutes for him to elaborate more on his sharing this morning, CQ and IIUM integration and inclusion. Tan Sri, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Sharizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalam syafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi to all of you, brothers and sisters, particularly our alumni who is away. Nice to see you, although it's virtually, and also His Excellency Ambassador Sazali. We are indeed very honored to have you on board, and I must thank Sister Siti Aisha for the list of names, and also Sister Zurina for arranging this. It started off with a kind of a casual conversation as we talk about the future of the university. I think for the last 2 or 3 years, we have been trying to look at where the university would be, maybe two decades from now. And one of the things that comes out quite clearly is we need to focus back on the 7 missions of the university. I think most of us know the IIICE, which has been worked on for the last 35 years. But as we unpack this IIICE, there are many other things that have not been, quote unquote, looked upon in a kind of a serious manner. And we are beginning to focus the last 3 of the mission, which is number 5. Mission number 5 talk about international community. How do you survive and how do you live as an international community within the campus? I think started within the campus and now expanding outside. Yeah. And the number 6 is about intercultural dialogue, to get people to understand each other. And I think number 5 and number 6 are certainly interrelated. If we cannot dialogue interculturally, then making it international will be quite an experience in itself. So how does that get in practice? And number 7 is about a deep sense of deep sense of social responsibility. Yeah, all this can certainly be seen in the context of IIICE, but we need certain focus on how to work this out, the kind of practice that we want to make it happen in the university, so that this university becomes truly international. It could epitomize the living styles of Muslim, And therefore, as we walk away from this university, going to the international platform, be it in US, UK, Europe, whatever else, it becomes a kind of a natural process for us. Yeah? And we also spotted some problems. Not everything is perfect. There are still pockets of people not mixing with one another, the Malaysian with the Malaysians, the international with the international. I think some of you might have experienced it. We want to break that down so that we become truly international, if not global, right? So as discussion goes, and we are trying to look for models and stuff like that, and we thought of this Muhajirin Ansar model is perhaps the perfect model for us. It is very Islamic, it is very successful, and it's also forgotten in many ways. As we look at models outside, we tend to forget that we have got a very pristine model that we need to bring to fore. And therefore, the suggestion was to have a kind of a session of this nature. But right now, basically, just to focus onto the university. I mean, let's not talk about the bigger world first. We need to keep our house in order. How do you make this perfect? How do you perfect this within the campus? How do international students and national students work together? How do they, dissolve this quote-unquote citizenship nationality, which is man-made, and become true Muslims in that sense? And therefore, this Muhajirin Ansar sort of model is something that we look forward to. And we have chosen the right people for this from various experiences, from an ambassador to students, international, local, and so on and so forth, right? So that is the major aim today. If we can arrive at this, then maybe we can expand this further. The whole idea of cultural intelligence has been introduced, I think, in 2 webinars ago, again, with an international community, including indigenous population from Canada. At that time, maybe you remember where they discovered the graves, the mass grave of the First Nation in Canada, and it brings a shock to the world. And we also have got our share of problems where there's an indigenous community right down the road, and we have not been attending to them also, although we are not as brutal as the one in Canada, but still we have not put them or include them into our community as such. So those are the issues that we are now trying to tackle from this seminar, given your experience and your frank experience, how we can make this better and how we can really realize it in the context of Rahmatan lil Alamin that we talked about. Yeah. So for my part today, I just want to share with you my understanding of what a university is. I think this is very crucial if you want to understand this living together kind of a notion, because the university is the playground. The university is a place where we actually try to educate ourselves and demonstrate this is a living sort of a practice. Yeah, I think Emil Durkheim, I think, was talk about the schooling environment is actually a test bed for us to go out and practice. So in other words, unless and until the test bed is real and can educate, then going outside of the university can be an arduous task because you have not trained yourself well in this particular case. Yeah. So I would like to go back into my own experience. This is one of the experience that I've got that really shaped my thinking of what the university is all about. A summit that I attended in 2006, 15 years ago, and we were part of the drafting committee to come up with this Bangkok Declaration on Higher Education, Diversity and Harmonization. And it is a well-attended 1,600 delegates, and more so because there are more than 245 university presidents from 85 countries. I've never been to a conference that is very representative and very diverse in this context. Yeah. So this declaration is something that I'm going to share with you because this has been my working model of what the university is all about. And suddenly I find this whole cultural dialogue becomes an important part of the so-called declaration 15 years ago. Just let me take you through very quickly and my interpretation of it. It started off with a statement that the university must strive to be above politics and business interests and serve their societies and communities. I think this is a very stark reminder to us in this part of the world where universities sometimes are full of politics, have been politicized in one way or the other, and still is. And now slowly the business interests are coming into universities, making universities sounds more like a corporate body or even a factory to a certain extent. All right. So this is what the IIM now is trying to resist or to redefine. Yeah, if there is politics, what sort of politics? If there's business, what sort of business? So that we don't get overcome by this interest, that later on you put the interest of the academics, knowledge, wisdom to something which is just to be commoditized. And that is a danger that we see. I think you also will probably know that there's a recent book that came out by Peter Fleming entitled How University Dies, yeah, and talk many things about this, particularly in the context of North America, and criticize many of the things that we have taken lock, stock, and barrel from the Western model, as it were. So as we now try to revise our own model through our own scenario plans and so on and so forth, we need to be very mindful of what model are we taking. And certainly we have decided that we need to serve our societies and community in the sense of being community engaged. So the first years, I think, has gone through a very instructive and meaningful experience. Yeah? They have gone through a course that we have devised that they basically get in touch with the community from day one. They are supposed to work with the community, run a project with the community. And Alhamdulillah, I think we have been quite successful. We have been recognized for this. And we want to make sure that this will be the model that we present as an alternative to the present Western quote-unquote model. And that, I think, is the challenge of today's discussion. How can we do this in not so many words, a kind of an Islamic model, so to speak, right? Now, the statement that follows, I think, kind of give the idea that if you're above politics and business, then what else can we do when we talk about society and communities? This is where I think the cultural dimension comes in. Yeah? And how do you do this? By providing a voice and a space in which to cultivate rational, mutual, moderate dialogues. Go back very directly to mission number 6, the intercultural dialogue, to provide a space and a voice. And if you see our, I don't know whether our brothers from, I don't know whether I can show this. Yeah. This is our latest framework, they call the Sejahtera framework. Maybe you just take the background out. Okay, this is the framework that we have worked on, has been accepted, and we have just practiced it as a kind of a framework that we think the university ought to, to take it in the design of the course and whatever else that we do. It is called the Sejahtera Academic Framework, and the 4 principles that is very important in there is about empowerment, it's about flexibility, it's about innovation, it's about accountability. In other words, we are really into providing the voice and the space for everyone, students, staff, even the general community around us, so that we can have a very meaningful dialogue, understanding each other from our own cultural perspective, our own values, and our own worldview, as it were, and how you can get this into the system, so that people felt that there is a place for them. They are not alienated because they're different, because they look different, because they sound different, or because their value system in a way not similar to the one that is local. Yeah? And how do you do this? We hope we will do this through the dialogue that is moderate, mutual, and rational. Mind you, in 15 years ago, this whole issue of moderation wasn't a high priority. Yeah? But yet we know that the university is about moderation. It's about coming up to rational thinking and be mutually inclusive in this particular case. So from my point of view, when we talk about this cultural intelligence, is if you use this definition, it is already provided for. Right? It is not just the voice of the rector gets heard, or the space that is created by the management, but everybody can create their own space. And in fact, we're encouraging the students to create their own space so that they can have a communication, a better communication dialogue with everyone else, including the people that we are responsible for. Yeah. And moving on from that, this is a statement that I think becomes very, 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 very clear. Yeah. And the whole idea of this dialogue is to shape not only intellectual and economic development, which has been the predominant sort of preoccupation of universities. Yeah? Rectors like me were asked to do this all the time. Yeah? But here you are, implicitly there is this work, a culture there, where we, in the small, short form, we call it a CQ. CQ, the cultural quotient. I don't want you to confuse. One of our alumni just introduced another CQ. He called it a cabbage intelligence. I think there was a big row when he make a kind of this remark to a politician and say, you've got a cabbage intelligence. But that's not the CQ that we're talking about. We're talking about a bona fide cultural intelligence, that people become sensitive emotionally over things that's happening to them. So I just like to remind ourselves that this university at least have three components, could be more. Yeah? Intellectually, we are interested, right? Economically, certainly we are interested, but culturally we are also interested. And culturally, to me, will go into our ecological systems, our social values, and so on for all others, so that we become the human being, the total human being, rather than just the rational human being talking about the mind and leaving the heart somewhere else. So I want to take that in this particular context, that the culture dimension as far as university is concerned, and I hope IUM will be one of those that put cultural values on a very high pedestal, because that makes us who we are and what we are, and in the context of this university, and also trying to move the university forward into a truly international, global, if not a universal university with Rahmatan lil Alamin to boot, right? And the last statement is about, on a shared basis. In other words, this sharing that we talk about all the time with our devices is a real business, but the shared values or the shared communication is all about positive stuff. It's not about negative stuff. It's not about what we see today in the social media, and the critics have been labeled to medias like Facebook, Instagram recently. We want to move away from that, so that the cultural value that we bring into the social media of high culture, and not this pop culture or the culture that is, does not belong to the Islamic sort of framework as we think about it. So we want to share that within and across boundaries to nations. So I think this last statement becomes very imperative now as we were locked down. We cannot meet each other, but that doesn't mean communication cannot go on. That does not mean that sharing cannot go on. I think this is what we've been trying to do now, to get this across to as many people as possible, so that the value of this university becomes a high value rather than a value of graduating people with certificate and looking for a job. That is certainly useful, but that is not the first priority of the university. We want to create a rational, culturally sensitive, and an economically sensible graduates that will give this voice and space, and that will also define the future of the Muslim Ummah, if not the world at large, which is now in need. I think there is parallel to this. There's another discussion called the Khazanah mega trend that also talks about it, but maybe on the corporate level rather than university level. So, brothers and sisters, that is about my sharing today. Just to bring to your attention, this is my working definition. It's been the last since I took over in USM. It's been more than 20 years now, and I if we can improve on this, Alhamdulillah. If you can't, then I think maybe we need to decide what sort of university we want to create, and because we are in the process of creating that university now, we have discussion with many partners around the world including our own, and to see where the university would be post-pandemic. I think we need a new model. The model that is there is already, like Fleming said, dying, but as far as I'm concerned, it's already dead for a long time, except that we have no voice to remind others that we need a new model. With COVID, a kind of a blessing, I think it's time for it to push, inshallah. And I look forward to this webinar to get more insights, more experiences, and more practical examples of how we reshape or redesign the university moving forward. So on that note, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for listening, and I hope we can start the dialogue the moment we are ready. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and thank you very much. Back to you, Sharizat.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Tan Sri. On the note, and of course, we could not agree much on what you have mentioned, and especially on the ecological system of the university, which depends very much on the cultural dimensions of the institutions itself. And inshallah, Tan Sri, that's why we are having this program today, hopefully to get as many inputs through our discourse sessions, yeah, for us to move forward in creating the ecological system in the higher education institutions to produce more, as you mentioned, sensible graduates, in particular in the Muslim world. Yeah, inshallah. All right. So, alhamdulillah. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, now I think it's about time for us to move to our next session. That is our first discourse on the cultural intelligence, our cultural intelligence webinar session this morning, and the moderator is there already, in the platform. The moderator for our session this morning will be Assistant Professor Dr. Izzat Fahimuddin bin Muhammad Sufyan, lecturer of the Kuliah Pharmacy IIUM. And the topic of the discussion this morning is CQ, or cultural intelligence, to know, to be, to do, and to live together. And we are very delighted to have the presence of Mr. Zaki Ahmad, Imam, Islamic Culture Center of New York, USA, Mr. Daud Bad, Director, Community Outreach and Education, Islamic Community Center of Milton, Canada, and Assistant Professor Dr. Kabuye Uthman Sulaiman, our lecturer from the Kuliah of Islamic Criminology and Human Sciences. And Dr. Izzat, I think I now pass the platform to you. Please welcome everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat, for the nice introduction. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin, salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa tammi thali yafqahu qawli. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our first webinar for today, CQ, Cultural Intelligence, knowing the Muhajirin and Ansar. So, but for our topic for this morning, as introduced by Madam Sharizat just now, is about to know, to be, to do, and to live together in the mindset of Muhajirin and Ansar. So before I introduce our speakers for today, I would like to bring everyone here this morning to a mindset of understanding of Muhajirin and Ansar from the Quranic verse, so from Surah At-Tawbah, verse 100, chapter 9. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسابقون الأولون من المهاجرين والأنصار والذين تبعوهم بإحسان ورضي الله عنهم ورضوا عنه وأعد لهم جنات تجري تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها أبدا ذلك الفوز العظيم. With the meaning, and the first forerunners in the faith among the Muhajirin and the Ansar, and those who follow them with good conduct, Allah is pleased with them and they are pleased with Him, and has prepared for them gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they will abide forever. That is the great attainment. So the Quran mentioned clearly, like, they are the earliest people that Allah brings together with the guide of our Prophet Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to proceed with the teaching of Islam. And then they are the earliest people that Allah already confirmed with the blessing of the paradise, the Jannah. And also mentioned in the Quran, Allah mentioned that who's follow them with conduct, Allah also pleased with them. So that's the mindset I would like to bring everyone this morning from this verse. So without further ado, let me introduce first our speaker for today. So as mentioned by Malaysia just now, we have three tremendous speakers. So let me introduce our first speaker is Imam Zakir Ahmad. So Imam Zakir Ahmad is currently our PhD student at International Islamic University, Malaysia, in Department of Islamic, in the Kuliah of Islamic Relevant Knowledge and Human Science. So he's pursuing his PhD on the Department of Quran and Sunnah. So currently, Imam Zakir Ahmad is served as the resident scholar at Westchester Muslim Center and also Khatib at several masjid across New York. He's also the founder and president of Raudah Institute in New York, United States of America. So Imam Zakir also holds an MA in Islamic Studies and Christian Muslim Relations and a graduate certificate in Islamic chaplaincy from Harvard Seminary and BA in History and Education from Queen's College. So Assalamu alaikum, Imam Zakir, how are you?
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Professor, how are you? Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, great as well. So what time is it right now in New York?
Exactly 9:35 p.m.
So 9:05 p.m. So it's about 12 hours difference from. So how's the weather? Is it already in autumn or how's it the weather over there?
Autumn just started, yes.
So autumn just started. So the temperature started to going down over there.
Yes, certainly, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so
well, the leaves are turning color, orange, red. It's actually my favorite season of the year. It's really beautiful up.
Oh, that's nice. I'm missing autumn as well. I've never been to US, but I've been to. I was in UK before, so like yeah, autumn is quite a nice season. You feel a bit more like chill and enjoying the weather and also the food as well at the same time.
Absolutely. You're always welcome to the US, and we're waiting.
Inshallah, hopefully when the border is open back, and then I'll pay a visit over there. I would love to go to New York.
Inshallah, absolutely.
Inshallah. Okay, thank you, Imam Zakir. So our next speaker for today. So we have Sheikh Daud Butt. So he's born and raised in Montreal, Canada. He always had desire since kid to learn and teach Islam. He obtained a degree. So interesting about him is our Sheikh Daud. He's obtained a degree in automotive technology and was nominated amongst the Canada's top graduate in 2002. So during this time, he also studied with the local imams in Canada and hired as imam and Quran instructor at local mosque in Canada. And afterwards, he got a degree in autonomous technology. He pursued his study at the Islamic University of Medina for 7 years, which he completed a diploma in Arabic language and also BA in theology and Islamic Da'wah from the Faculty of Da'wah and also Dean in 2010. After his finished study, he's involved in various Da'wah activities, giving lectures about both English, French and Arabic. So for those who not know, Canada, main language is English and French. So don't be surprised you go to Canada and people talking in French because that's part of their official language over there. And also interested in youth related programs and have a rapport with them. And currently, Shahdaud is doing a Master of Arts degree in Islamic and Other Civilization at our university, our beloved university, International Islamic University, Malaysia. So, Assalamu alaikum, Shahdaud, how are you?
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, I'm good.
Great.
Good, very good. Jazakallah
So,
khairan.
right now
Just a
you're in
correction
Canada,
there.
right?
Sorry?
You're in Montreal, Canada, or which part of Canada are you right now?
I'm in Toronto, and I actually
Toronto,
graduated. I
Okay.
graduated from ISTAC in 2014, so I think someone slipped you an old bio.
Okay, might be, yeah. So forgive me for that. So like, just an interesting question I want to ask, like, how was Zakir from automotive technology pursued to Islamic studies? Like, it's two different people talking about here. What
Two
makes
completely
you
different
go?
fields. Yeah, alhamdulillah, two different fields, but there's always a passion and an interest in studying Islam, learning it, teaching it. And the main thing was, the driving force really was the fact that we didn't really have many imams here in Canada that could speak our language. This was when I was a kid. I'm 40 years old now. And so subhanAllah, there was always a motivation from me to go and study Islam, to then come back and help the Muslims here in Canada understand Islam a little bit better, not only in conveying the message through the language that's spoken here in Canada, as apart from like many of the imams who speak Urdu or, a foreign language, but also to understand Islam from various different regions of the world, like in Medina as well as Malaysia, and then come back to Canada, alhamdulillah, and help the Muslims here.
Alhamdulillah, that's great to hear. Like I think I would like to quote what our Prof. Tansri mentioned, like we would like to see you pursue your PhD in IUM soon, inshallah, after you finish a master. So yeah, inshallah. So that will be a good opportunity for us as well. Thank you very much, Sheikh Daud. So let me introduce our next speaker. So last but not least, our next speaker is our own academic in IUM. So our next speaker is Assistant Professor Dr. Kabir Osman Sulaiman. So Dr. Kabir is currently Assistant Professor at Department of Fundamental and Interdisciplinary Studies at Pillar of Islamic River Knowledge and Human Sciences, IUM. He also one of the advisors to Persatuan Al-Hunafa Taman Tun Dr. Ismail Kuala Lumpur TTDI, where he's teaching fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence and Aqidah, or known as Islamic theology, every Sunday at TTDI. So he also PhD in Islamic thought from IUM. So exactly all our speakers today are from IUM products. So that's why we're so proud to having all of them today as our invited speakers. So Dr. Kabir also an author of Distributed Justice, a comparative study of Sayyid Qutb Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, John Rawls, and Robert Nozick. He also an editor of Knowledge and Civilization in Islam. So without further ado, Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Usman, Dr. Kabir Usman, how are you?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, I'm well, and thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah. So I would like to ask you what time is it, because I think you're in Malaysia, right? You are not in another part
Yes,
of the world.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm here in Malaysia, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so it's the same time zone with us. Same warm, going to be hot weather. I don't know if it's going to be rain or not. In the afternoon, we have been facing this kind of weather recently, these few weeks, right? So how are you exactly? Are you in campus or are you working from home right now? I think like that's quite normal for everyone in Malaysia.
Well, I'm at home right now because I was just worried about the internet connection in my office. Sometimes it is not so good. So I hope that inshallah it will be stable from my house.
Inshallah, yeah. I think that's also kind of common, not difficult, also a challenge for everyone facing all this virtual, because the internet connection, just like this, sulking with you doesn't allow you to connect to any internet connection. It's happened, right? Is it? Okay, so I would like to take more time, sorry, like 9:42 a.m. So let's start with our webinar today. So as mentioned, the topic is that to know, to be, to do, and to live together with a mindset of understanding of perspective of Muhajirin and Ansar. So I would like to ask the first questions to Imam Zakir, like how exactly, like, I mean, the public in general, like not just people in academia, but people public in general, like how is it they can develop knowledge beyond practices in learning of how to know Muhajirin, how to be like them, and how to do or practice like that, and to live together harmony, like how the Muhajirin said back in Medina, in light of this cultural intelligence skills. Please, Imam Zakir.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wassalamu ala Rasulihi al-Kareem wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers, the moderators, and our distinguished panelists for this opportunity. It's my esteemed honor and pleasure to share this platform with you all. I am the least learned of you all and the least experienced. I actually came to learn and be inspired from you all. But Sister Aisha requested, so I feel like it's my debt and something that I owe IIUM as a proud, still presently a student, alhamdulillah, with IRKHS. So going to your question, Professor Izzat Fahmuddin, those are some of the best models and examples and days for us as Muslims to refer to the generation of the Prophet and the Sahaba and those that followed their way and example. Unfortunately, if we look at our current situation, sometimes reality could be somewhat disheartening. But we always have that example, and the beautiful ayah that you quoted at the start of the presentation really summarizes that, right? They are the pioneers. السابقون الأولون من المهاجرين والأنصار and والذين اتبعوهم بإحسان. That's where we strive to fall. Those who follow their way, their legacy, their example. So I like the setup or the theme of our discussion this evening here in North America and morning for you all in Southeast Asia, I think it all starts with knowing. And it's not a coincidence that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed, as we all know, the first 5 ayat in Surah Al-Alaq, Iqra, to read and to know and to study and research and investigate. So it's very important for us to increase our knowledge about the Muhajirun and the Ansar and the sacrifices that they put forward, their context, their struggles, their situations. And we would find a lot of parallels with our circumstances right now in the contemporary period. I do want to emphasize that the more we know, the more we would appreciate these heroes, these luminaries, these examples, and the better we would be able to sort of implement to the best of our abilities these lessons from their remarkable lives in our own. And no doubt we find many similar challenges, because at the end of the day, we must understand that these are human beings. These are people who had families, who have or who had emotions, who had disagreements with their friends and their community members and people in the neighborhood, to learn and to grow and to live together. It's not an easy matter, right? Like, we're talking about culture today and cultural intelligence in particular. SubhanAllah, you see the Prophet ﷺ, the incredible genius and ability that Allah blessed him with to be able to unite people from 2 different areas in Arabia and bring them together on one platform. And not only that, but even the Ansari people themselves, the locals of Medina themselves were entrenched in civil strife and civil war for decades. He united their hearts and their ranks. And then, of course, the people who migrated from Mecca and other areas settled down in Medina, how he united their hearts, first and foremost, based on faith, based on knowledge. So it's very important for us to always continue to grow in our knowledge of our tradition, of revealed knowledge, at the same time of people who conveyed and carried that knowledge to us. And these are none other than the Muhajirun and the Ansar. So I guess those are my initial thoughts that I wanted to share. I think our Sheikh Dawood and Professor Ahmed will add to that, bi'idhnillah ta'ala.
Okay, thank you, Mazakir, for the enlightenment. So, a similar question I would like to ask to Sheikh Dawood about this. Like, people know the story from the Seerah about the Muhajirin and Ansar, but then the question that we have in our today's topic about to know, the question is like, do we really know who are the Muhajirin and Ansar? Not just a surface, who are they? But then do we really know in their practice, their life practice, their akhlaq, and so forth?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walaha ma ba'd. Jazakumullahu khairan, Dr. Izzat, and also Sheikh Zakir, for beautiful points that you brought up. Alhamdulillah, couldn't have started better. I also do want to take the opportunity to first off thank Sister Aisha for inviting me, and to thank all of the distinguished professors and the rector of the university, subhanallah, dean of my faculty, previous faculty, inshallah, hopefully future faculty as well, inshallah. So you asked a really good question, Dr. Izzat. You know, do we really know who the Muhajirun were, and do we really know who the Ansar were? And honestly, I think that's a huge focus that we as Muslims need to truly understand. When we think of the Muhajirun, think of where they came from. They're the people of Mecca. What was the condition of the people of Mecca at the time? And not only the condition of the people, but let's just look at the land to begin with. The land is a very harsh land, right? It is rock, solid rock. In fact, even today, when you go back to Mecca, and you enter the city, you don't find rivers around you. You don't find many palm trees, right? Date trees. You find solid rock, and you find tunnels being dug and built through those mountains. And that shows a lot with regards to the people that live there as well. It's a very dry, very barren land. And these people are very stern, very strict, very direct and to the point. And that is the personality of the people of Mecca, even up until today. You find it very difficult to communicate with someone from Mecca, as opposed to when you go to Medina, like people are inviting you and they're very helpful and they're kind and generous. And then on the flip side, if you look at Madinatul Munawwara at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, which of course we know very well was called Yathrib, but for the sake of discussion, we'll continue to call it Medina. SubhanAllah, you think of Medina, it was a place where rivers flowed. It's a place even till today that there are underground streams and rivers that are flowing. The wadis fill up when it rains. There are so many date palms and farms of date trees. And so the land itself is fertile, and the people there are soft, they're kind, they're gentle. And that says a lot with regards to the hijrah that took place. When you think of the people of Mecca, they were busy with business. They were welcoming people who were coming to Mecca to perform, the pilgrimage and to perform tawaf around the Kaaba. That was something that happened even prior to the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the ayat that were revealed, that were given to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and there's in those first 13 years in Mecca, when you just look at the ayat as well, that tells you a lot about who the people were. These were people who were misguided, who greatly and really, really needed guidance. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brought forth ayat from the Quran that were sent to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that really expanded their mind in terms of trying to understand Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah did not get into morals and values and ethics and stuff like that. That's something we'll talk about when we talk about the people of Medina. But when we try to understand the Quraysh or the Mushrikun at the time in Mecca and the early Muslims understood the core principles of this deen, right? Iman, belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, submission to Allah azza wa jal, understanding the prophets, understanding the messengers, understanding the books that came prior to that. And they were very firm in their belief, and you could not shake them, right? You could not shake them, as opposed to the Ansar, right? The Muhajirun, they were very strong in that. The Ansar, it doesn't mean that they were weak in Iman, but the Ansar were very loving people. They were very caring. They were very understanding, right? They didn't have that harsh personality of the people of Mecca, right? The people of Mecca, like we said, their land is very barren. The land is very tough. It's difficult to live there. As opposed to Medina, you can relax a little bit. And we see that even in modern times. So going back to your question, understanding the Muhajirun and the Ansar begins with understanding the place that each of those people came from. And that gives you a greater understanding of who we are today. Because if you link it back to the creation of human beings, the time of the creation of Adam alayhi salam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took from different components of this world, right? He took the turab, he took the clay, he took the soil, and he molded Adam alayhi salam. What does that show us? That shows us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made a human being from the different areas of this world. But when we, as humans, stay in different regions, we start to adapt to that land. And I'll conclude with this very simple example. SubhanAllah, there isn't a day that goes by. We left Malaysia in 2014 after I finished my master's and came back to Canada. Since 2014 till now, there isn't a day that goes by where we don't talk about Malaysia and how kind the people of Malaysia are, And I'm not saying this just because I'm invited here. One of the reasons why when I finished my degree in Medina and went to study in Malaysia was because of the Malaysian classmates that I had, but also the professors I had in Medina who told me you should go to Malaysia because the people are kind, the people are soft, the people are gentle, and the people there, they will teach you Islam in a way that you can use to apply in Canada when you go back to Canada. So subhanAllah, the wisdom in that, the creation of Adam alayhi salam, the people of Mecca, the people of Medina, and also today when we look at, I know Imam Zakir is American from New York. He comes from a place where people are very like upfront. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. He's super calm, super composed, super soft and gentle. We Canadians, we make fun of Americans and say these guys, they're rude, they're arrogant, but subhanAllah, Imam Zakir is like the complete opposite. And that's because of Islam. That's because of Islam, right? The principles that we learn from the Muhajirun and the Ansar, welcoming one another and knowing how to convey the message, right? He is an Ansar who is conveying a message to someone who will become a Muhajir and come to Islam. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him and all of you.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh Dawood. I mean, that's interesting, especially when you mentioned about like the creation of Prophet Adam alayhi salam from a different type of soul from all part of the world, and then how that is translated to us, and then the geographic effect of like people of Muhajirin and the geographic effect of people of Ansar. Tell us about the diversity and how was it people, the adaptation to the locals, and then the learning from each other that make the whole, how should I say the best way? It's like, not just beauty is not enough, harmony is not enough, something like, I don't know, it's like interconnected. I don't know, I don't have any special to describe it, but how was it like I can understand from that. Okay, so still we are in the kind of like it's warming up the topic. So I would ask to Dr. Osman about, I mean, to know and to be, right? I mean, Sheikh Dawood touched, but to understand, to know them, the Muhajirin and the Ansar, and then to go with the next part of to be with them. So is it just enough to understand who are they? Is it just enough for us? Then we can be like them at the Muhajirin and Ansar. Is it sufficient just by knowing them? We can declare, okay, now I can be like Muhajirin and Ansar just because knowing this and this point, who are they?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. My appreciation goes to the organizer for inviting me to attend this very important program on Al-Muhajirun wal-Ansar, and more importantly, knowing one another, living together, understanding the differences, and so on. Respected Rector of IIUM, Tansri Zol, invited guests, panelists, professors, dear colleagues, this topic is a topic that all of us should actually know about. There are certain requirements that we are supposed to fulfill. So to know one another is one of our responsibilities. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made it very clear in the Quran. So Surah Al-Hujurat is a chapter that highlights quite a number of attributes of a human being. And one of the most interesting verse in that chapter is, A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim, Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلِيمٌ خَبِيرٌ. The meaning of this ayah is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created mankind from a single pair of male and female, and he has made us different nations so that we may do what is called the ta'aruf, lita'arafu. And he has stated that the most honored of you in the sight of Allah is the one who is the most righteous, or the one who is the best in conduct, or the one who is the most careful of his duties. Now, when you look at these qualities that have been mentioned in the concept of taqwa, the most righteous, the best in conduct, the most careful in his conduct, in his duties, the companions of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam in general, and specifically the Muhajirun and Ansar, had all these qualities. So they were blessed with these qualities, and I would describe them as a divine blessing, karamat, so which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestows upon the chosen few. Not everybody is granted these qualities. And in order for us to be granted these qualities, we need to have the interest, the ragaba, because the first step to change is actually to have the ragaba, the interest. So you need to be interested. The companions of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam were interested in the message that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed to them. Looking back at the conditions in Jahiliyyah, they were disunited. They lacked quite a number of qualities that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed. And everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed was very appealing to them. They wanted to live in peace. They did not want to continue living in conflicts. So they embraced this message of Islam in order to change, in order to live together, in order to succeed together. And when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, lita'arafu, so the concept lita'arafu is a very interesting one. In fact, it is one of the jawami'ul kalim of the whole Quran, that it conveys quite a number of meanings. It isn't just simply limited to knowing one another, but it goes far beyond. So when we say ta'aruf, of course, we all understand the concept of ta'aruf. If you have been a student of IIUM, you know that every new student is required to go through that kind of program, or to attend a program, which is ta'aruf program. And one of the aims of the program is to prepare students for intercultural relationship. So it is a reality that you cannot deny. Intercultural relationship is a reality, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already mentioned it. وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا. And we all understand that the concept sha'ab and shi'ab are also describing a group of people living in a certain geographic location, or the geographic locus. So we have been divided. So each one of us is living in a particular geographical locus, but then we have, that kind of unity, that we cannot live in isolation. So we are connected to each other. And when you look at Makkah and Medina, of course, you may consider them at that time to have been two different countries. Let's say if we talk about countries today. So there was a border. So even though the border was not physical, but there was a dividing line, which is actually something to do with culture. So they were not able to live together because of the differences in culture. They were not able to understand each other because of the differences in culture. But even in Medina itself, there were two groups that could not get together, the Aus and Khazraj, even though they were sharing the same locus, the geographic locus, but they were not able to live together, to understand each other. They lived as enemies. They were always in conflicts, but this was not a pleasing situation. They didn't want to continue living in this kind of, situation. So when the message of Islam came, they truly appreciated it, they embraced it, and they were ready to change. So when you are ready to change and you have the interest to change, so you have that kind of determination to change, then you will definitely change. So what we find among the Sahaba of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and when I say Sahaba, I mean the Muhajirun and Ansar, because what we know is that every Sahaba migrated to Medina or migrated somewhere else. We know some of them went to Habsha, but they were able to join their brothers later in Medina Munawwara. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described the people of Medina saying that وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ. So they had that kind of attribute, a noble attribute of altruism, whereby you sacrifice something that you really love for your own brother. لَن تَنَالُوا الْبِرَّ حَتَّى تُنْفِقُوا مِمَّا تُحِبُّونَ. So you cannot achieve al-bir, which is a concept to describe righteousness. And we have already seen in akramakum indallahi atqakum. So the one who is the most righteous, the one who is described with the best noble attributes, is the one who has got a taqwa, a concept that covers all good attributes. Just like when we talk about ta'aruf, the concept marifa, which is also derived from ta'aruf, covers all noble attributes. So the companions of the Prophet, whether they were Muhajirun, they were Ansar, they had all those noble attributes. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala praised them for those. He did not praise them for having big lands, for having big families, for attending the Salah in Jama'ah and so on, because Salah is a means towards attainment of those noble attributes. So they had those attributes, and they could give what they loved the most, not what they love less. Today, of course, we are very different from those Sahaba. Very often we hear people saying or even calling for a donation, and they will say that, if you have old clothes, please send it because we want to send, this kind of clothing to people in such and such an area. But I think that is not what the Sahaba would call for. So they wouldn't call for the old clothes to be donated to the poor. They would call for the best, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already mentioned, "Lan tanalul birra hatta tunfiqu mimma tuhibbun." You have to spend from what you love the most. And you will not be able to do that unless you really believe that the one who is telling you to do so is truthful in his words, and he has promised you a reward that is going to be given to you later. So the Sahaba, whether they were Muhajirun or Ansar, they had that conviction, yaqeen, in the hereafter, in the reward of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They had that conviction in the promises of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, al-wa'du, that, they would be appreciated later. That is the reason why they were, they were giving the best, because they wanted to get the best. They were not giving the least, as we are doing today. So today we give the least, so we lack that kind of attitude. So how can we be like those al-muhajirun wal-ansar? Of course, there is no any possibility for us to be exactly like al-muhajirun wal-ansar, because the time we live, is quite different from the time in which they live. Their time was considered to be the best, and Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Khairul quruni qarni, thumma alladhina yalunahum, thumma alladhina yalunahum." So the best time was that of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What is it that makes it the best? Of course, there are so many factors. One of the factors is that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was still around, and he motivated the Sahaba. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose the best people to be around the messenger. So being the best creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he had to live with the best people. So that is the reason why you find that the best Muslims are the Sahaba. So they were there to support him in many ways. They fought with him, they never left him, and so on. So the Ansar offered whatever they had to their brothers, and they did not have much. Today we have more than what they had. But the most important thing that we need to really talk about here is actually the ma'aruf itself. Because ma'aruf is something that will always be remembered. You can give money to somebody, and money is something that you can exhaust in one day or even in a week. So it is not something that will always be there. But when you lend somebody, those kind of moral attributes, that you are compassionate to him, that you share the little that you have, that person will always remember you. So when you talk about this, kind of moral attributes, they are dibawamati, so, when you talk about, for example, utang emas, giving gold, money, utang emas, dapat dibayar. So somebody can always pay back easily. That is something you can easily do. But utang, when it comes to budi, those noble attributes, compassion, love, dibawamati, even after you die, people always still remember you. So today we remember the Muhajirun and Ansar, not because they had a lot of money, not because they were the most successful economically, but because they were the best in terms of noble character. We have a lot of money today, but we don't have those noble character which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam with. And that is the reason why, even when you talk about Islamic civilization, talking about morality, because the civilization, the heart of civilization is moral values. Innamal umam al akhlaq. What makes nations great are the moral values, the noble character, and so on. In zahabat akhlaquhum zahabu. When those noble characters disappear, they also disappear. They are nowhere in history. So the companions are still there, vivid in our mind. We talk about them, we study their stories to draw lessons simply because they had the best moral character. And that is what we need to focus upon today. Education has to focus on the acquisition of moral characters. And we need that in order to get out of the condition in which we are. Jazakallah kulla khair.
Jazakallah khair kathira to Dr. Usman. So that's a really, really deep understanding, and then really you kind of like go deeper of like from Ta'aruf, and also understanding what the challenge, the determination from before Islam and after Islam coming among the Muhajirin and so forth. Okay, so touching about that, so I would like to ask Imam Zakir, because I think Sheikh Dawood mentioned like how different the community around New York compared than the other places, right? And how opposite your kind of like your own as a person, and then facing the community of the New York people, as and even to you, as I mentioned earlier, but then looking into like when people talk about how everything's so fast, everything's so hectic, and it's so diverse people in New York. We have the Muslim, we have the non-Muslim, and then even among the non-Muslim also very diverse, come from every part of the world, just kind of you can find in New York. So regard of this understanding for the Ansar and the Muhajirin scope, how exactly you relate these values and these lessons as towards of facing your community in New York itself? Like how exactly like you are facing the, how you interact with them, how you connect with them?
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Uthman, I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. So structured, so beautiful, mashallah. And I'm sure Sheikh Dawood agrees with me. Sheikh Dawood made me smile when he was, saying that about New York, which I also agree with him. It's actually quite, well known in America and even throughout the world. Canada, of course, for us here in New York City, hustle and bustle, very busy, very hectic, as you all, I'm sure, are aware. It's a blessing, many opportunities, and a lot of challenges all at once here. And really, it's you can say it's really the capital of the world. You find everyone and everything here, whatever you can imagine. And being in the world's capital, it's an immense responsibility for us to be sources of khair and goodness and morals and values to a generation, to a society that is moving far away from morality day by day. So looking back at the Muhajirun and the Ansar, we also find that as human beings, they also had their human struggles. And this is an enormous reality and challenge for us, especially Western Muslims post 9/11. The Sahaba who migrated to Medina, they were certainly welcomed by the Ansar, who opened their hearts and their homes. وَالَّذِينَ تَبَوَّأُوا الدَّارَ وَالْإِيمَانَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ يُحِبُّونَ مَنْ هَاجَرَ إِلَيْهِمْ. You find people who are being exiled, who are refugees. We had a questioner ask about refugees seeking asylum, people immigrating here, and we have seen as of recent here in America and in parts of Europe also how a fragment of society and how politics has changed and become so hostile against foreigners, against people of color, against Muslims, against minorities, indigenous people, and so forth. It's not an easy thing for people who have been here or any particular land for some time to kind of open their hearts and their homes and prefer them over themselves وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَى أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصَةٌ. It's not easy to share land and real estate and resources, and like look at the case of Abdurrahman ibn Auf, right? The Prophet ﷺ, he did three primary things in the initial phase of entering Medina, right? He established his masjid, Masjid al-Nabawi al-Sharif, which served not only as a place of prayer and a house of worship, but it was really the focal point, the center of society. It was a cultural center. In fact, we see in the books of Sirah how the Prophet ﷺ would allow and welcome people of different ethnic groups and cultures and even faith traditions to use the masjid facility, the space, and do what they had to do. And the Prophet ﷺ didn't prevent them. So the masjid served as a place of consultation, counseling, therapy. I like to say it when I speak to young people, especially, right? The Prophet ﷺ, as John Maxwell said, that everyone can communicate, but not everyone can connect, right? We live in an age where communication is widespread, right? Social media, etc. But then when it comes to engaging with people, actual living, breathing, talking human beings, like subhanAllah, look at what happened today, right? Social media was out for like 8 hours or something, right? Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Like our lives are so dependent on these apps, really. And all of us here, it's not a matter of like, oh my God, I'm older, I'm younger, I'm a professor, I'm a student. Everyone here has WhatsApp. Let's be honest here. Everyone here has Facebook, and it's unbelievable. Like it's sort of like a reality check how dependent we are when it comes to these things. The Prophet ﷺ, he was in tune with his people. Like he knew the pulse of the community, right? He, young, old, poor, rich, male, female. The masjid served as a center for life in Medina. The second thing, he established the Muhajirun and Ansar and the poor and the rich all on one equal footing, right? He tied their hearts. وَأَلَّفَ بَيْنَ قُلُوبِهِمْ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that he tied their hearts together upon faith and upon goodness. And with one Muhajir, he tied one Ansari person, right? This way, the Muhajirun who left their homes, who sacrificed their property, their wealth, and many didn't even make it to Medina safely. Many have even became martyrs on the way, and Allah speaks highly about these people, those who die in the path of Allah while migrating and so forth. So it served as a logistical aspect as well. Like the Prophet ﷺ realizes the human needs of these people who really have nothing but their faith and themselves present in Medina. So he ties, for example, Abdurrahman ibn Auf with Sa'd ibn Rabi'. And like this, all of the other Muhajirun tied them up with the Ansar. So the Ansari people can provide them that necessary support, that logistical assistance to get them situated and settled. And subhanAllah, look at the generosity, the ithar of the Ansari people. Sa'd ibn Rabi', for example, he said, I'm the wealthiest person here in Medina. And he wanted to give half of his assets, his wealth, to Abdurrahman ibn Auf radiyallahu anhu ardah. He had two spouses. He was willing to let go of one and give the other to his beloved Muhajir brother. And like this, he wanted to give everything, subhanAllah. And Abdurrahman ibn Auf said, may Allah reward you. I am in no need for that. Just show me where the marketplace is. Where's the best place to do business, subhanAllah. And he was shown the way to the marketplace. And he, within a short amount of time, did great, became successful. And here there's another important lesson for those that are leaving their native lands, their places of birth, going and settling into different societies, that you can always make it, inshallah. You can become successful. Look at the story of Abdurrahman ibn Auf radiallahu anhu, who really had nothing when he reached Medina, but through his dedication, his sacrifice, his efforts, his abilities, he was able to rise to the top. So that's just one of many, many examples. And thirdly, the Prophet ﷺ, he established the constitution or the charter of Medina, or the scroll of Medina, that outlined the rights of the citizens of Medina, the residents of Medina. By the way, Muslims were, just a part of Medinan society. You had Jews, we know very well. There were the pagan Arab who were there as well. So you have this multicultural, multifaceted society. It wasn't monolithic. It wasn't just Arab or just Muslims, right? You had people, even among the Jews, you had three major Jewish tribes, and they also differed among themselves. You had the Mushrik Arab, who were different from the Mushrik Arab of Mecca. You had the Muslims, you had within the Ansari, you had the Aus and the Khazraj. And then from the Muhajir, you have, of course, the bulk of them from Mecca. And then, of course, you have, for example, Salman al-Farisi, radiyallahu anhu, was paired with Abu Dhar al-Ghifari, radiyallahu anhu arda. So, you have a Persian companion, a Farsi Sahabi who was from Asia, right? From Asia. The Prophet ﷺ, in his midst, he had a European companion. Yes, let me say that again. The Prophet ﷺ had a Western, a European companion, a Roman, Italian companion. That was none other than Suhaib al-Rumi, who was a servant, a slave back in Rome, and then ended up in Medina. SubhanAllah, the Prophet ﷺ had this multicultural group within his ranks. Now, this came with a lot of challenges, no doubt. Like, we can't ignore the human and the realistic dimensions and the struggles of Sahaba. For example, Bilal radiallahu anhu, he has a lot of poetry about how much he misses Mecca, how much he longs for Mecca, and how much he dislikes Medina and the environment and the weather and just everything in general. He just didn't like it. It wasn't sitting well for him. He wasn't adjusting. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu and many other Sahaba were sick for days and days, and to the point where many of them felt like they were not going to survive. They were going to die. So these challenges were there, and just seeing how they overcame those challenges and how they made the best out of their situation gives us in the contemporary era, in the modern world that we're living in, a lot of hope and direction. That look, these people in Mecca, the Sahaba, they were a minority of a minority, just like us here in the US or in Canada or the West, especially, right? Like, we Muslims are such a small minority, but so were the Sahaba in the early Meccan phase, right? In the early part of Islam. But their Iman was unshakable, right? Their Iman was, just something for us to look towards and gain so much inspiration. They had no masjid. They had no Islamic University of Malaysia. They had none of that. Yet they became the best of the best, right? So, for me as an imam in New York City, it gives me a lot of purpose and a lot of hope that, despite the different challenges here, we have a lot of opportunities, just like the Muhajirun and the Ansar were able to make the best out of their circumstances. I feel like we in America, in Canada, in the West in particular, and Muslims in general across the globe nowadays, we're all really, we're one village, as they say, one family. Everybody's on the same apps, the same platforms. Culture is so similar. SubhanAllah, I lived in Malaysia for 4 months, for a full semester, and I've seen how in sync culture is between our societies, especially among young people. So to kind of bring all of this to a close, it's important for us to firstly know our identity as Muslims. It's very important to understand our purpose and to have this sort of link with the Muhajirun and the Ansar. Because if we look, we will find many parallels that are absolutely relevant and really timeless in the present moment, inshallah. So those are my thoughts on this.
Jazakallah khair. To Imam Zakir, yes, I mean, I do like, you said the example about the Rahman Auf, how exactly, and then even you got homesick even after the Hijrah among the Sahaba, and then even among the Ansar itself, it's not just one ethnicity, it's the Aus and Khazraj, and then you see like the other part of some of the Farisi, and they're not just the Makki and just the Medina people. There's the other Sahaba from other part of the region also comes together. That's put under the Ansar and Muhajirin, and then how they embrace the differences rather than find fault about what's different from you, why here and there, but then they embrace the differences and work out with it, and then how create harmonious community. So quite a similar situation I will ask to Sheikh Dawood, because like he said, like he now had got the opportunity, I mean, to approach, to engage with the local community with their own language compared to other people that might be like teaching Islam in Urdu, teaching Islam in Pakistani or in other languages, but you have the opportunity to engage with community, as also you as the director of community outreach and education over there as well. So with the same language, I mean, like there's a point that I'd like to highlight, like to engage with the community, you must understand the community first. So you can't really like, oh, I'm going to go da'wah to people in, for example, in Hong Kong, but then I know nothing about Hong Kong culture. I know nothing about the Cantonese language. That I just depend on English, and how was they going to reach the hearts to talk about Islam over there, right? But you bring that one, that you have that bring the responsibility to reach the community with the local languages. In this case, English and French, with common among the Canadian people. So during the whole session, engaging, communicating with the diverse community in Canada, I believe like it's the same as in New York, but I'm pretty sure you want to say like, oh, New York is much hassle than us in Toronto, perhaps, that maybe you want to highlight afterwards. So, but how exactly, what are the challenges that you are facing with them? And then how exactly this, the culture come into place, like, instead of like bringing the value of Islam from the Muhajirin and Ansar?
So there's a few things here, subhanAllah, that are important to keep in mind when we talk about the Muhajirun and the Ansar. And as I was mentioning earlier, thinking of their behavior and how they responded to the Muhajirun coming from this barren land, subhanAllah, for us, applying this in our modern time is absolutely important. After graduating from IUM, alhamdulillah, many opportunities to travel the world open up for me. And like you mentioned, for example, you go to Hong Kong, how do you talk to people there about Islam? And I managed to travel to Hong Kong quite a few times. I've traveled to Australia 25 times, and I've been to so many countries, subhanAllah. The last passport I got rid of had 123 stamps in it. So every single time you go to a different region of the world, you need to understand the people that you're dealing with. And to bring that home, one of the things that I do now is, in addition to what I do at the masjid, I'm actually a chaplain at a maximum security prison here in Milton, which is just like 10 minutes away from home. So I do chaplaincy at this prison 1 or 2 days a week. And when you think of the approach of the Ansar, being very kind, very gentle, very loving, and you're dealing with people, I'm not talking about the Muhajirun, I'm talking about people in prison. These are people who committed crimes. These are people who, some of them are murderers. Some of them, it's tax evasion. Others, it's breaking and entering. Everyone's got their thing. But subhanAllah, the approach that works with them is not a harsh approach. What works to convey the message of Islam is an approach that is kind, that is soft, that is gentle, that is loving, where you're giving to them, as Dr. Uthman was saying before, right? ليس البر أن تولوا وجوهكم قبل المشرق والمغرب ولكن البر من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر. To give them what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to us, knowledge within the Quran, right? فإن العلماء ورثة الأنبياء. We inherit from the prophets of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knowledge, and understanding how to convey that knowledge is important. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran, ادعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن. Right? And that is, when you think of the Muhajirun and the Ansar, the Prophet ﷺ started to teach the Muhajirun these aspects of the deen when the Ansar, a lot of them already had them. They had this soft, kind, gentle personality. Not saying that the Muhajirun didn't, right? We know very well Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu was one of the most calm, most gentle of personalities. But the ayat of the Quran that came to the Prophet ﷺ after the Hijrah started talking about, okay, now how do we do things? We learned about Iman, we learned about the principles of faith, right? The pillars of faith. But now, how do we apply it? How do we make it practical, right? It's not just theory, it's now practical. And this is where the Prophet ﷺ, you'll find many beautiful small hadith, like you will never truly believe until you love for your brother what you love for yourself, right? لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يكرم جاره, until you take care of your neighbor and you do ikram, right? You're kind and generous towards your neighbor. And living in the world that we live in today, even if you're living in Malaysia, your neighbors both on the right and the left, in front, behind you, above you and below you, may all be non-Muslim. Right? It's a possibility. I know when I was living in Malaysia for the 4 years that I was there, 60% of the population was Muslim. I don't know what the percentage is now. I haven't looked into it, but that means that there are many non-Muslims that you live around. Here in Canada, you know, we are 3% of the population. Muslims are at maximum 3% of the population. So how do we convey this message of Islam to others? It's through akhlaq. It's through good morals. It's through good values. It's through smiling. At-tabassum sadaqah, right? And when we think of the Ansar and what they gave to the Muhajirun, the initial thought is almost always wealth, right? It's the example of here's half my home or half my wealth, you know, take one of my spouses. No, dullani ala suq, right? Show me where the market is. But as you know, Sheikh Zakir was mentioning, when they arrived, they had major issues, major needs, right? There was medical attention that was needed first and foremost, right? The Muhajirun, they needed medical attention. As Muslims, you know, we live at a time where, alhamdulillah, there's hospitals, especially like here in North America, we have hospitals and there's healthcare, and, you know, the various countries around the world have their own sort of healthcare, you know, system that's in place. But as Muslims, we need to help contribute towards the mental well-being of humans that we live around. And as Muslims, this is something that we can help with. You know, the world talks a lot about mental health nowadays, but as Muslims, alhamdulillah, we submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Our heart is at ease with the remembrance of Allah, right? Our heart is at ease when we're reciting the Quran, when we're doing our adhkar, when we're praying our salah, when we're giving sadaqah, when we're kind to the neighbors, when we are showing a good example of the sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And so, you know, going back to the example, dealing with, for example, a criminal, right? Someone that's in prison, maximum security prison. I've been spat at, I've been sworn at, I've been, you know, jumped at. So many things have happened in there, but it's never a harsh approach that works. It's being calm, you know, sometimes showing an outer appearance as being a Muslim, and people latch on. They latch on to the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And also just being in Canada in general, it's such a multicultural environment that we live in. And, you know, Tansri, Dr. Zulkifli, he mentions, subhanAllah, the indigenous here in Canada, something that Canada has been dealing with for the longest time, but always shoved under the rug, right? Always pretended like it didn't exist, not acknowledging the harsh reality and the truth of what happened to the First Nations, the people that were here on this land before we came. And I think that's something that you can find in many countries as well, right? I know I did some research when I was in Malaysia as well, and looking at the northern regions and the Orang Asli and all that happened there. And alhamdulillah, with the Muslims and how Islam came to that region of the world through tijara, through trade, right? And exactly what the Ansar were doing with the Muhajirun, right? Where's the souk? I need to go. I need to earn so that I could provide for my family. And so to sum up, this part of what I'm saying, subhanAllah, is that we as Muslims have a lot to give. From the knowledge that we attained from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam through Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, of course, or from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam within the Quran and the Sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And it's a matter of implementing that. When we implement it, we find that the cohesion, that harmony that we're looking for in society will be built from the Muslims. It's not any other faith or any other, race or people. No, it is the Muslims that will convey true humanity to the rest of the world. And that will be found not only in the example of the Muhajirun and the Ansar, but just generally as Muslims following the Sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran.
Sheikh Dawood. I like when you highlight Islam is not just a theoretical, it's not just what you learn from any kitab, but everything is about practical. So if you just limit the knowledge of Islam just as a knowledge without the practicing, and then it will stop there, and they will not see the beauty of the Islam values. And you mentioned that the way that you convey the message of Islam to the community is through a good akhlaq, moral, your attitude, the values that you show to them, that tells you, how beautiful Islam, how good Islam it is. So it's not just a matter of your name have something like Muhammad or something, or it look like an Islamic or Arabic name that tells you the Islam. It's not just a matter of that, but it's a matter of the value and your attitude that you show to people. That's really a key point. I mean, we do understand how people from Makkah got into the da'wah of Prophet Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is through his own attitude, his good value he shows before Islam came in, and then throughout when he's become the Prophet officially. So that's really a key point, engaging, connecting, interconnected between all this diversity of culture, diversity of ethnicity that give how was the value that we can learn from the Ansar and the Muhajirin, as mentioned by you just now. Okay, so we're now at 10:37. So I'd like to open questions to all the participants here. So for those on the Zoom, you may use Q&A button over there. You may ask a question over there. And for those in YouTube, please ask questions in the chat box that we will forward the questions to our speakers for today. So we already have a few questions already from our attendees to all our speakers this morning. So the first question that we received this morning. So the question is from Prof. Sami Sharif. So he asked, Allah has created us with differences. And then, as mentioned also in Surah Al-Hujurat about that, from different ethnicity, from different people, that we should appreciate the differences. So, and then what do you think, your opinion, I mean, might be different from different countries to another, about directive by authorities, to ensure that this uniformity and also this diversity becomes standardized. It's kind of regardless you are ethnicity A or B or C, we should be uniform. Because, for example, you are country A, you should be just country A. So just ignore whatever your origin and so forth. Do you think this is counter the human nature and freedom? So I'll give to all our three speakers who would like to respond to this question.
I don't mind jumping in.
Okay, please.
Dr. Uthman looked like he was about to unmute himself. Go ahead, Dr. Uthman. Khair, I'll just say something really short. So it's a very good question, subhanAllah. No, we shouldn't just be from one region. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, as the question mentions, لِتَعَارَفُوا, to get to know one another. I know when I was in Malaysia and I would introduce myself, I would say, Saya Melayu. And they're like, oh, Like, where'd you get that from? So I'm like, and they'd be shocked. I'm like, no, I'm just joking. But you feel like you're one of the people, and you have to, right? You should. Our deen doesn't teach us to stay away from everyone else and to be isolated. No, take the goodness from it. Travel the world. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Qul siru fil ard." Go and travel the world, right? Learn what's out there. Understand different people's perspectives, understand the way people live and do things. And no one way is perfect. We see, for example, just off the top of my head, you go to one region of the world and a toilet is one shape, and you go to another region of the world and a toilet is a different shape. Does that mean that human beings are different? No, we just have a different method of doing something. And that's beautiful. We should embrace it. And it allows us to learn more. The Prophet ﷺ learned from Salman al-Farisi, right, to build that trench. When others might say, but he is not from us. He's not from the Quraysh. He's not from the Muhajirun. He's not from this region of the world, the Hijaz region. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shows us through the example of the Prophet ﷺ, take from others, because there's hikmah in it, there's wisdom in it. And one day, you never know when you're going to need that. And so it's important for us to keep an open mind and to always learn. Always learn. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to continue to learn. تفضل دكتور عثمان.
Jazakallah kulla khair. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Again, I have to go back to the concept of ta'aruf, because it is all about internalizing things. It is all about, us staying together, lita'arafu, to stay together. It is all about to work together to achieve success. It is all about nurturing and maintaining relationships. It is all about living in peace with each other. That is part of ta'aruf. And it is all about joining hands for the achievement of common goal. So we have a goal of life which needs to be understood. So ta'aruf is a concept that actually can be described as being polysemous. So it embraces, all those values, ma'aruf, whatever you consider to be good. So once we are able to really understand the message of Islam comprehensively, and then not only understand, but also to walk the talk, it is all about putting into practice. It is all about embracing Islam in its entirety. And that is exactly what the Sahaba of the Prophet ﷺ did. So they were the example of that, embracing Islam in its entirety. Not just that, they were spreading knowledge, but they were showing the best example. One good thing about the Sahaba is that they are not able to speak different languages. Some of us speak more than one language. I believe that every participant here is able to speak more than one language. And for some of us, when we came here, of course, we came to stay temporarily, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala qaddara that we ended up staying in Malaysia longer than we expected, actually. And the first thing that you have to do before, when you go somewhere is actually to prepare yourself mentally. So you need to learn about the people you are going to live with, because it is also part of ta'aruf, li ta'arafu. So you need to know the people you are going to live with. You need to know the society. So Malaysia is a multicultural society, is a multi-religious society. And Islam, of course, has objectives. So as everyone here knows, Islam came in order to achieve certain objectives that need to be communicated to every one of us. But because if we don't understand those objectives, then we are not going to appreciate the message of Islam. And the first objective of Islam is actually to establish a united, inclusive, integrated, and consolidated community. So a community in which people of different races, ethnicities live in mutual tolerance because of the common beliefs, rituals, and other things as well. So this is one of the objectives of Islam. So it has to be communicated to the people, because when you don't know the objective, then you will never be able to achieve that which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants you to achieve. And many writers have praised Islam as being the only religion that has actually succeeded in bringing people of different races, ethnicities, languages, cultures together under one umbrella. And the Medinan community is the best model for intercultural living. So we know that, we don't have any kind of, record anywhere that the Sahaba were fighting one another, they were arguing with one another. So they did not engage in those arguments. And they instead loved one another. They wished for one another what they wished for themselves. And I would like to express my or record my appreciation to our panelists, Brother Zakir and Brother Dawood. Why? Because they have paved the way for me, being, the foremost in this. So, and we know what it means to lead the way. IIUM is leading the way, and that is very meaningful. Leading the way is very meaningful. It means that the rest are right behind you, and you don't let anybody to be in front of you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Fastabikul khairati, aina ma takunu ya'ti bikumullah." So when it comes to noble values, engage in a competition. Don't let others be ahead of you. Al-Islam ya'alu wa la yu'la alayh. Islam is dominant. Islam is leading the way. Islam is progressive, is not regressive. So we have to lead the way. It is a duty upon every one of us to lead the way. So you don't need to be told that you have to lead the way. It's your duty to lead the way. You have to be the best example in terms of, moral values and attributes. The Prophet never spoke a language other than Arabic. And if he could understand, he understood only a few words from probably other languages. But we don't have any hadith mentioning that the Prophet could speak any language, not even a sentence. But what is it that made his message so appealing? Today we praise the people who can articulate well the message of Islam, people who can speak well. They are so attractive, regardless of whether they are walking the talk. So what is mostly appealing to us is the way you speak. So if you are able to speak convincingly, you are able to articulate yourself well, you'll get a lot of people to follow you. You'll get a lot of people to listen to you. You'll have a full house if you have any talk. But it was different in the past. It was not about the way you talk. It was not about the way you articulate yourself, but it was about, you being the example of those moral values. That was the language people could understand and even appreciate. So the Prophet spoke a language that is understood by all human beings, regardless of their differences. Yes, we are different in terms of races. We are different in terms of ethnicities, culture, and so on, but we speak a common language. Just now, one of the panelists, I guess that was Brother Dawood, he said that, you need to wish your brother what you wish yourself. That is a hadith. لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. This hadith is very, very meaningful, and it conveys a very important message. And I always teach it to my students. So one of the things that I never miss out is to teach them this particular hadith. Why? Because envy is one of the diseases we suffer from. And in fact, Islam came to purify human souls from diseases of the heart, such as hatred, having the intention to harm others, hating others, being proud of one's ancestry, of one's, race, ethnicity, and so on. So it came to purify the hearts from such kind of diseases that existed prior to its arrival. But it also came to build a peaceful and harmonious interpersonal relationship, and also, of course, human relationship with other living beings, such as the environment. So these are objectives of Islam that we need to be aware of. So the Prophet ﷺ spoke a language that is common among all humankind, and that is, exhibiting the moral values. And that is what attracted, all those people to Islam, people who could not speak Arabic. They fell in love with Islam because of the great message it conveyed to them. And this is the language also the Sahaba of the Prophet spoke. They were, very patient, even when they were angered. They were very patient. They observed the patience. And we know very well that, they use it to remind each other of the message of Allah, in particular, Surah Al-Asr. So each time they met, they did not part unless they reminded each other of those important issues highlighted in Surah Al-Asr, which we all read when we ended the majlis. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has highlighted those fundamental issues that we need in order to succeed in a kind of multicultural society. What are those things? To remind each other of al-haq. This is a reality. So the reality is that we are made different, but we are of the same origin. So when you talk about parenthood, we all go back to Adam and Hawa. Inna khalaqnakum min zakarin wa untha. So the zakar here could be Adam, the untha could be Hawa. And he addressed us as Ya ayyuhan nasu, not Ya ayyuhal mu'minun or al-muslimun. So it is all about mankind, regardless of their religious beliefs and practices. So we share that kind of, origin. We share that kind of, it is something that we have in common, that we all go back to Adam and Hawa. So that kind of, relationship that we have has to continue all the time in order for us to succeed. This is the reality. It's part of al-haq. They use it to remind each other of al-haq of life, the reality of life. Yes, life is something that is quite interesting to some, but then it is something that, changes. It can change anytime. So the person that you look down could be the one who may be placed above you tomorrow. So that is the reality of life. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala raises aqwama. He raises some nations, but he also, downgrades the other nations. That is known to all of us. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions nations that were great in the past, but they were, made asfal safilin. So this is a reality we need to remind one another, that we shouldn't be so proud of what we have, even if it is iman, because iman is also something that is granted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you don't look down somebody who may not have iman today because he may have iman tomorrow. Look at the example of Umar. So when you talk about kufur, I don't think that any one of us has ever committed the kufur Umar committed in Jahiliyyah. I don't think that we have reached that kind of extent. But see how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala changed his life with this message of Islam. So Umar became great. We are not to the level of his iman. And we know the story of a lady who entered Jannah because she gave water to a dog. She didn't bite. It was, this is a kind of act that every one of us can do, but we never take it seriously. But she did that, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgave her for the sins that she had committed. So today we look down people that, so such and such a person is not well dressed, such and such a person is not doing this. So we are looking at, the outer, and we don't, of course we don't have access to what is inner, what is inside. But there are people who have those noble values, even though they may not be doing what we do. We may be going to masjid 5 times a day. They may not be going to masjid, and we become judgmental, sending them to hell, saying that, these people are not living according to Islam. But what is the purpose of going to the masjid? What is it that makes the Salatul Jama'ah 27 times better than an individual prayer? It's not because the Salah in masjid is more raka'at than the one you perform at home. Or it is not because what you read there is different from what you read when you are at home. It is the same prayer. But what makes it great is that, you interact with people of different, backgrounds. That is where you find the poor, that is where you find the rich, that is where, you find the other races. So you get tested. So you get tested, and if you are able to live together, to stand next to such individuals, it shows, a level of maturity, the intellectual maturity, where you have reached. And that is exactly what Salatul Jama'ah is all about. And that is the reason why the reward is even more because you are rewarded for that. You are rewarded for interacting with other people. Being the best example, being patient with them, being tolerant, and so on. Those days of the Sahaba, we know that based on what has been written, the poor could not afford more than one cloth. And for this reason, they use it to wash it and then, wear it immediately when it was still wet. And their clothing used it to produce a smell that was not so pleasing to others, yet they were not expelled from masjid. Nobody changed the position because somebody was wearing a cloth that was not, of good smell. It never happened. So they had that kind of level of patience. And this is exactly what Surah Al-Asr is reminding us about. So it is about knowing the reality al-haq, which could also be the reality of life, the reality of living together, and the other realities. But it is also about being patient in every situation, because we are tested, and Allah Subhanahu wa Taala has made other nations a test to others. The Quran mentions that. So you should consider every race to be a test to your race. So you are tested when you meet with that race. You are tested when you get into a different ethnicity. So you need to know how to pass the test, and you not be able to achieve Iman without going through those kind of tests and trials. So your character is tested because you never know whether you have really acquired those noble attributes unless you get into the field. So this is the jihad itself, which continues today. We are not able to get to the battlefield like the Sahaba, but we have that kind of jihad, whereby you are fighting with your, diseases of the nafsu when you interact with others. So if you can defeat your nafsu and live together peacefully with others, then you can consider yourself being successful. Otherwise, you'll be at loss. So the Sahaba were reminding, one another of the reality and also of patience among others. And that is the importance of reading Surah Al-Asr. So when I say that, leading the way is very important, is because those who come before, they will show you where you are supposed to head to. So in the case of our brothers Zakir and Dawood, they have paved the way for me, highlighting issues that I should base upon to construct my presentation. And that is the beauty of being the last. And I have to thank the organizer for making me the last, because at least I'm able to know what are the things that I should talk about. And now I understand that the highlighted issues talking about the masjid. Yes, the masjid played a very important role, which it is not playing anymore. And then the Sahaba were able to get into the shoes of others, especially the Ansar. They were able to get into the shoes of the Muhajirun. And another thing is that the Muhajirun were able to leave their, comfortable zone, or the comfort zone, being in Mecca. It means that they stayed in a kind of, urban area. So they were more advanced, as compared to the Medinan people. They had more infrastructure, but they were able to part with those kind of, things because of Islam. So they went into an environment that needed a lot of sacrifice. And I always ask my students, how many of them, if they lived during that time, would have left Makkah, leaving their families, leaving their homes, leaving their jobs to go to another community, another country where you don't have anybody, where you don't have anything, and you have to start from a humble beginning. And sincerely speaking, I get only a few students who are ready to do that. So which means that we have not yet got, to that level. So in order to lead the way, we need to be able to get into communities that are, underprivileged. And this is what our beloved director is actually telling us. Community engagement is a very important thing to do in Islam. It is all about understanding others, and you not be able to understand them unless you you engage with them, unless you go there and study their life.
And Dr.
Unless
Usman,
you go there and
you can have
them.
a few more minutes left. Would you shorten your response, please?
Okay, thank you very much. So, so you have to get into those communities. You need to experience what they experience for them to appreciate you and for you to know how others are living. And this is what Islam is telling us to do. Thank you very much. Jazakallah kulla khair.
Thank you, Dr. Usman. So I will have to take one more question, maybe like to Dr. Zakir, to Imam Zakir. So the question about like talking about the concept of the hijrah and then with the muhajirin, and then the question is asking like, well, that because there's a big debate in Malaysia, like saying that, oh, the muhajirin is considered as refugees because they are moving from another place to take kind of like seek for safety and so on from the Mecca to Yathrib at that time. So how exactly, like, is it definition of refugees is really consistent and adequate with our Islamic principles? Does it really consider al-Muhajirin as the refugees or what? Because like the definition have been stated about refugees about at the conference 1951 Refugees Convention about this.
Yes, I took a look at the question, and my initial take on this, of course, is very preliminary, very I guess basic, and I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian intellectuals, academics, and scholars would have a lot of depth in this, but it's a very interesting question nonetheless for us here in the West. Firstly, as a student of history and Islamic sciences, Islamic tradition, and just language in general, since we're talking about a term here that has been coined in the 1950s by the UN towards a reality that our sort of nation state setup kind of postmodern world is seeing, and wars. And so like the definition from the UN website, it says that refugees are those specifically that flee war-torn areas or persecution. So if we use this sort of modern term to label 1400 years ago the Sahaba and the Prophet ﷺ himself, from a literary or linguistic perspective, there's nothing wrong in my humble understanding to say that the Prophet ﷺ and the Muslims were fleeing religious persecution, right? They were fleeing Mecca because 13 years they've been abused and oppressed and persecuted, and all the way at the end, the Prophet ﷺ was the most wanted man in all of Arabia. We know the story more or less. The Quraysh had an emergency meeting, and they said that, we need this man dead, and anyone who can do that or actually find him upon him fleeing to Medina, dead or alive, would get 100 red camels. So in that sense, I don't personally see anything wrong or even derogatory if we do call this the Prophet ﷺ and the Muslims refugees. They were seeking refuge in Medina, right? The Prophet ﷺ was seeking protection, and that's, and someone asked the question about the pledge of Al-Aqaba. Twice that happened, and the Prophet ﷺ ensured and made sure that the Ansar, in their oath, in their pledge, were promising that they would defend the Prophet and the Muslims with their property and life if it had to come to that point. So the Prophet ﷺ sought refuge, and it was the command of Allah for him to flee, right? And of course, there's a divine and a special plan coming ahead. But at the same time, terms are relative. They change from time to time, from place to place, and they might have many meanings. Like, for example, the term muhajir itself. The term muhajir itself, where my parents are from, Bangladesh, in the subcontinent, India, Pakistan, there is a mainstream group called the muhajir, right? It's people who were, moving around during the partition and all of that. These people, and many of them are, for example, originally from India or Pakistan, they're muhajir, they're settled in Bangladesh, and vice versa, right? These people are called muhajir. So you have these terms, like in the hadith, the Prophet said, "Wal muhajir man hajara ma naha Allahu anhu." Right? The literal definition of a muhajir is someone who moves from one place to another. But it's also a spiritual kind of moving, right? When you leave that which is forbidden by Allah, you are a muhajir. And in that definition, each and every one of us are required to make hijrah every day of our lives, right? To make a hijrah, move away from that which is haram, that which is displeasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So to answer the questioner, there's certainly nothing wrong from a linguistic perspective to say that the Prophet and the Sahaba sought refuge in Medina, because by that definition, they were being persecuted and they went to Medina to seek that religious freedom. I guess Brother Nasim's question kind of connects with this, if I can take it, just take another second to address that. And this is a very common question that we get often, especially living in non-Muslim majority countries. Is it permissible for a person to migrate for a Muslim from a Muslim country to a non-Muslim country? It all depends, as according to our scholars and our elders, the situation of this person leaving the Muslim majority country. And quite frankly, those of us in US and Canada, the reasons why our parents chose to come here is first and foremost for their children's education, for their children's future and opportunities ahead. So there's certainly nothing wrong with moving from one land to another for education, for work, for better opportunities and quality of life. In fact, in such societies, you find that actually you're able to do a lot more, even as Muslims, right? The privileges and the freedoms that we have, right? In non-Muslim majority countries, a lot of times, and I'd say this to the Muslims when I go visit Muslim majority countries, that actually I love Malaysia, I love Turkey, I love this and I love that. These are among my most beloved countries. But at the end of the day, for me, I feel like living in America as a Muslim, for me, it's my most desired place. I just feel like, living Muslim and living with Islam here, there's just a different feeling, different sweetness, different joy you get. And brother Sheikh Dawood, we're coming from this perspective, and it's kind of hard to have Muslims in Muslim majority countries understand this. Like how is it possible, But you feel like you appreciate it more, right? You're more grateful. You're more. So, Brother Nasim, if you're thinking about going to a country, it's a conversation you should have with experienced individuals. But in short, you're definitely able to travel, provided that your religion will be observed. You won't have to compromise your faith, and that's really the most important thing. Allah.
Jazakallah khair to Imam Zakir. So unfortunately, I couldn't take any more questions because we were like 11:07. So again, on behalf of committee, we really thankful to all our speakers, Sheikh Dawbad, Dr. Usman Kabir, and Imam Zakir, for willing to share time, especially to Sheikh Dawud and Imam Zakir. 12 hours different from Malaysia right now. It's nearly midnight over there, and thank you for spending your time with us, sharing your knowledge to all of them. So inshallah, who knows, you may request to committee if you want to have this more. I know 1 hour plus is not enough time to discuss about this. I think perhaps we're going to have more and more after this. You may send your request to a committee member. Inshallah, the committee will be really, really pleased to have organized this kind of event furthermore. So on behalf of the committee, I will apologize for any troubleshoot or any circumstances happen or any things that we can't avoid, and really, really appreciate for your participation to our first webinar. So please don't go yet. We're going to have more throughout the whole day. So please don't leave the room. And then I think we're going to have more and more interested topic to be discussed throughout the day for today's event. So please, please, please do stay here with us throughout, for this on YouTube and also on Zoom. Please, please do that. So I think on behalf of the committee, I'll give my appreciation, and thank you again for your time for our first webinar this morning. This Izzat Sufyan from Pure Pharmacy. I'll pass back the session to Madam Sharizat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi, and have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Izzat. Well, we have done with our first discourse session, a very interesting topic that make us realize the importance of the practical or the practice and awareness of culture in our daily life. Thank you to everyone, especially the panelists. And of course, on behalf of the organizer, I convey our gratitude to the panelists, and Dr. Izzat as well. And inshallah, we wish to meet you again in the future. And Dr. Izzat, you really depict the cultural diversity in oneself. We like that, yeah. Congratulations. And before we move on to our next discourse, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight here that our program, our webinar program today is actually one of the program under the Academia Month, to celebrate the commitment of the lecturers and also the administrators in the higher education institution in Malaysia for the entire month of October. And I also grateful to mention that our webinar today is also is jointly organized by OSIC, KCA and ARD, Alumni Relation Division of the university. And we thank all the staff from the mentioned departments, especially the respective directors, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Faris Abdullah, Associate Professor Dr. Lihana Burhan, and Mr. May Azrul Shahbuddin from ARD. Thank you once again. I think we can just now move on to our next discourse, and this time we are going to have someone from our neighboring country, Indonesia, to be with us as the moderator. Is Sister Andini online now? Yeah, okay, she's online. All right, so, well, Sister Andini, Assalamualaikum, Andin.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right, so Sister Andini Rahmawati is a lecturer, for the information of everyone, is a lecturer in the Universitas Darussalam Gontor, Indonesia, and she is actually our alumni, the IIUM alumni who graduated in Masters of Comparative Laws in ICOL in 2016. Alhamdulillah. So welcome once again, Andin. It's good to see you today.
It's good to see you also.
All right. Okay, so Andin will lead the discourse entitled CQ and Spirituality for Global Citizenship, Lessons from the Ansar and Muhajirin once again. And panelist lineup consists of Professor Dr. Abdulaziz Burgud, Dean, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC. He's seen online now. Yang berbahagia Datuk Hamidun Abdul Hamid, Academic Fellow, Kuliah of Islamic River Knowledge and Human Sciences, and he is also seen online. And the last but not least, Dr. Nada Ibrahim, criminologist and counselor, University of South Australia. So Andin, over to you. Tafadhal.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Kak Sahrizat, to give me the time to be the moderator in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, lecturers yang berbahagia, Dato' Hamidun, Prof. Abdulaziz, and Dr. Nada. So it's such an honor actually. I'm surprised because I have joined the session from the first session, and it's quite interesting. And I do believe that our session is also really interconnecting to the first session, so that I hope everyone still stay here, and all the attendees, participants, and everyone will hear the very good and very great things by this. Now it's still morning in Indonesia. I do believe in Malaysia also it's still morning. And okay, let me greet everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in wa ala umuri din wadin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'du. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. But before I start everything, let me reciting the ayah that had been mentioned by Mr. Zakir Ahmed in his discussion I heard before. It's really relate to the topic that we will discuss that was in Surah Al-Hasr, first time. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Walladzina tabawwa'ud daral wal iman min qablihim yuhibbuna man hajara ilaihim wa la yajiduna fi sudurihim hajatan mimma utu wa yu'thirun ala anfusihim walau kana bihi khasasah wa may yuqa suha nafsihi fa ulaika humul muflihun. So in this verse it was mentioned that for those who had settled in the city and embraced that we call here, we are talking about Ansar and Muhajirin, the faith before the arrival of the immigrants. They love whoever immigrates to them, never having a desire in their hearts for whatever of the gains is given to the immigrants. They give the immigrants preference over themselves, even though they may be in need. And whoever is saved from the selfishness of their own soul, it is they who are truly successful. So when I heard all the panelists before discussing about Ansar and Muhajirin, it's really quite interesting because when Ansar and Muhajirin, they accept each other, and even one of them, they are giving all the things. In hadith also it was mentioned like man kana yu'minu billahi wal yawmil akhir falyukrim dhaifahu. It also mentioned by one of our panelists. So that here we will discuss about how the topic is Sikhi and spirituality and for global citizenship, lesson from the Ansar and Muhajirin. We want to see how we are nowadays taking a lesson from Ansar and Muhajirin. And also discuss before we are not only listening but also practicing what we have learned before. So let me introduce all of our panelists for this session, for the second session. The first is our Honorable Prof. Actually, when I see his name is really familiar for us, especially we are from Indonesia, we are really familiar with Prof. Bergut. And surprisingly, I just know that you're moving to Uzbek, Prof. I met you before actually in, I just returned back, I think 4 years ago in apartment Sri Gomba, if I'm not mistaken, when you want to, we meet in the parking site. So you are greeting us. It's such an honor. You are down to the earth, saying like when we say salam, so you recognize us as a student, IIUM. So it's really such an honor to have you here and to be a moderator of your session. And also, Dr. Hamidun, I'm quite familiar actually with you because some of the time I joined some of the conference in IRK. So all right, for Prof. Bergut, he is actually currently a Dean, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization in Uzbek. So for all the achievement there are loads, if I read, then our session will be run out by mentioning and reading his curriculum vitae. He has credit of publishing 11 or more books. So he received also a lot of awards. One of that is in that time I work in this place, the Jewel of Muslim World, OIC today 2019. Also, he always received a Best Lecture Award, Best Researcher Award, and etc. So beside, we also have yang berbahagia Dato' Hamidun. Assalamualaikum, Dato'.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Sister Andini. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I hope everything is going fine with you there also.
Sehat
so,
ya.
Alhamdulillah. So Dr. Hamidar actually currently an academic fellow in KRK, Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Science, IIUM. And previously, he is a director in community service, director in public relations office, IIUM, deputy rector, student affairs and development. So, and he is also active in community engagement, and he repeatedly went to Cambodia. It's really interesting part actually. Because we know Cambodia, like Vietnam, Cambodia, that the place they need most someone who give the information or maybe the takes about Islam. So we want to hear about this later from you because we relate to our topic today.
Andini also pendekar tanah rata.
Oh,
Sudah dipakai daster 2 kali.
Alhamdulillah, Masya Allah. So also we have with us Dr. Nada Ibrahim, Masya Allah. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Nada. What time is it now in Australia? Because when I see you were in South Australia, right? Is it afternoon?
1:50 p.m.
Oh, 1:50 p.m. Alhamdulillah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope the situation there is good because now we still meet everything online. So Dr. Nada will be with us in discussing this topic. So let me currently see is you are teaching in University of South Australia. Is it? Am I right? Oh, sorry. So for the award, professional award and distinction in 2020, Dr. Nada was acknowledged as a Woman Knowledging Woman Award finalist. So he also received a Canadian Observatory Postdoctoral Fellowship Award and Australian Endeavour Research Fellowship Award and many things. And actually, she is also our alumni. When she graduated, she received the English Bachelor of Human Science in Psychology. So, all right, talking about our topic today. So we start from our respectable Prof. Yeah, he is Prof. Burgood. So here, when we discuss about the global citizenship, about the spirituality and global citizenship, and it's related to Ansar and Muhajirin, how Ansar and Muhajirin survive or accept each other. So here, as I know, Prof. Burgood is not. I think you are have been a very long time in Malaysia, as you are a newcomer also long times ago, and how you survive in Malaysia and how you adapt everything in Malaysia. It's really nice. Until now, like everyone's, when we say that you are a Malaysian, then they will believe it. So it's really related to our topic today, so that we want to hear from you how your perspective, how is your perspective on psyche and spiritually for global citizenship in your experience, in your own experience. So with my humble, please, the time is your Prof. Burgood. Oh, I think you are still mute.
Okay. Thank you, sister, dear doctor. That's great. I think you already put us in the context of the second topic today. Our session is supposed to talk about cultural intelligence and spirituality for global citizenship, taking into consideration the Ansar and Muhajirun model. I think this is something new to us. If you ask me to talk about Ansar and Muhajirun and to talk about Hijrah of the Prophet and to talk about Sirah of Rasulullah and to talk about how Islamic history started and moved, I can do very easily. But when Tansri Rector put us in this new framework of talking about cultural intelligence, and also now we link it to spirituality, and also we link it to a university model of a university, we really need to think and contemplate about this topic. But before I answer your question, I wanted just to mention few things about this Ansar Muhajirun model so that we understand the context and the framework of our discussion. So this phenomenon of Ansar and Muhajirun is not just about migration. It's not just about relocation of people, the Prophet and the Sahaba from Mecca to Medina. It is about actually creating a new society, a new model of a society, a new ummah. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. You are the best ummah evolved to humanity. Why you are the best ummah? Why you are the ummah wasat? Why you are the moderate ummah? Why? Because this idea of Ansar and Muhajirun symbolize and translate the deep meanings of the Quran into an ummah context, into a society context. It's not a group of gang of people thrown out of Mecca, but it is a group, a human model, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created and prepared for a bigger mission, for a bigger world mission, for the mission which always our Prof. Rector refers to this idea of rahmatan lil alameen. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala described the Prophet Muhammad as وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We have sent you but a mercy to all mankind. What does that mean in a social context, in an ummah context? Because the event of the migration actually symbolizes what we call the birth of a new society. Miladu mujtama, a new society born. That's the immigration. That's what one of the Muslim scholars, Malik bin Nabi, says, that the event of mu'akhat between the Ansar and Muhajirun, the event of mu'akhat, brotherhood among them, is actually the sign or the indicator of the birth of an Islamic society. And in his own words, he says it is the start of building what we call in sociology today social relationship network. A social relationship network. The Ansar and Muhajirun model is a model of a society which is actually a great example of what we call today cultural intelligence, CQ. Cultural intelligence is what? Is the ability of people to know other cultures, to deal with other cultures, to appreciate other cultures, to internalize the cultures, and to put strategies and ways how to live in those cultures, how to survive in those cultures, how to contribute in those cultures. And exactly what the Muhajirun and Ansar model says, it's talking about a society, a community which brings people of all other races, of all other religions were living in Medina. When you talk about Bilal, is from one culture and one nation. You talk about Salman al-Farisi, is from Persia. You talk about Suhaib al-Rumi, is from Rome. You talk about the Arabs themselves in those communities are from different parts of the world. So that's an example of CQ, which is very sophisticated. And later on, this Medina society became the basis of the great civilization of Islam in Baghdad, in Samarkand, in Spain, in Cordoba, in all these parts of the world, introducing to us a new model of human relations, of human cultural understanding, which is based on things more than material, more than the material capital, more than the theories of the human capital of Marx or of Keynes, of all these people who are talking about the capital of nations and talking about human society. So the Ansar and Muhajirun model started when Rasul migrated, and there were 5 things happened there. 5 things happened in the beginning of that society, which will help us today understand what does mean cultural intelligence and how we link it to spiritual intelligence. What are the 5 things done by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Muhajirun and the Ansar? Number one is the event of mu'akhat. Mu'akhat, brotherhood among the Ansar and Muhajirin, how they show love, they show unity, they show respect, they show understanding, they show sense of caring and serving, all the Islamic values which the Quran speaks of and the Rasul speaks of are actually translated in this. Number one. Number two, the other thing done by the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is the building of the mosque of Rasul ﷺ to be a symbol of religion, symbol of spiritual development, a symbol of creating a community where we build a civilization, but the asas of the civilization is spirituality, is faith, is iman. That's why the building of the mosque has a very great meaning in the development of Islamic society, ummah concept. The other thing which Rasulullah did is actually put the constitution of Medina or the document of Medina, which put, this is one of the first constitutions or written things that the Prophet put to talk about citizenship, to talk about rule of law, to talk about how religion governs, how religion become the framework for governing people, governing economy, governing societies, governing relations. So the Constitution of Medina talks about Ya ayyuhan nas, you people, the Jew are a community, the Sabi'a are a community, the Arabs of this tribe are a community, and you are respected in your community, in your existence, in your rights, in your duties. But in the end, we are the citizen of Medinan society, and this citizen of this Medinan society are all governed by the rule of law. And there is a leader, there is Prophet Muhammad as the Rasul. What Rasul did also in Medina is encourage this idea of creating space for economy, for business, for doing, for acting, for actioning. So brothers and sisters, the Prophet Muhammad and this model of Ansar and Muhajirun, also the 5th thing which was done is the idea that this society is not for Arabs. This society is not for the Prophet. This society is grooming the concept of ummah. And when you groom the concept of ummah, means you go beyond language, beyond my race, my ethnicity, the Quran and the model of Ansar and Muhajirun take me to the level of humanity, to the level of rahmatan lil alamin, to the level of serving. That's why in Islam, there are no germs of colonization or colonizing others. In Islam, it's not the religion to build empire and conquer lands and take the lands of people. No, Islam, the heart of Islam is what the previous group mentioned when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, we have created you from a single pair of male and female and made you into nations and tribes. You may know one another. The most honored of you in the sight of God is the pious one. Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. Islam, the model of Muhajirun and Ansar, starts from the dignity of man, the dignity of the human. We are all the son of Adam. We are all Khalifatullah. We are all human in this world, and we differ in our worldview, in our perspective, in our culture, and that difference actually is ni'mah, is a miracle of God. The existence of Arabs, we created you from a single pair of male and female, and made you into nations and tribes. What does that mean? Sociologically and culturally speaking, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give the right to all nations to exist and give rights to all humans in this world to be there. So the existence of Arabs or Malay or Indian or American or Chinese is a sign of God, is sunnah of God, is a miracle of God. So sociologically speaking, what is our job as human? To know one another, to appreciate one another, to respect one another, to help one another, to cooperate with one another. So that is the model of the Muhajirun and Ansar, and that's what we saw with those Ansar. So just the last thing to mention in the first intervention, I would like to mention, based on this framework, that, brothers and sisters, the Muhajirun and Ansar model gives us a great example of cultural intelligence. But the question is, how they did this? What made them give us great model of cultural intelligence? They live together. They love each other. They give money to each other. They sacrifice. They help others. They respect the Jew. They respect the fuqara. They respect all. You know why? It's not only because cultural intelligence. It is actually because of faith-based spiritual intelligence. And from here, this topic of cultural intelligence and spirituality come. I will tell you later on about spiritual intelligence. I stop at this point. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Actually, before I ask, you really answered my question, because actually I want to ask, seems like you really support, and I do believe that all of us believe that our psyche and spiritual intelligence supporting, I mean, this is one of the recipe how we can be harmonious to one each other. That's one of my questions actually, but I don't know, just know a little answer you have mentioned before. To what extent do you agree that the psyche and spirituality could actually be a recipe of a success in building a harmonious society? Because nowadays we see all the wars still in Islamic countries. Even though the one who attacked is not an Islamic countries, but why other Islamic countries didn't, they act trying to help, like Malaysia, my country especially, like we are from Indonesia, we are sending the volunteer going to like Iraq, Afghanistan, and currently there are a lot of war. So to what extent do you agree that this psyche and spirituality could be a recipe to be the harmonious, building a harmonious society?
Yes, sister. I think I was thinking to maybe allow the other speakers to speak, and then we come back. I would like to mention about how spiritual and spirituality become the core of cultural intelligence.
Sure. Okay. All right. Now, with all my honor, we are welcoming Dr. Hamidun to tell something about this topic. Because maybe let's go back to the Ansar and Muhajirin again. Maybe what actually transpired that the two groups finally agreed for a reconciliation and understanding, until maybe we can adopt that thing and we practice in our neighboring country, starting from our neighboring country and to other things. Especially you always come to be someone who coming to Cambodia. What is your experience about this thing? Talking about psyche and spirituality, global citizenship. Yes, for Dr. Hamidun, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, makasih buku, and what they call it, the Villain Duncan, or Shukran Jazilan, and all the languages. Thank you very much, Sister Adini, and you as well, my sisters, and Dr. Nada, Prof. Abdul Aziz. As I like to mention to my brothers, that in the mosque, when we hug one another, you know, you are black in color, you are brown in color, you are yellow in color, but you can feel the heart beating with the same red blood flowing through, and the heart beating with La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. So that's the basis of the Ansar and the Muhajirin. And as you know, this group of brotherhood, as mentioned in the hadith, that in the house of Anas ibn Malik, Rasulullah SAW brotherhood between 90 men, 45 from the Ansar and 45 from Muhajirin. So perhaps the thing is that it's not all Muhajirin have Ansari brother, but this nucleus of the new brotherhood is to provide the example to the rest of the Muslim community and then hands on to the whole world. So what is this special brotherhood? Brother Abdul Aziz, Sheikhuna Abdul Aziz has mentioned about the macro picture. So he has done a masah, you know, and I want to focus more on the internal part, right? So this brotherhood that Allah has done is even thicker than the relation of Silatul Rahim, of sibling. So in the first instance, when it was done by Rasulullah SAW, these 45 people, they will inherit from one another and they will be given first before the rest. So during that time, you have the inheritors from those in Silatul Rahim, the sons and daughters and so on. But when Rasulullah SAW make the ikha, the brotherhood between the Muhajirin and the Ansar, it was understood at that time that I will inherit to my Muhajir brother first before it's being distributed to the rest of my family. So that is the first time until the ayah of Surah Al-Hashr, verse 9, until the verse of Al-Ahzab, verse 6 came down that mentioned about Walulul Arham Awla, and the one with family relation is more priority than the rest. Then it stopped that the Sahaba inherit from one another. So that means they are under obligation to inherit from one another. And it is a relation, a brotherhood of Aqidah at that time, right? We start with the brotherhood of Aqidah. And it also entails in that brotherhood of Aqidah the sacrifice. And not only sacrifice, not only sharing, but the acceptance that I will give the best to my brother. The spirit of altruism. This is what has been mentioned all the time by our brothers and sisters in the verse of Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 9. Verse 9. But most of us basically, we forgot, right? We forgot to say that the first quality. So if Prophet Abdul Aziz was talking about the macro part, I'm going to zoom into the micro part. The first quality that they should have in qablihim, yuhibbuna man hajara ilayhim. They love those who did hijrah. They love those, the Muhajirin brothers. The word is yuhibbuna, love, right? So perhaps that's the first quality that should be there for global citizenship. Brothers and sisters, in the church in Memphis, the Episcopalian church, right? In Memphis, I had the experience of experiencing a very spiritual event, listening to the Reverend Charles, who was a contemporary of Martin Luther King. In fact, Martin Luther King was coming to his house for lunch when he was shot. So he gave a talk, and they asked me to give a few words. So I was talking about, he was talking about the prodigal son. I was talking about say to those who have transgressed upon themselves, the sinners, don't ever despair of the mercy of Allah. So, but then after we finished, you know, both of us broke down and we hugged one another. We hugged one another. He's a Christian, very spiritual in the sense that, you know, he have tears crying when we mention about Allah, when we read the Quran, and fellow human, and thinking for the good of the flock, of the people. So perhaps we can feel each other spiritually, in the sense that each other's ikhlas, the sincerity of the heart. in trying to bring people to the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he through his book and me through my book. So this love, first one must be there, love for the human, for the Homo sapiens, the wise man, right? Okay, love for our fellow human being first, right? So this is the first instance. Man hajara alayhim. Then when they love it, they put these brothers above them, right? Not only sharing. That's why they don't encounter in their heart anything, right? Any feeling of being hawamish, being put to the side, any feeling of neglect, any feeling of sadness that they don't get anything. You know, at one time when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was distributing the spoils of war, and it was early on, and he gave to a lot to the Muhajirin, right? He gave distribute it, even at the Medan Perang, even at the battle theater, he distribute to the Muhajirin, and the Ansar were just looking. Some has questions in their head, why are we not given? And Rasulullah, of course, basically he gave a lot to this those who are very recent in their Islam, mu'allafatul qulub. And one of the Ansari asked Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is this distribution based on Quran, or is it from order for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? He said no. But are you not satisfied? Are you not satisfied that the rest got this world and you got Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam going back with you to your homes? You see? So this is where the other thing that the Ansar, the specialty of the Ansar is that they have Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam with them all the time, his emotion, his love, and so on for them, right? So that's why they don't find in their heart anything that will make them jealous if it's concerning the Muhajirin, right? They will even, وَيُؤْسِرُونَ عَلَى أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمُ الْخَصَاصَةُ, they will even prefer the Muhajir brother over them. Okay. Most of our brothers, when they look at the ayah, they stop there, right? But you should carry on, because Allah, in the end, this is among the ayat tahdidiyah, or the phrase of tahdidiyah, the phrase of giving recommendation and giving motivation. وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. And those who are protected from the tama, or from the greediness of themselves, they are those who are successful. That means that this preference to the brothers will destroy whatever greediness that they have in their heart. For they're willing to spend the money, right? Abdurrahman ibn Auf was asked by his what they call it, his Ansari brother, look, I'm one of the richest men among the Ansar, you know, so I'll give you half of my wealth, and if you want, you take one of my wife, you choose whichever you want, I will divorce her and you take her. But Abdurrahman bin Auf will have to do a hijrah only with the clothes on his back, because the mushriki do not allow him to bring his wealth. You did your business and your base is Mecca, so all your wealth is only from Mecca, so don't take them out. So he said, okay, but for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I'll just go with the bag, whatever is on my back, his clothes. So he just told his Ansar brother, just show me to the way of the biggest souk. So he was shown the way to Souk al-Qaynuqa, and inshallah within 1 week, mashallah, being a good businessman, he was able to do that. But the thing is that with all this quality, the love, the willingness to sacrifice, even to be altruistic about this sacrifice, preference to the brother, and what they call it, pulling out the greediness from the heart. These are the things that are needed in order to make it the strength of the new community, right? So that is why, based on this, we find that the Sayyid Ramadan al-Buti rahimahullah was mentioning that Allah gave the Sahaba of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam goodness on both sides, right? The Muhajirin were given the goodness of the Hijrah, right? But Ansar were given the goodness of being those who help the Muhajir, right? And together they become the community of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, and Imam Hassan al-Banna in his book Risalah Ta'lim mentioned that the two pillars of strength of a jama'ah or a society or a country is the iman, the belief in Allah for the Muslims out there, or belief in this God, the spiritual part, which inshallah Prophet Aziz and all of us will go into later on, and also the brotherhood. And that example has been shown by the Ansar and Muhajirin. And to translate that into globalization, like I told just now, at the global community, I love my brothers and sisters from different parts of the world, from different culture, there's no difference between us. Our blood is still red and our heart is still beating, right? And that beating, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَإِن مِّن شَيْءٍ إِلَّا يُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِهِ وَلَكِنْ لَا تَفْقَهُونَ تَسْبِيحَهُم. That perhaps that beating, that thing that is not, we cannot choose, the unconscious that is always going on, is because it's doing tasbih to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but you do not know you do not understand the way that they tasbih. So perhaps that the tasbih of the heart, we are doing the tasbih of the same thing. This is a spiritual person speaking, and we might have our discussion with those scientists, materialists about this. Okay, so when you have that the iman and brotherhood, and then it becomes true what Allah has mentioned in the Quran. This is sunnatullah of Allah in the Quran. This is the rule of Allah mentioned in the Quran about society, which is the ayah وَضُرِبَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ الذِّلَّةُ أَيْنَمَا سُقِفُوا إِلَّا بِحَبْلٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَبِحَبْلٍ مِّنَ النَّاسِ وَبِحَبْلٍ مِّنَ النَّاسِ, right? That they will be afflicted. The word is darb, وَضُرِبَ. That means they're being hit hard, afflicted seriously, perhaps even to the bones, right? Afflicted with lowliness. Even the word dhillah, it is a shafawi, and it is, you know, it's like you're trying to spit out something. This is very bad, you know, dhillah, very, very low, lowliness. No one respect you, right? Aynama suqifu, wherever they shall be, wherever they shall stand, except if they hold to the rope of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the iman, and to the rope of mankind, that brotherhood. So as far as globalization is concerned, you have to have that look into the brotherhood of humanity, and you have to look at it as the sake. This is all for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For a Christian man, it is easy for me to relate. This is for the sake of our Lord, right? So I think more than 80% of humanity believe in a God, right? So I think this is a language that we can speak to a lot of people. Okay, and the next thing I would like to say that for us Muslim, it is not, you know, a lot of us, especially in the Muslim countries, especially in Malaysia, Islam has become so inclusive, you know. So you don't look at a kafir, you don't look at a non-Muslim as this person is going to be my brother. I told my students, when you look at the non-Muslim sisters, they are not wearing hijab, you should be crossing in your mind, this will be my wife in 2 years, 3 years, inshallah. Do da'wah to her. So this is the point. We should, the Muslims are taught by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we should be inclusive, include everyone. Look at Surah Al-Hujurat. Look at Surah Al-Hujurat, how the belief are being translated into akhlaq, into behavior, into ethics, right? And this is for those who are Ya ayyuhallazina amanu la tuqaddimu bayna yaday ya ayyuhallazina amanu la tarfa'u aswatakum ya ayyuhallazina amanu ijtanibu katsiran minadh dhanni. A lot of things. These are all akhlaq. I hope we can give a big tafsir or in one of our spiritual program about Surah Al-Hujurat, how the belief, how the iman been translated into practical action and into practical behavior and into akhlaq that is tangible that people can see for the good of the people. Now, in that surah talking about the spiritual, the heartfelt, the qalbic mawaqif, the qalbic position, like for example, ikhlas, like truth, being truthful, sidq, and so on, and talking about what do you call it, akhlaq or suluk or ethics between the relation of people. At the end of that ayah, right, it mentioned qalatil a'rabu amanna qul lam tu'minu walakin qulu aslamna. And the Bedouins Arab said that we have belief, because when after Fatah Makkah and so everyone become Muslim, the Bedouin Arab came and say we have belief. Rasulullah Quran said no, you have not believed yet. Walamma yadkhulul iman fi qulubikum. Iman has not come yet. There are other things that to be there before you can claim you have iman, right? And after all this, Allah differentiate. I have been calling you ya ayyuhallazina amanu. Now I'm telling this is not iman, because the Arab Badu, they just come and they just submit to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But iman needs the submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in everything. But after that ayah, ya ayyuhan nas inna khalaqnakum min zakarin wa unsa. This ayah, this always mentioned. This is the global ayah, connected or deeply related to iman, to belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Oh mankind, this is for everyone now. Not after so many ayah to those who believe in Allah. Now, oh mankind, to everyone, right? Inna khalaqnakum min zakari wa unsa. Surely we have created you from the male and the female, and we have created you to be tribes. And khalaqnakum min zakari wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu. We make you into different people, different races, different ethnic groups, and different tribes for you to know one another and to see in them the ikhtilaf of language, the ikhtilaf of culture, the ikhtilaf of color of the skin, right? As a sign, S-I-G-N, as a sign, S-I-G-N, as a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, if you look with your eyes, you see different color. But if you look with your qalbic vision, right, basira, then you see something else, right? You see something else, which is higher than what you see in front of you. That is why, mashallah, brothers and sisters, you see our Tan Sri Zul, it's not a big guy, right? You know, it's not a big guy. And you see international conference with people where he has to look up, right? But you don't feel. I've seen him, you know, in Bangkok in the meeting of president of the university. But like this, I'm telling you as an example. I see other people, you know, but with that you don't see him, you know, shorter than it. That is something you can see of the personality and of the thing. The same thing when I was in Makkah one time. I met a Tayyib al-Tahir al-Tayyib, smaller even size than me, and he is a Sharif. You know a Sharif? This is a descendant of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Very softly spoken, but when he came in with the people, the first person that I saw is him. Even though the rest of the people are bigger in size than him, is the character that we can see. So this is the thing that what I meant. So when we go into that globalization, inna akramakum, right? The most respectable, the most honored among you is the one with taqwa, atqakum, the greatest of God consciousness, God fearing, and translated those God consciousness translated into the action and even into the aura. We should go later on into the subject of spirituality. Wabillahi taufiq. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I do believe there are a lot of questions actually about all the verses you have been mentioned, and in Al Quran also we need to practice what is inside the Al Quran. But what happened? Maybe we will discuss after this. What happened when we do the same what have Ansar did to us, but the feedback is not the same what Muhajirin did to Ansar. So there are problems like we face and we see with our eyes right now, like Palestinian previously welcoming Zionists, and what happened right now. But maybe because also far from that, it also mentioned in Al Quran what happened in Palestine. But yeah, with regard to this, I think I will continue first and welcoming to the next panelist, that is Dr. Nada Ibrahim. With all my honor, the time is yours. Yes, please. Maybe you can share with us your perspective in relation to Sikhi and Islamization. And also, as we know, and I got some information from the committee also that you are as a counselor and criminologist, and how do you think that society can learn from the Ansar and Muhajirin transaction, especially also now you are staying in non-Muslim countries, maybe we can say that a minority there, maybe you can share something interesting in Australia. The time is yours, Dr. Nada.
Thank you so much. Let me begin with the supplication in Arabic. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الحمد لله نستعين ونستهديه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا من سيئات أعمالنا من يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلن تجد له وليا مرشدا ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي اللهم لا سهل إلا ما جعلته سهلا وأنت تجعل الحزن الصعب جدا سهلا اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم عليه السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I wanted to start with thanking the rector, Tansri Datu Zulkifli, as well as the speakers for today, Professor Abdul Aziz and Datu Hamidun, as well as Sister Andini for the welcome. And I'd like to also acknowledge Sister Aisha Ibrahim for this invitation. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm actually standing in Ghana land here in South Australia. So I've come from South Australia to you. And I'll talk about my perspective on CQ, which is cultural intelligence and Islamization, how society can learn from the Ansar and Muhajirin transactions, as well as the societal impacts that it leaves in terms of building global citizens with cultural intelligence knowledge. So first, just to begin, cultural intelligence, the way that I look at it, it can be defined as social capital by which we interpret unfamiliar cultural norms and paradigms of others to understand their ways of being, doing, and living. This gives the agility to contextualize interactions that celebrate the values, beliefs, and styles of communication of other cultures without obliterating them. Of particular importance is the effectiveness by which we are able to adapt to culturally diverse situations as a result of understanding the other and celebrating those differences as a strength of the individual or the community, often involving cognitive, physical, and emotional components. In the Australian context, for example, the term cultural responsiveness has been used in educational settings instead of cultural intelligence, as it implies an active process of learning that takes place and consequently responding in a manner that incorporates a particular culture's way of being and doing for successful interactions from within. This process requires spending time learning about the other before taking action. Numerous strategies have been implemented within curriculum, for example, to address the needs of Aboriginal culture that situates interactions within their specific cultural frameworks. From within the Islamic context, verse 13, I've heard this being said by the other speakers as well. Verse 13 of Surah Al-Hujurat from the Quran eloquently lays the foundation of cultural responsiveness, in particularly when Allah says that I'm going to just skip the beginning, but this specific area of So this thing about when you analyze this verse, you can identify that culturally responsive behaviors is called for as an active process within this verse of the Quran. Within this, that is a humility of knowing the and honor that is attached to it. All these require cognitive, physical, emotional processes. So how can society learn from the Ansar and the Muhajirin transactions? In order to do that, we have to really unpack what happened between the Muhajirin and the Ansar. I know it's been spoken about by the previous speakers as well, but I will probably hone in a little bit more into that. So historically, Islam has always celebrated differences. Islamic history is replete with examples where different cultural traditions and customs were celebrated and allowed to prosper. The historical hallmark of cultural intelligence or cultural responsiveness is demonstrated in the Pact of Brotherhood created by the Prophet ﷺ between the Muhajirin, the migrants, and the Ansar, who the locals, that solidified a mutually beneficial relationship between them. In deconstructing the Pact of Brotherhood, we observe that the Prophet created a superior system that laid the social, political, economic, and intellectual foundation that would benefit all people residing in Medina. In order to fully comprehend why migration has become such a, like in today's world, such a crisis in current society, and how the Prophet successfully avoided this crisis, it is fundamental to dissect and analyze the beneficial Pact of Brotherhood. Before migration, the early Muslims, people in Mecca, faced constant persecution, being tortured and humiliated by the dominant culture in Mecca. This persecution increased once the Prophet Muhammad's preaching began to be accepted, especially by upper class individuals of society. For example, after Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anh, who a wealthy merchant, became an adherent of Islam, the elders of the Quraysh tribe began to consider the Prophet and Islam as a growing threat on their hierarchical society. This small group of believers were constantly surrounded by enemies and threatened, thus ensuring that they theoretically knew Islam. However, they could not actively practice its teachings. Upon the invitation of the representatives of the 12 important clans of Yathrib, at that time when Medina was called Yathrib, the Prophet ﷺ, over a period of 2 years, prepared the transition to Makkah, establishing various agreements between the tribes in Yathrib that were in conflict or war against each other, consequently establishing peace between these tribes. This preparation was crucial for the relocation of the Muhajirin. This allowed for the Ansar to not fear the Muhajirin, as the Prophet Muhammad had gained the Ansar's trust. The transition from Mecca to Medina over 9 days was vital, as it allowed in the long run for Islam to be established and lived, illustrating that its teachings encompassed politics, economy, social interactions, law, and ritual aspects of life. Prophet Muhammad wanted to find a way to settle the Muhajirin into the local fabric of Yathrib, where they could settle and become one community. His diplomatic focus honed in on creating an alliance or a pact of brotherhood between the Muhajirin and the Ansar to help integrate the Muhajirin, creating a pivotal support system to positively aid all members of society. Historians mention that there were a total of 300 such alliances formed. In the initial assembly, a total of 45 alliances were created, as was mentioned before, and this process continued on. The Prophet paired the Ansar and Muhajirin based on their characters. It was a deliberate effort. It was based on the character, the preferences, and sentiments. For example, there's a precise agreement between Salman al-Farisi and Abu Darda, Mus'ab and Abu Ayyub, Saad and Abdurrahman ibn Auf. As can well be imagined, the Muhajirin would have felt a deep sense of sorrow and loss due to being homesick. The pact of, and this is similar to what you would find a lot of international students feel when they are at the International Islamic University Malaysia, or any other university around the world that they go to in the pursuit of education. The Pact of Brotherhood was established based on mutual economic and psychological support between the Muhajirin and the Ansar people. This Pact of Brotherhood facilitated the process of the Muhajirin being welcomed into the homes of the Ansar with a shared accommodation and belongings. Under the Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, shelter, and security is identified as the basic need of all humans. The Prophet Muhammad ensured this fundamental need was met when he established these partnerships between the Ansar and the Muhajirin. This bond is illustrated in the Quran in verse 9 of Surah Al-Hash, was also mentioned before, where love and preference is demonstrated as commendable qualities within the Ansar towards the Muhajirin. Through this alliance, the Prophet Muhammad combined two different communities with individuals of different temperament into a united group, increasing social cohesion among the Muslims. The Muhajirin were not used to the climate in Medina and struggled with the working conditions initially. In the assembly of announcing the Pact of Brotherhood, the Prophet Muhammad laid the principles that would underpin the alliances between the two communities, stating there would be no discrepancy or discrimination between Muslims from this point onward. Men and women from Ansar and Muhajirin could marry each other if they wished. A black person could marry a white person, and vice versa. There'll be no racism and so on. Rather than breeding social standings and divisions between the Muslims, the Prophet wanted to unite them in a way that made them feel equal. The Pact of Brotherhood represented this alliance that was based on equality, peace, and respect between two individuals whose backgrounds weren't necessarily identical. Amongst the Muhajirin were individuals of high reputation and respectability. These individuals left behind a community where they were recognized and highly reputable to one where nobody knew them, which is similar to what you see a lot of people migrating would be facing. This alliance ensured that each Ansar adopted a Muhajir as a family member, establishing a personal relationship. This relationship removed the alienation that communities often face being exposed to new individuals or environments, and instead ensured that each Muhajir member felt accepted. The Ansar actively assisted the Muhajirin to settle into the host country or host state in this instance, as almost all Muhajirin had lost their possessions when migrating, either by it being forcefully confiscated or used to finance the migration to Medina. Many Ansar took it upon themselves to give their Muhajirin family members half of whatever they possessed. Specifically, this promoted the importance of religion, curated a legal and moral system, and implemented a sense of security, promoting unity within this community. The Muhajirin found a way to earn an income as well as support the Ansar by teaching them about the details of religion that they had previously learned from the Prophet ﷺ. This aspect of brotherhood brought to the fore the good humane qualities of both people who worked side by side to build the community for it to be the shining bright light it became to this day. The skills of the Ansar and Muhajirin were pooled to build a city greater than them that represent the core of Islamic teachings, abandoning fear and uncertainty to one of hope and security. Through this process, mosques were built, reforms instituted, and governed relationships between various clans and hub of life and business, the central marketplace, as well as the central marketplace managed. To better the financial state, the Ansar and Muhajirin had to bring together their skills and knowledge of different areas and train each other. The Ansar were experienced in agriculture and farming, while the Muhajirin were experts in trade and commerce, as they were known to be the kind of people who could change the sand of the desert into gold. The increase of population due to migration and the division of duties opened many opportunities for both of them. Underpinning this alliance was the solidarity of religion. The Ansar and Muhajirin were connected solely on their religious beliefs, regardless of their ancestry, nationality, honor, or wealth. This fundamental religious tie became the foundation of their relationship, which ran deeper than just praying together and eating together. The Ansar were able to extend their cooperation and were sincere in the acceptance of the Muhajirin. This brotherhood contributed to the material welfare of the Muhajirin and the moral prestige of the Ansar. This trust is almost described as a miracle, as each Muslim had no resentment or negative feelings towards the Muhajir counterpart, nor did they question nor was there rejecting alien people arise, demonstrating that community of yours is a single community and I'm your Lord, as Allah talks about in Surah 21, verse 92. The Muhajirin people were thus able to acquire a new, accepting community wherein they were not harassed or judged by their previous positions in the social hierarchy. The Ansar were also able to confidently follow a leader that ensured the previous feuding tribes coexisted harmoniously. There was a formation of a new cultural hybrid that respected and celebrated the other, clearly demonstrating cultural responsiveness or adaptability between the two. So what are some of the societal impacts that it leaves in terms of building global citizens with the cultural intelligence knowledge? With cultural responsiveness or cultural intelligence, it is possible to socially integrate societies, allowing the future elimination of, say, things like migration crisis or humiliation of a people forced to flee their home country as a result of, say, war, political asylum, or voluntarily in pursuit of education, family reunion, or other reasons. Often we find that people who migrate to other countries, whether it be temporarily or permanently, are subjected to differential treatment or neglected in the host countries, unfortunately. The superior system that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ put into place between Muhajirin and the Ansar can be utilized in reducing displacement of individuals in any country, thereby reducing isolation and allowing for speedy integration into the host country. It allows for people to be contributing individuals in ways that builds the economy and the social landscape. Often we find that that locals resent the migrants, accusing them of taking their jobs, increasing prices of housing, or threatening the host country's lifestyle or way of living. The media notoriously fuels this fear and resentment by how it reports news, unfortunately. This was illustrated by the various migration patterns witnessed that pitches the people of one nation against the other. For example, in Australia, many migrants have been placed in immigration detention facilities, whereby they wait for a grueling process of paperwork and questioning regarding their authenticity. Some even being deported back, forcing them to be confronted with the persecution they originally fled. The people seeking asylum are perceived as a burden in a lot of ways, including economically. Evidently, this process needs to be reconsidered. The successful process of the Pact of Brotherhood in Medina that the Rasul Salam had put into place illustrates as cultural responsiveness or cultural intelligence lends to successful social integration without the host country feeling the burden that migrants come with. This, however, does require an active process between both the locals and the migrants in getting to know one another and allowing for the fluidity of cultural interchange. Today's migrants should be granted really the freedom to stay in clean, safer environments instead of detention camps, ensuring that they feel more accepted and safer, similar to the way that the Muhajirin were invited into the homes of the Ansar. Clearly, it is not possible to invite each individual migrant into the homes of current hosting countries. However, creating government homes or safer camps that allows migrants freedom and promote a relationship between migrants and the current society is certainly possible through cultural responsiveness. For those who manage to succeed in becoming a resident of the host country, it is vital to incorporate them into a safer system, such as the rights that citizens are given, which include healthcare rights, protection under the government, and so on. Therefore, implementing such similar rights at the Pact of Brotherhood as that of the Medinian society had in early historical context included would ensure that migrants were treated as first-class citizens in receiving country, reducing racism and bias, and fostering better quality of life. Thank you so much.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much, Dr. Nada Ibrahim, for all the things you have been mentioning and explaining. It's really interesting. So yeah, now we are going to have a Q&A session, and I read that the question that I have been mentioned before after Dato. So it was mentioned here, as explained by Imam Zakir Ahmed in the previous session. We discussed about Prophet Muhammad SAW can be considered as refugee based on his migration due to religious persecution. Thus, the Muhajirin can be considered as refugees, and the Ansar as host community. The Zionists first arrived in Palestine as refugees, like just now I mentioned. So the things and the history had recorded that the migration even had been disastrous for the native Palestinians. Question to all the panelists actually. Is it wise and desirable in today's context we are talking about nowadays to emulate all the embracing, welcoming, open the door policy with regard to refugee, following the Ansar's example, like Ansar open the doors and Muhajirin come. So considering how Zionist refugee come to the dominate in life in occupied Palestine, even to the extent of expelling native Palestinians from their own homes. So another kind of question, so what kind of safeguard, maybe if you want to open the doors, so what kind of the safeguard and measure can be placed by Muslim countries to ensure the disaster of the Zionist refugee migration into Palestine is not repeat again? So maybe I will give the time to all the panelists who wants to start the answer. I think just now Dato Hamid don't want to answer. I see in the Q&A chat. Yes, please, Dato. It's quite interesting because it's really happening. I'm also questioning in my mind how we face this kind of thing. We want to practice, we want to adopt the things that the Ansar doing in the previous time, but the situation is really different. So how we face this kind of thing? Yes, please.
Okay, the question. Thank you very much for the question, brother, and it's very interesting. If you, but don't ask in the public session with the Malaysians, because the Malayus are very sensitive about this. When you say Rasulullah is a refugee, no, that is wrong, because hijrah is not fleeing from Makkah refuge. They refuse to accept that. They look more that it is a command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You should transfer from this balad of who does not sympathize with you, go to the other balad, to other country who is have the Ansar there. But anyway, whatever it is not going to the polemic of that. The idea is that about Israel. I'm asking you back, are the Israelis, the Jews, refugees? Right? This is one thing that we have to answer. And the state of Israel was created and purposely taken to be there, right smack dab center of the Middle East. Perhaps you might have to read the letters of can't remember his name now. He was in the colonial office of the UK, and after 100 years or 150 years, all the papers are out now. The journals of one what they call it, a colonial officer was given the permission. This is in the 1800s. Was given permission. This is before the Lawrence of Arabia thing, you know. So it was given the permission to spend 3 full years in the Arab world, and Taqammasa as a Muslim, he pronounced that he became a Muslim, so he can travel in all the Arab world. And when he came out, he has this plan. Right? He has this plan written for the Chancellor for the Foreign Office of the British Foreign Office. And among the plan, apart from taking over the resources of the Muslim world and creating or creating divisions in them, and promoting the mazhab, that is the sect that will make a problem that can divide the Muslim people. Among them is to insert among the Muslim countries a non-Muslim country or non-Muslim area. So among the first thing that they do is to have this Israel as a state. Why can't Israel be in other very close thing to them as well? Why can't into a bigger country, right? Why not in Syria? So there is the historical claim that this was the Temple of Solomon there, and so on and so forth. So the whole idea, if we look that even the Hasidim, the Jews, the Orthodox Jews now are saying that no, as far as the Talmud is concerned, the people of Israel will have the mosque as in their own home, right? And they don't need the country. These are the Orthodox Jews. That whoever holds Israel as the government, as long as they can pray in their house and practice their economic activities and practice their ruling of Sabbath and so on, then that's enough. It is the Zionists, right? As far as writings are concerned, it is the Zionists who are planning to have this country, and not the borders of Israel. The borders of Zion is not only the country Israel. You look at the conspiracy theory, the borders of Israel is basically including part of Egypt, the Hijaz, and also the Banu Tamim area, the eastern part, and also Iraq, and so on and so forth. But there is in the future, perhaps they want to try to do it, and that's why, according to people like Noam Chomsky, this hegemony of the superpower, and there is a taste of the feeling that people are trying to get into World War III, right? In the currency aspect, there is already World War III, but in the physical aspect, not yet that. So Israel, you want to say refugee country? They are refugee, perhaps refugee there in Europe, but to be defined as a country there, it is not that. It is more of an occupation. Why? Because they move in by military force. The Jordanian Malik is just left to be the custodian of Masjid al-Aqsa, and even now Prince Salman is contending that to become the guardian of the 3 holy places. So this is also another problem. But Israel was set up, and they know that they're going to put their people inside there to live as citizens, right? And they train the people in kibbutz. So every settlement is called kibbutz. Do you know where is the first kibbutz? And this first kibbutz was being set up in the late 1940s. When I visited Erbil, north of Iraq, in what they call it, what's done? Who live in the north of Iraq? Erbil area. Abdul Wahid is
Kurdi, Akrad.
the Kurdistan, right? A brother brought me around. He said, "Look, brother, behind that hill, 2 or 3 hills after that, there is the first kibbutz, the first settlement where the Jews from Europe are being trained how to live in the settlement and how to expand in agriculture, in farm, and so on and so forth." So it is not something that you run away because of something, because of your force, you be skilled and so on and so forth. The Holocaust is something else that is done. But after the war, they no need to run. So this is the thing. So the state was created in order to displace and to destabilize the Muslim world, right? And to try to get over that one world government ruled by the Zionists. This is the responsibility. So I can't accept that the Israelis are refugees. Not all of them. The Falasha Jews might be refugees, but they are not. They are second class or third class citizens in Israel as well. Thank you very much.
Can I just add one thing, sister?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, in fact, I said I will come back and talk about spirituality and intercultural understanding, intelligence. Yeah, there is a question in the chat now. It says, what is the relation between the text and the act, between the Islamic sources and the behavior of its followers? The answer to this question may shed light. Okay, so that's my second intervention in this session here. That's exactly what we need to address. Because when we look at the model of Muhajirun and Ansar, they managed to provide us with a good, realistic example. And they succeeded in that way. They give us a great example of good community, of people who differ and they come to common terms, of people who respect others. All these values are there. Now, let me just move you from this theoretical to the practical. But there is one ayah in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Muhammadun Rasulullahi, والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم ترهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا. Muhammad is the messenger of God, and his followers are very strong when it comes to dealing with their enemies. But when it comes to themselves, are ruhama'u bainahum, very kind to one another. Now, this is a very great spiritual value. Where is this value missing in our life? So if we answer this formula of we are strong towards others, strength here, strength in this ayah is not only the physical, the power strength, no. It is the strength of knowledge, the strength of science, the strength of technology, the strength of economy, the strength of united society. They are strong against your enemies, but not in that just physical sense, but in the sense of civilization, a sense of strong civilization. And ruhama'u bainahum. I'll give you an example. Now, I just want to explain to you how spirituality comes in to cultural intelligence. Give you example from the Sahaba. Now, Abu Bakr, you remember, I think those who study Islam and Sirah, they will remember that one time Abu Dharr al-Ghifari, who is a Sahabi, one time Shaitan, I think, whispered to him, and then he said to Bilal ibn Rabah, who is a Sahabi, he told him and say, you are the son of a black woman. And when he said that, because what he said is against the whole teachings of Islam, is against the equality among people, it's against dignifying people. Then suddenly, just in a short while, Bilal realized, and then he bowed down and he put his face on the ground, and he told Bilal, please put your leg on my face to repent from what he did. Who made Abu Dharr react this way? Another example, you know, Umar ibn al-Khattab was a great caliph of Islam, a great caliph. And you know, Khalid ibn al-Walid was also a great leader. I'm talking about leadership, how spirituality deals with leadership. Khalid was the general of the Muslim army to the extent that he was very powerful. But in one moment, Umar ibn al-Khattab as a Khalifa saw the wisdom of asking him to resign from the military. So Khalid ibn al-Walid did not say, no, I have a military, I have a great power, I am a general, I will not resign, I can do this and this. You know what Khalid say? Sam'an wa ta'ah. I follow you, ya Umar. Before this, I was the general. Now I'm going to serve in the army as a simple soldier. Another example, there was one woman called Al-Ghamidiyah. In the history of Islam, it was related in many tafsir books. This Al-Ghamidiyah, for some reasons, committed adultery. And then when she committed that, if anything in our time here, many people, even including Muslims, they commit these things, what they will do, they will hide. They will never talk about it. But that woman came out and went to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam openly in front of the Sahaba and told the Prophet, Ya Rasulullah, I committed this. Apply the hukum on me. Then Rasulullah treated her nicely. The story is long. I don't want to take a long time. Other example, you know, Umar ibn al-Khattab one day said, if an animal fall in Iraq, he was saying, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ask me hereafter, why, ya Umar, you did not remove the rock, or you did not pave the way so that this animal will not fall. You know, this Khalifa of Muslims thinking about animals, not only about people. Umar ibn al-Khattab, when he was walking in Medina and he saw a Jew, was a poor person in Medina, and he was lying there, nobody taking care of him, he came and he asked about him, and they told him this is a Jew, and he told the people, go and get for him food, go and take care of him, go. Who made our Sahaba think this way? It's not only the cultural intelligence, because cultural intelligence is, you know, other cultures, you respect them, you have the way how you deal with them, you treat them, you respect their peculiarities. But there is something more than that in the Islamic, which is spirituality. It is the spirituality that made Sahaba able to give all this. It is spirituality of Islam that made Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he conquered Mecca and with 10,000 soldiers, and he came back to the people who destroyed him, who threw him out, who threw the Sahaba, and he told them, go, you are free. اذهبوا فأنتم الطلقاء. It is this faith and spirituality that made Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he went to Ta'if, and they beat him in Ta'if, and then Jibreel alayhi salam came down and told him, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala send me to you now, just order. I will put the two mountains and I will finish them. You know what Rasul said? Rasul said, no, ya Jibreel, no, I don't want that. Let them, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bring from their own children great believers and great mu'minun. It is this spirituality and this spiritual understanding and faith that creates great cultural understanding. That's what we want to groom. That's where we need to do tarbiyah. That's what is missing in many of our actions between the ideals of Islam and the practice. So it needs tarbiyah imaniya, tarbiyah ruhiyah. It needs a university like IIUM to transform the minds of people, the personalities of people, to bring back the sense of unity between what we believe and what we read in the Quran and what we do down there. So brothers and sisters, when it comes to intercultural intelligence, I want you to understand that intercultural intelligence differs from society to society, from community to community. If you are in a multi-religious and multiracial society like Malaysia, the cultural intelligence will be much more difficult than when you are in 100 Muslim community like Saudi Arabia or like others, and if you are in a minority country, Muslims in America or Muslims in Japan or China or India, the cultural intelligence there will be very difficult because of the context, because of the community. That's why in Malaysia, for example, your sister asked me the first question. You say, I lived here for long and you want me to tell you about my experience in Malaysia and how I survived all these things 26 years in Malaysia. So now I answer your question after I give the framework, I give the examples. Now the answer to your question in 2 minutes. Now, our cultural intelligence as Muslim will depend heavily. There are many factors, but will depend heavily on our spirituality. The level of our iman, the level of our spirituality, the level of our understanding of our mission as Khalifatullah, or as just a citizen, or just, I give you what the Sahaba, what the Rasul did, is he transformed people from the mind and mentality and culture of a tribe to a culture of an ummah, to a culture of rahmatan lil alameen. So they become very resilient, very strong in their understanding, in their faith, in their iman, in their understanding of their mission. They moved from the idea of just a simple person living and praying to a level of a Khalifatullah. Khalifatullah means you have responsibility towards the ummah, towards humanity. Means if a non-Muslim suffer from humanity grounds, you are the first one to go and help him, to care about him, to serve him. So, sister, here I see from my experience in IIUM in Malaysia that I can tell you frankly and openly that compared to many other Muslim countries, that level of intercultural and intelligence is really giving us a good example. So you see the levels, because we want to move people from the tribal mind to the ummatic mind and to the rahmatan lil alamin mind. I think our university is trying its best to do that model, and that's where we are struggling in our curriculum, in our academic programs, in our co-curricula, to provide that environment where people can understand that we have a mission and a job, a responsibility beyond. We can serve our nation, build our nation, take care of our culture, of our heritage, but as Muslims, we have that step forward of ummah, that step forward of rahmatan lil alamin. I end by saying that in order to enhance our cultural intelligence, we need to deal with spiritual intelligence, or you call it whatever thing, but I call it faith-based spirituality that creates in you the universal man, the intercultural man, the tolerance man, the respect man, the honor man, and all these things created by this culture of spirituality. So at the global level, I can say that the model of Muhajirun and Ansar can help us to enhance our moral and spiritual excellence, emotional intelligence, cultural intelligence, social responsibility intelligence or social intelligence, and also leadership and excellence intelligence. With this, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
This is
salam.
my second round.
Thank you so much, Prof. You really answered our question, especially I heard one of the, maybe this is just like kiasan as what you have answered, like as-salatu say'un wal khushu'u say'un nahar. We have the cultural intelligence, but we also must have the what we say it by spirituality, the level of iman. Like we do a salah, but we don't have a khushu', then we haven't reached the level of spirituality. So maybe another one question I would like to deliver to Dr. Nada Ibrahim. This is also from Brother Kamil Amir. What kind of safeguard or measure can be placed by Muslim countries to ensure the disaster of Zionist refugees migration into Palestine is not repeated again? Maybe this is a sample to another country also. What kind of the safeguard that we could prepare to avoid this kind of things? Dr. Nada, maybe you can answer the question.
Thank you so much for the question. It is a complicated one because when you're looking at systems and governments and so on, often it's not in the control of people. You know, there are certain leaders that have a certain agenda, political agenda that they have, and they, whatever systems they put in place is to implement that agenda that they have. And so if you're looking at, and you're saying, if I can understand you correctly, you're saying the question that was raised is about to avoid disaster like how with the Palestinian kind of example. What you're saying? Is that right? I can't hear you, sorry. Sorry, I can't hear you. You are muted.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah, what happened to Palestine right now is something, yeah, it's war. I don't know, some of the ulama said it will not end until we face the akhirah. But actually, seeing to this situation, so what kind of, maybe from ourselves, from us, the citizen, we can say to the government, so what kind of the safeguard that we can give the opinion, I mean, to the government.
Thank you for that. Like I said, it is quite a complicated one because, I mean, it's been how many, more than 70 years of war and displacement, because that is a lot related to some other governments and what their agenda is and political agenda and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is like a lot of us are silent on what, you know, and when you look at it from a historical perspective, you look at, say, during the time of Umar ibn Khattab, for example, when he came to take the keys of Jerusalem. And one of the things that he mentioned was that in essence for us, it is, you know, that it is kind of like the litmus test of spirituality for Muslims. Palestine is considered as being that. That was one of the things that was made quite clear, that when we honor our faith, that was one of the things that you find that why you know, Jerusalem was brought back to us. But and I think this is something that can be contested, where a lot of countries look at it a bit differently, where it is something where people are like, no, it has nothing to do with that. Others would say, no, it is a political issue. So there are a number of complex factors that go on to show, you know, to kind of like, you know, make on how we view the issue of Palestine. But in order, when you look at, say, for example, if we go back to see what happened during the time of the Rasul in Medina, when they had the Jews that were living in Medina, there was a constitution in Medina that really spelt out the relationship between the different parties. So it was quite clear. It was made very clear about what's going to be happening with the tribes, what's happening with the people from different faith backgrounds, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of complexities that comes into play when we look at the issue of Palestine. It is something that is not a clear-cut question. However, we as Muslims, when we have, say, the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that says, if you see something that is wrong, you're supposed to correct it with your hand. If not with your hand, then with speech. If not with your speech, then in your heart. And that's the weakest of Iman. And often we are quite silent when we and also when we look at some of the other hadiths of the Prophet ﷺ that says that the ummah is like a building. If one of the pillars is falling apart, the whole building falls apart. So we have to really be asking ourselves the questions as in, like, what are we doing? What are we actively doing in the process of trying to secure the rights of a group of people who are being prosecuted, who are being marginalized, and so on and so forth. When we see this in, say, even when you are looking at, as an example, if you're looking at countries where Muslims are minorities, often you find the narrative in the media about marginalizing them further, stereotyping them further, and it kind of like allows, when the leaders and the media have that narrative, it kind of gives permission to the people to do the same thing. And unfortunately, this is the thing that we see time and time again. So for instance, if I give you an example of here living in Australia, for example, it had to be that the Muslim community had to put into place a think tank, that a media think tank that went in and spoke about these issues of stereotyping or marginalizing that was happening to the Muslims in the Australian community, because here we are Australian citizens but being treated differently. So one of the things that had to happen was for us to actively be lobbying, actively be participating, whether it be politically, legally, or what have you. And so I think this calls for, the issue of Palestine really calls for the marginalization and so on, or the lands being taken away, whatever. It really calls for a global action. It cannot be something that just gets done individually. It is a global action that needs to be taken by different governments where humanity is taken into consideration. I'll give you an example of what had happened with Afghanistan. When this stuff happened in Afghanistan recently, the whole world acted. The whole world took action, to ensure the rights of the people of Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. We don't see the same thing happening with other people. So I feel like, I'm not answering your question, but I feel it's such a complex thing, and it can't be, just answered just in a simple, 5 minutes conversation. I feel like it's more to it than that. And I don't know how the other speakers feel about that, but that's how I feel about this whole issue.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, when we are talking about the disaster, what happened in Islamic countries, then we will come to the long discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. Nada Ibrahim, for the answer. So last but not least, I think, we come to the end, but let me read one of the question from Honorable Respectable Tan Sri. Actually, Tan Sri, come back to what Dr. Dato' Hamidan said, that Muslims today are inward looking. I am not wrong. I think inward, this is why and what we do to change this. I think this is for Dato' Hamidan. Yes, Dato'.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, the point is that because perhaps, Alhamdulillah, Allah gave me the opportunity to basically, I had not visited South America in terms of continents. The rest, Alhamdulillah, people might condemn UAE, people might criticize, but I always told them, as far as I'm concerned, UAE has given me the opportunity to travel to a lot of areas, a lot of country on its budget. So Alhamdulillah. But the point is that meeting the rest of the people, we have students from Australia, we met people in Australia. I even met this, a guy was playing Digeradu, right, on the streets in Sydney. And I sat down by him, listened to him. Then I had a 15 minutes talk about him, about the dreamland, right? And mashallah, it was eye-opening. That's another part of spirituality that we have to go in. In the dreamland, I can smell water. And sweat down there, it perhaps be 1 kilometer, but in the dreamland, I am together with nature, I can smell the water. So these are the things that we might have lost before, right? This is part of the story like the Tan Sri Zul mentioned in his adjunct professor talk a long time ago in IIUM about the Indians in the Indians in the Amazon who can call the wind. But anyway, what should we do? Alhamdulillah, we have started in IIUM that we are going to present to our students that since you are the Khalifa, you're going out to be the new leaders of the Muslim Ummah. And that was the reason for our university anyway, to bring out a new generation of Muslim leaders who are at home in the modern world, yet deeply rooted in their Islamic teaching, Islamic worldview. This is what we want. And so you can see that among our alumni, there is that already. But we want to produce a more aggressive sort of leadership. So this inward looking has got to go. So that's why when we were teaching, when I'm teaching this MPU subject, the what they call it, the hubungan etnik di Malaysia, the first question I ask is that, how many of you 100% Malay? Put up your hand. So they put up the hand. How many of you, the father and mother, 100% Malay? And then one guy asked, my mother is a Javanese. Is she considered Malay? I push it to the class. Half of them say Malay, half of them say not. I said, let's go and read the history. So when you look at the history, you find that in the DNA of the Malays, 3,000 of them as sample done by UKM DNA mitochondrial identification, they said of the 3,000 in Klang Valley, which was the sample, all right, 30% of the mitochondrial indicator are shared with the Orang Asli, especially the Jakun and the Tamiar. So any Malay in Klang Valley will have this Proto-Malay DNA. So you look some more, and then you go to the research of Shanghai University, Singapore, I think it's the National University of Singapore, and MU, which is a bigger sampling. They found that we share DNA with the Ainu of Hokkaido, with the Orang Asli of Taiwan, with a lot of areas, right? So what do you mean by Malay, right? So because of this concept of Malay things, we tend to be inward looking, saying, and then especially when the Malay become Islam, all right, Muslim, and then we equate Malay Muslim, a Malay who is not Muslim is not a Malay, and this sort of thing, and then we see ourselves as we are the best, and the rest are not that good, forgetting that the Chinese were Muslim long before us, all right? So we do, because of the way we look at our culture, the way we look at our own identification, sometimes we are not clear of who are the Malays and who are our identification, and because of that, we tend to see inside ourselves, and the impact, brothers and sisters, the impact. Look at the number of people who become Muslim in Singapore, with how many percent Muslim only, and look at the number of people who became Muslim in Malaysia. And those who become Muslim in Malaysia are the da'wah done by the Muslim or da'wah done by the reverts. So these are among the things we have to look at. And because of that, we want to open up our students that in order to create, to be the Rahmatul, the Khalifa of the future, I mean, our good people of our Nusantara, our good aspect is that we are cool people. We don't react that quickly. We think first of what will happen. So this is part of our psyche of the Nusantara people. So this is the thing. We have to open up their minds to be more exclusive, to be more, not exclusive, to be more inclusive. So inshallah, after the COVID era, even during now, we can already have classes whereby we put in this globalization and the roles of Muslim in the global arena, and the roles of Muslim in the coming more connected technologically of the world, the whole world later on. What role can they play? But first we must psyche them to have that identity of the global ummatic Muslim. regardless whether they are Jawa, Bugis, or anything, right? Or Indonesia, Madura, Solo, and so on and so forth. Regardless of that, we need to have that. Then only the other ummah, when they look at us, someone from the Arab world, someone from Africa, I consider myself African as well. So because of 9 years there, right, living there in that desert. So when they look at all this, they find that, mashallah, they say, oh God, this is cool, the akhlaq is the same, and then the way they think is about the same, and the attitude is, they're always trying to facilitate, not to stop, to close, but to facilitate, to help, and so on and so forth. So I think with that, after I see that if we go for this in IUM all the time, within inshallah 3 years, we can have the first cohort, maybe about 30% of them will have this leadership. But after 6 years, we might have about 50% of IIM graduates that have this leadership quality, like Dr. Nada and Sister Adiri. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, I know I'm taking too much time, but let me give some time. I think this is the last. Again, I say I apologize to the committee. I want to give time to Dr. Nada because she wants to answer a bit. She will make it short to the question that asked by Tan Sri. Yes, Dr. Nada, you have maybe like 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And thank you for accommodating that. I wanted to just add to what Ustaz Hamidun has said, just to illustrate some of the things that we do over here. Like one of the things that just last week we did this thing about how do we develop the relationships between the first people of Australia, who are the Aboriginal people, and the Muslims, for example. So there's 2 or 3 things that we've done. One is we joined a natural trail to go with them, walk the land, for them to show us like how do they read the land, and through doing that we are participating in a spiritual interchange between us, and where we can share how we view the land and how they view the land, and through that process really be able to understand how them as the custodians of the land, the Australian land, how do they custodians view the land, how do they look at it. Like there's a place here in South Australia called the Marialta Falls. We went on a 2-hour walk, and he was Professor Rabina was who is part of the Education Futures here in UniSA. He walked with us and he was telling us about what does each of this part mean, what does it mean to the ancestors, so on and so forth. Through that interaction, we're able to build a relationship. It's a walking relationship. It's one where we are directly interacting. He's also teaching us how can we be using landmarks and so on and so forth in the classrooms. And so one of the things that I remember an organization that I used to work with before, they put like grant applications on social cohesion. And part of that process was where initially before that, there was a bit of tension that started to happen between the young Aboriginal people towards the Muslims, because they were feeling this sense of like, the Muslims are taking on some of the benefits that they should be entitled to. And so we found that the way to break down those barriers that were happening, or those divisions, was to actually create a relationship. So we worked with them together, and we established a relationship where we went camping together. We went on, they were doing talks, we were doing, like this interchange of culture. When we started to do that, it started to disintegrate that sense of negativity that a lot of the Aboriginal young people were feeling towards the Muslims, as well as at the same time, it was for the Muslims to understand the people who, where Muslims had quite a bit of impact with the Afghan Kamaliyas, say, within the Australian landscape. So it was a way of doing that exchange of culture. And when I look at my own work, my expertise is in the field of domestic and family violence. I actually work with an Aboriginal elder in developing a framework of some of the programs on, the victims of domestic violence, as well as like, say, upskilling Muslim leaders and imams on domestic violence. We work with them. So I work with them quite closely to look at what kind of framework do they have that we can utilize. So this exchange of culture between us helps us to build a relationship and helps us to be outward rather than inward. So there's this cultural inclusivity that happens as a result. And I find that it has broken down a lot of barriers between us. And it is actually also a model that a lot of others want to utilize as well.
Very interesting, mashallah.
We work really, really well. So that was something that I just really wanted to share on how successful it's been in, that intercultural exchange that we've had. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nada. All right, then I think we are coming to the end of this session. So having the cultural intelligence that we must have the ability to appreciate and to deal many things with the things in other culture. So also it mentioned like we cannot only have a cultural intelligence, but we must also have a spirituality, because it completes the ability of cultural intelligence. I think this is my closing statement. All right, the VIPs, respectable panelists, distinguished attendants, ladies and gentlemen, and we come to the end of this presentation. And here we would like to thanks again so much, Jazakumullah khairal jaza, ahsanal jaza, for all the panelists for their valuable, informative, interesting talk. I'm really getting many things from this program, and to the audience for the active participation. Hopefully all the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. So before I close, I think because I'm from Unida Gontor, then I would like to deliver some warm regard to all of you, especially to Tan Sri Zul Rajab from Prof. Hamid, from our rector. He cannot attend because he has some meeting, but he wish he could join another program. And to all the IUM family, thank you so much. I'm really apologize for many shortcomings during this session, and I'm as a moderator. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Thank you, Andin. Thank you very much. Well, second discourse done, alhamdulillah. And CQ
Tapi tak
and
cukup lah, Puan.
Macam mana?
Tak cukup.
Tak cukup. Well, we are going to have more. I mean, there will be another one last discourse afterwards. So hopefully it's enough for today dulu ya, Datuk. Okay, so well, we have done with CQ and spirituality for global citizenship, lessons from the Ansar and Muhajirin. Indeed, to me, frankly, we've learned a lot on the significance of hijrah. Significance of hijrah and the development of the community based on cooperation, solidarity, and charitableness done by the Ansar to the Muhajirin, which resulted from this brotherhood of Ansar and Muhajirin. And my take here is it was actually a real beginning or the real emergence of Islam. Wallahu a'lam, And ladies and gentlemen, I feel also very interesting to refresh. I mean, having some sort of refresher course to the stories of the Sahaba, especially when Prof. Aziz told us the story of one of the Sahaba. Just recall me, just recall my childhood time when my grandparents actually told us the stories before. That was actually our bedtime story for your information. But by the way, so and the sacrifice of the Sahaba, actually that left us with the complete way of life, inshallah. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, again, we thank Miss Andin, and hopefully this is not too late for us all to wish her selamat pengantin baru.
Oh, Masya Allah, selamat pengantin baru.
And Prof. Aziz, not pengantin baru tu, you lah Prof, of course. Prof. Aziz, Dr. Hamidun, and Dr. Nada, thank you for being with us. And yeah, we are going to meet again for the last session of the discourse at 2:30. Yeah, and take care, everyone. Stay safe. Inshallah, we'll meet again. Yeah, Tan Sri. So we'll stop here, Tan Sri. We'll meet again 2:30, inshallah. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Terima
It's time
kasih.
for lunch already here in Kuala Lumpur. So enjoy your lunch. Stay safe, everyone. We'll meet again. Alhamdulillah,
Okay, thank
inshallah.
you. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, mashallah.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
impressive accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. Provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
impressive accomplishments.
Recognize this frontline.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenapasi oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Assalamualaikum, Ambassador Sazali and Ms. Wong.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for being here. Ambassador, welcome back to Malaysia.
Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, okay, we have the three speakers with us. Ms. Mona can't make it. She had some emergency, so she has to pull out. She sent her regards. Speaker. Okay. Brother Amel, what time is it over there?
8:23 actually. In the morning. Can you hear me?
Hold on, we're just setting our MC's, our moderator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
All right.
Waalaikumsalam.
Tapi when I Assalamualaikum everyone. Can you all listen to me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We have 1 more minute before we start. So hopefully you can all listen to me clearly. And we are going to let more participants to join us, yeah? There's another minute. We really start. Please. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is 2:30 Malaysian 2:30 p.m. Malaysian time, yeah. And again, I wish you to just check on your platform that we are now on the platform for the cultural intelligence CQ, the case of Ansar and Muhajirin webinar. All right, and now we are in our PM session, and a PM session, or I would say the third discourse or the final discourse today, with the topic of cultural diplomacy for global relevance and citizenship. All right, and the moderator of this session is Associate Professor Dr. Faiza Idrus from the Kuliah of Education, IIUM. She's online now, and she is none other but our leader of IIUM CQ research team. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also grateful to also announce that the lineup of panelists to discuss on this topic are His Excellency Ambassador Sazali bin Mustafa Kamal, the ambassador of Embassy of Malaysia in Ankara, who is online. I can see him, and Mr. Amil Kovacevic, all right, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the United Bank of Albania, also former Bosnian ambassador to China. And also, I just would like to add here, the alumni of IIUM. All right. Okay. So we are glad that you can join us today, Mr. Amir. We also have with us another representative of our country in Vietnam, who is Miss Wong Chia Chien, Consul General of Malaysia in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Okay. All right. And we should also have Ms. Muna Abu Sulaiman, the UN Development Program Goodwill Ambassador, who is also a journalist and businesswoman. However, she is unable to join us this afternoon for an unforeseen circumstance, but we hope that she is doing well and get to join us in our next program. And that means that the other panelists will have more space, yeah, for you to share your thoughts. All right. So I think without further ado, I will now pass the platform to Associate Professor Dr. Faiza to conduct the discourse with the rest of the panelists. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Sharizad. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. And a very good afternoon to all my brothers and sisters. I hope Professor Tan Sri is also already in. Okay, so welcome to our third discourse and final discourse for this afternoon. And the topic, as was mentioned by Madam Sharizad, is cultural diplomacy for global relevance and citizenship. And before I called on our panelists for today, let me just briefly read on a little bit about what is cultural diplomacy. So according to Institute for Cultural Diplomacy may be described, or best be described, as a course of actions which are based on and utilize the exchange of ideas, values, traditions, and other aspects of culture or identity, whether to strengthen relationships, enhance socio-cultural cooperation, promote national interest, and beyond. Whilst global relevance is the characteristics of a standard through which it can be used or implemented as broadly as possible by affected industries and other stakeholders in markets or universities around the world. So that's a little bit of the definition. And our panelists are all ready. And since we have 3 panelists for today, and for your information, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, from the morning until now, all the panelists are our alumni of IIUM. We are very proud. They have come back and speak around their own expertise. And to begin with, we have, first of all, we have His Excellency Sazali Mustafa Kamal, who is, I will read a little bit on his bio data. His academic qualification, he obtained his BA Political Science from IIUM. Year was not stated here, so I don't know which year that was. Probably His Excellency will tell us a little bit about your own experience later on. And he also obtained his MA from University of London, United Kingdom, and Diploma in Public Administration from Intan. And there are a lot of, it's a long list of achievement. First of all, he was appointed as diplomatic and administrative in the Public Service Department Malaysia beginning 2000, and at present he is the ambassador of Malaysia to the Republic of Turkey. And I think I'm going to just read one bio first, and then I will pass it on to the speaker. and the speaker will have about 30 minutes. So we have ample time. Okay, so there are only 3 of us. We have ample time today, this afternoon. So Ambassador Sazali, so my question to you is, this is a very generic question. From your own experience with people of varied backgrounds, what are your own approaches to cultural diplomacy, and how do you connect this approach to global citizenship? Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faiza Idris, moderator for today. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Guest panelists, Mr. Amel Kovacevic, Siti Mongsha Chen, my colleague in Ho Chi Minh, of course, Madam Siti Aisha Ibrahim, who kindly organized the whole thing for me. The question that you pose is actually a very, very broad one. The list of biodata is just my career path throughout the year, so I think it's too elaborate anyways sometimes. Well, the question that you mentioned, you asked just now, what are the approaches to diplomatic, actually cultural diplomacy, and how you apply this on global citizenship? Well, to me, as a pragmatist to diplomacy, I believe there are only 2 approaches that I would use: pragmatism and cultural sensitivity. No doubt, these 2 seem to be a bit broad or maybe general, but I think as a practitioner to diplomacy, you have to be pragmatic about it. Throughout my career as a diplomat, I have been posted to a few posts, and those posts seem to be seems to have put me in a different path, different challenges with different cultural background. I've been to the Middle East, Southeast Asia, of course, in North America, and again, somewhere in Central America at my current post today. So each one has different challenges, and they have brought me to a point where I have to engage with different characters, different personalities, and different culture. All too often, I think we tend to be overgeneralized with the idea that cultural diplomacy is something insignificant. I have to rebut that. That's not true. I think cultural diplomacy, or cultural intelligence in this case, is a very pertinent issue, especially when you start your career, if you want to be an international citizen or a global citizen for that matter. I'll give you a hint. The real challenge to CQ is cultural intelligence and cultural diplomacy is actually to effectively communicate and understand the culture so that you can achieve success in your career path, regardless of whether you are a business person or a government official like me, or even an academic who is currently teaching overseas. In all these spheres, cultural diplomacy plays an important role, hence what academics would call international relations. While international relations is much more academic in nature, cultural diplomacy or cultural intelligence is much more specific or tailored to a particular segment. But understanding culture is the first step when you are engaging different communities. It's not something easy. I'll give some hints later on, but let me just give a hint on how we usually conduct ourselves overseas. The moment you approach a post, you usually find yourself in an environment which is different than what it is Malaysia. Although Malaysians by nature, we are culturally diverse, we have intrinsically embedded, engaged different culture, with our Chinese community, with Indian community, we have that inside us of the idea of cultural diversity. Then when you reach an overseas post, one of the first things that you will notice is that the environment has changed differently. People don't speak the same language as you do. And sometimes, most of the time, you don't even understand what they're speaking to you. So this is one of the first things that you have to really engage. you have to confront this environment, this new environment, or you can either shy away. You can't shy away in my case, and I'm sure my colleague, Ms. Wong Chia Chen, has the same experience. You can't shy away. So what do you do next is basically try to understand the culture and try the best to compromise between what you are, who you are, and where you are at. I've been to different posts before. I've been at United Nations between 2012 to 2015. I was before posted with a peacekeeping operation somewhere in Southeast Asia. And I've also been posted to different countries in the Middle East and to where I am now. So each post has given me many different exposure in engaging different culture. The most diverse experience I had was at the United Nations, where I have to really engage 193 countries officials simultaneously. So we work as a team at the mission. And of course, we have a mission. This diversity at the United Nations is, I think, the most profound in our career path. So the good thing about when you are faced with so many cultural differences at the United Nations, you tend to focus on a generic term, and that is cooperation. Now, we understand this in terms of language as not something that is, give and take, try to understand one another, and try to achieve an objective together. That is cooperation at the United Nations. And the United Nations is a huge organization. Sometimes when you engage countries, they don't actually, they may not be so receptive. A lot of the times cooperation is achieved, and there are divergent views, especially through experience and governmental processes that they have. It's not something easy. It's not something easy. When I was posted with a peacekeeping operation somewhere in Southeast Asia, that cultural engagement that I have was much more, how do I put it? It's much more personal, close. The location I was posted on had an ongoing conflict. So I was there as a civilian official, trying to understand what is the dynamic of the conflict. In a modern conflict, the multidimensionalism is there. And the people is the most important thing. Trying to understand the people is the most important thing. Culture certainly play an important role to gain trust. And this is where you see the role that you play, the value that you brought in must be accommodating. You have to compromise certain things. For instance, understanding why certain cultures do certain things. You need to be able to accommodate to the differences in how they do things. To a certain point whereby they achieve a level of understanding that they are comfortable with you. It's not something easy. Another post which I was posted at is actually a country, a different country in different posts. This is much more government-to-government contact. So this one is also diverse in the sense that you have to engage the government officials, people, and interact in a different environment that is different. So these challenges actually gave you a perspective that builds your character to a level of maturity that is much more profound than before. What is important here is actually what I said before, pragmatism and cultural sensitivity. You may not know the exact culture where you are working at. They may be as foreign to you as you are foreign to them. But the first step is actually the most important one. And that is be sensitive, be understanding, and don't try to impose your views or your culture or your values over others. Because on a level playing field, no culture is superior to anyone else. I think I'll stop there. I'll give a chance to other speakers to chip in to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. But I have a burning question to ask you based on what you have presented just now, you mentioned that sometimes we have to negotiate and compromise our own culture. But to what extent can we negotiate, or to what extent, how far can we compromise this, Ambassador?
Well, in my case, we are agents of the government of Malaysia. So therefore, we act in a manner to which in the interest of the country. And it depends on the importance of the subject matter. For instance, if you're in a trade negotiation, you have to give and take. It's not just going to be a one-way street. For instance, if you want a bigger trade between two countries, you need to understand what the other country wants as well. It's not just about increasing Malaysia's trade with that country. You also need to see the other side. They want to increase their production. They want to increase their own exports to Malaysia. So this is where the compromise come in. You just don't actually look at zero-sum game. You look at win-win situation. Both sides win. That is the principal core of our approach when it comes to application of diplomacy. I hope that gives you a bit of an answer.
Thank you, Ambassador. We will have more questions on this, and I have a few more, but we will put that towards the end. And thank you very much for that introduction and also for that presentation. We appreciate it very much. And let's move on to our second speaker, who is Brother Amil Kosasevic. I hope I have pronounced your name correctly.
Kovacevic.
Say again.
Kovacevic.
Kovacevic. Okay, thank you for that. Kovacevic. All right, before I give it on to you, let me just read out. You have a very long list of things that you have done and achieved over the years, but let me just highlight for the benefit of our audience. Brother Amil have been okay, I'll read it from what I've got here. Over 20 years of successful professional career in finance, banking, and diplomacy, and with the ability to understand complex socio-economic contexts and to derive and implement business strategies. And he is currently the Chief Executive Officer of the United Bank of Albania. It says here you were the Finance of Minister Vlada Kotana Sarajevo. It says, I hope that is correct.
This is something like a Minister of Finance in Selangor, let's say.
Right, okay. And you were the head of retail banking, Bosnia Bank International, Sarajevo, and you were also the ambassador to the People's Republic of China and Mongolia in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And what else here? You were a lecturer at the International University of Sarajevo, and the list goes on. All right, and Brother Amil, I have a question for you. Can you share with us the importance of cultural awareness, cultural diversity, especially when dealing with a nation or people who do not have the same belief as yours? And what were or are the challenges, and how do you leverage this situation to be advantageous? So over to you, Brother Amil.
Thank you very much, Professor Faiza. Assalamu alaikum to all of you, and good afternoon in Malaysia. I'm very privileged to be a student of IUM, because IUM was a first exposure to ummatic or global citizenship for many of us. All of us came from different societies, from different cities, different backgrounds, different cultures, and we came to International Islamic University in Malaysia. I came in 1992, and we faced different cultures, challenges, worldviews, the values, and we interacted there and get prepared for the life in a global village as we are living it today. I would like to say that International Islamic University played a great role in shaping a part of Bosnian diplomacy towards, especially towards Asia, because a few ambassadors actually came from our alumni who actually were posted in different Asian countries, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Iran, China, again China. So we have a quite impact on shaping Bosnian diplomacy in the areas where, in the regions where we have had exposure during our schooling. Or trying to answer your question, I would like to say that I had a special mission when I was appointed to be ambassador of Bosnia to China. And that was that I was instructed actually as somebody who is coming from the economic or business background and who had a cultural exposure to Asia, to actually try to put Bosnia and Herzegovina at the investment map of China, which was actually at that point of time as a permanent member of Security Council, as well as the economic superpower, international player in many fields, was and is still a very important country for Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this was one mission, which and the prior task or goal for the ambassador, a very young ambassador at that time. I was 37, I think, when I was appointed to be ambassador to China, and I was one of the youngest ambassadors there. So what shall a guy from very small country, which is like officially 3-point-something million population, coming to country which has 1.4 billion population, which is a superpower in many fields and has its own dynamics, what a guy with limited resources can do in such a country? How shall he perform? How shall he identify the common grounds, and what are the obstacles and challenges which he has to face? It was a journey for me. I started to learn actually much more about Chinese history, about Chinese values, about Chinese culture, in order to prepare myself before I go to China to be able to to try to find out some kind of a feasible, sustainable approach which is going to provide us a certain results when we make a end of the mission. So my intention was, first of all, to find what are the common grounds. Do we have a common grounds with a country which is so far away, which is having totally different culture, that has a different language, different historical path, and so on. And then I found three major points. One of the point is a Silk Road. Silk Road for centuries, for millennials, was actually the super corridor of exchange of culture, science, ideas, religions, and trade of the goods. And Bosnia and Herzegovina, being a part of Ottoman Empire at the time, and even before, during the Roman Empire, was a part actually of that Silk Road at the very far end at the west. While China was the beginning or the starting point of this Silk Road, as we call it today. So what was common for us and China, and what we can feel today in our daily life? What is what are the how can I say remainings in our culture, in our beliefs, in our everything what we are doing today with that Silk Road, and what it has to do with the China? I will just give a very simple examples. While visiting the city of Xi'an, which was the capital of China during that early stages of Chinese history, which was actually the starting point of Silk Road, you could find a lot of Islamic culture there, which is, I believe, a very, very original Bosnian culture, which I have practiced in my home and in my environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. From different food to art, from different customs and you know, very friendly architecture. Many of the things which are found there in Xi'an were very similar to the things which I have left in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So I would like to say that we, even though it was, you know, a long time ago, even though that there was a tremendous transportation cost involved, the planet was a global village even that time. Just we didn't have the technological means as we have today, that the things are instantly actually shared between different parts of the world, as we are actually participating at this particular event, which is global in nature, and that we are actually joining to your program today from different parts of the world. It was more or less similar in history, but of course it was time consuming, and it was how can I say, in different packaging. So the Silk Road is something, especially when we came to China, the idea of Belt and Road was something which is was in initiation and shaping its forms. So Silk Road became a very important idea for Chinese government as well. And I played a very how can I say, very focused activities related to the Silk Roads and Bosnia and China on that Silk Road, because many things which Bosnia has gained, from the food to the religious, from the cultures to knowledge, was actually coming to Bosnia through this Silk Road. Whether it is coming from the Middle East, which was also the part of the Silk Road, whether the foods and spices were coming from Persia or China or India, all of these activities were actually conducted and had to do something with the Silk Road. This is one common ground for Bosnia and China. Second common ground was our similar or common experience of socialism or communism, which we had in ex-Yugoslavia, and which with China is also now still involved with. And we have some common things to share, some friendships to share, some ideas, some art to share. It is very interesting that, let's say, in the time when Deng Xiaoping was opening China to the world, he was actually very much relying on the film industry of Yugoslavia, and then he brought to China movies from Yugoslavia, especially in that time. One of the movie was very famous in China, and that was the movie Walter Brani Sarajevo, or Walter's Defense Sarajevo, the city from where I am, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina. That movie was a freedom fighter movie during the Second World War, and it was very famous in our country, but also it was a blockbuster in China. So all generation of Chinese who are, you know, let's say older than 50, they at least 3 or 4 times in their life were watching that movie, and they have a clue about Bosnia and Herzegovina and the city of Sarajevo and the you know, the mission of our people during the Second World War from that movie. And this is the only experience in many cases of Bosnia and Herzegovina through the movie, which they watched maybe 10, 20, 30 years ago. The third common ground for us, of course, is sharing the same culture of Islam in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in China. China has a huge and very important history of interacting with Muslim world through this Silk Road. So the population of the Muslim in China are estimated to 100 million. Most of these Muslims are Hui Muslims. There are some other also nationalities which are living in different regions, but there was a very dynamic, very fruitful, very friendly coexistence of Islam and Chinese culture and Chinese world. There were statements from different kings and the rulers of emperors of China who were very how can I say positive or sympathetic towards Islam and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that it was very amazing for me to learn a Chinese approach to Islam and what Chinese Muslims situation is in general there. So these three common grounds, of course, with including the economic interest from both sides, were a playground for me to actually start different type of activities, which actually brought Bosnia into the Chinese decision-making circles with the people who are having opinions and who are making opinions in Chinese society, to promote different type of Bosnian culture, Bosnian history, Bosnian values, in order to actually make the information right to the Chinese population, because for years there was a misinterpretation and even biased approach to Bosnia and Herzegovina due to its different political reasons in China. So my job was actually to neutralize these negative effects which were made during the previous times, and to try to to provide a reliable, truthful, original views and values which Bosnia and Herzegovina could present to China. I think through different media or social media activities which I have conducted through implementing some kind of monthly newsletters which I sent to different type of officials and people with opinion in China, that we have started to change the prejudice the Chinese society had about Bosnia and Herzegovina. And prejudice were mostly based on the politics and some other issues. So it was very important for us to neutralize such kind of negative approach or attitudes towards Bosnia and Herzegovina. So I believe that having in mind that we are living in a very global society, that we are living in a time times which are post-normal, as Ziad Serdar is saying, that we are living in very complex, chaotic and connected times. We have to be able to navigate through those times, to be able to understand what is around us, to be able to understand who are the people we are interacting with, what are their values, and do they have the same agendas which we are having, and to try to be, as Ambassador said, very culturally sensitive, not to be imposing our culture and our values on anybody, but rather to be able to accommodate, to understand, and to interpret what are the interests of others, and how can we actually pragmatically engage with them. So for the beginning, I believe this is good enough. We can continue with discussion.
Thank you very much, Brother Amil. But the one question I want to ask you: do you learn to speak Mandarin while you were in China?
Believe me, I tried. I tried, but when I was engaging in a real life conversation with my, let's say, taxi drivers or somebody on the road, my pronunciation was so bad, nobody was able to understand me. And I said to myself, better to learn China than Chinese language. Otherwise, I will be total failure.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, there are other questions, and I'm going to ask you later on. We will get back to you, Brother Amil, with more on your experience in the bank and also your time in China. So thank you very much for that. And let's move on to our third speaker. That is Ms. Wong Chia Chen. Ms. Wong Chia Chen is the Consul General of Malaysia to Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. So how are you, Ms. Wong?
Thank you, moderator, doctor. I'm well.
Okay, so before asking you the question, let me just go through your very impressive bio data. So Ms. Wong had obtained, okay, let me see. Okay, in 2004, Bachelor in Law, LLB, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And in 2005, she obtained her diploma in public administration from Intan. And 2015, you obtained your master's in public international law from London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE, London, United Kingdom. And your appointments, okay, your appointments started here. It says here from 2005, you were the Assistant Secretary, Europe and Central Asia Division. And then you go on to become the Second Secretary to the Embassy of Malaysia in Jordan, and then First Secretary to the Embassy of Malaysia in Jordan. And you are from September 2011 to December 2011, you were the long-term delegate of Malaysia to the United Nations. And after that, you were the Principal Assistant Secretary, West Asia Division, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia. And you were then a Director of Policy Planning in Wisma Putra. Then you were the First Secretary of the High Commission of Malaysia, Ottawa, Canada. And then Minister, Councillor, High Commission of Malaysia in Ottawa. And now you are the Consul General of Malaysia in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Congratulations. So that is so impressive. And we laud the alumni of IIUM to be very good like you. So that's why we have called you here to to share some experience, the roles of your own role to promote cultural diversity, to understand others' culture, and to avoid biasness, for example, to avoid prejudice. What are the do's and don'ts, especially for those who are going to venture into other countries, probably after the we can cross border and people are going out to other countries. Maybe you have a lot of advice to us. Over to you, Ms. Wong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to IIUM organizer. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Sister Aisha. With very high respect to Ambassador Shazali, setting the very, very high benchmark, and also Brother Amil, alumni as well. Very great to see all of you again in this setting. I believe that this is a great opportunity and a given opportunity by IIUM for us to be here together to talk about this very important discussion today. So I would say that I listened carefully to my Ambassador Shazali, and also Brother Amir. They have sort of covered most of the points that I have wanted to say, but then I think perhaps I can put it in a point form so that and cross it with my own observation, if you allow me, Madam Moderator, and how we look from a lady's point of view in that context. So given the very extensive definition but by my colleague from the Ambassador of Malaysia in Turkey, and also Brother Amir, we can sort of sum up that cultural intelligence is a skill where we develop over our work to understand and to perform effectively in a culturally diverse situation. So today, in a very diverse and borderless world, we are closely interconnected to each other and socially connected, work-related, and whatnot. So perhaps today we have listened from the morning session, the academic point of view, how this cultural intelligence, how Ansar and Muhajirin was migration and then understand each other. Perhaps we can relate it to the to today's context, and I can put in how to say step by step how we develop this cultural intelligence when we first arrive in a new place. So in our line of work, I stand with due respect to Ambassador and our former Ambassador of Bosnia to China. We usually, when we are assigned to a place, we develop certain level of interest, perception for that particular country, for that particular place. So having that, we try to understand and develop what are the similarities and differences between our cultures and theirs. So on this context, I think IIUM has given me a good background. Very coincidentally, my first posting overseas is to Jordan. So of course, with God's grace, IIUM provided valuable information. Beside the LLB syllabus, the syllabus in UIA also include IRK subjects as well. This come very handy to me when I was first posted to Jordan, giving me the enough exposure, background as to the history, the history, cultures, and to a certain extent, the languages as well, so that we can sort of read about the society, read about the cultures before we venture. Well, as some of the listener here are students, I want to say that understanding culture of another society is very important. If not, venturing blindly would lead you nowhere, and it may backfire. That is my first point. So after we develop some interest, some background, we would somehow develop certain level of understanding and awareness between our cultures and theirs, and this would lead to a better interpersonal relations. So many relating to the topic today, many of you will find it very strange why a Malaysian Chinese lady is sent to a Middle East. I must say that at that time, with due respect, I was very nervous, but I was very excited to go to the Middle East. And I learned that after many years, after years of serving there, that this is one sign of breaking the stereotype between the gender, that woman is also, if they are willing, they can be sent to places where far away from their comfort zone, provided that we have enough education, enough attention, enough background understanding of what people expect of us. Well, being a non-Muslim Chinese in the Middle East, I fall back to the education that I received from IIUM of what is the teaching, and I can draw many examples during my process of learning the culture in Jordan. I'm still within the context of learning, building perception, and developing understanding of a new culture. I used to ask my receptionist Muna. She is a lady receptionist. who is sitting at the front bench, I asked her, why do you not smile at the visitor? Because our culture is smile to your visitor, senyumlah. She told me that, well, in Middle East, we don't smile simply because it attracts unnecessary attention. Oh, I didn't know that. It is part of our. We thought that smiling is something free and something which is part of our job, but not necessarily it applies on other people. So from here, we have to be aware of the situation and consider what are the cultures of another side. And I also learned that when I enter the mosque, the religious places, it is respectful that I cover my hair, not because they force you to embrace their religion, but this is a sign of respect. And I also learned that during my course in Jordan, they are, well, it is a very interesting place to be. We have a variation, a big society of Arab society in the Middle East, from the Gulf, from the Mediterranean, a wide spread of cultures, and understanding each and every of them takes a lot of time, from their cultures, dressing, interpersonal relation, food, etc., etc. So if I compare this with Canada, if I can, still in the first context, but I compare this in Canada, they are very private. They don't share. There are certain things that we don't speak about, right? Like religion, orientation. Well, it's a more cordial, I would say, as compared to the Middle East, Ambassador. The North American, they value their privacy more, and we put everything on paper, and this is what we learn. We don't impose our belief on other people, nor that we allow people to impose theirs on us. But we remain in a middle ground where we can speak. So, for example, now in Ho Chi Minh City, the favorite question of students and visitors that they like to ask me is, why are you still single? Are you married? How many children do you have? So this is a day-to-day question, and I learned not to take offense, because this is the way they get used to you, they become friendly to you, and they want to know more about you. So we put away it can be a very good conversation starter as well. So they ask you about your life, you ask them about their lives, and this is something that we can bridge. So after we fulfill, we have some background information, we learn about the similarities and differences, we will start to develop a certain level of awareness and a pattern, a repeated pattern. So when we have that repeated pattern recognition, we will start to develop our own ability to work in that context. For example, so in the Middle East, we learned that the coffee diplomacy. So when I first arrived in Middle East, I was taught, I fresh from school, graduate from Intan and Wisma Putra, we were taught to write not verbal and a communication between a government to government. Having write so many, so I realized that it is more effective if I pick up a phone and I call the other side and bring them out for coffee. It is a cultural interaction that easier to bridge, and this is in the Middle East. This is where you build trust and confidence that goes beyond the paper. Imagine how many coffees that I've drunk, and I didn't know that you have to signal stop by shaking the coffee cup. I keep on drinking and drinking and drinking until somebody told me that, oh, you have to shake that coffee cup to stop the coffee. So this is something that I learned. So when you start to develop your own pattern to fit inside the context, I think you will go into the process of assimilation with the local custom. You start to develop cultural intelligence bit by bit within the society. So, of course, in Canada, in Northern America, everything has to be put in writing. Not coffee still work, but everything has to be put in writing, and then we record the communication. So it is very different from society to society. And once you are able to come up with that, I think you also value add your own strategy. If I can derive from what my respected ambassador and brother Amir have mentioned, we derive it from what we have seen, what we have learned from the society, and we put into the context how we make it work in our plan. There goes our cultural diplomacy. That is when we try to strategize and reach out to the community. For example, we in Vietnam, okay, I please take it in the context that being in our line of work, we have to put the skill to the benefit of our country. So the reach out and cultural diplomacy is often tailored, taking into consideration our interests and what other side would want. And of course, I borrow the word from my Ambassador Shazali, the win-win situation. So for example, in Ho Chi Minh City, one of the things that is lacking is halal industry, because the small population of Muslim in Vietnam, okay, so they are not really keen. They don't really understand the halal concept. So for them, no pork means halal lah. This is not true. This is not true. So Malaysia has a strength of in halal industry. So from here we can sort of strategize. We can sell branding our Malaysian halal product to the people, because Ho Chi Minh City and Vietnam and Ho Chi Minh City is becoming an international. Ho Chi Minh itself is becoming international cities, and we are receiving a lot of visitors, and many visitors, they came from various parts of the world, including Muslims. So this will value add Vietnamese tourism sector, and of course value add our tourism sector and halal sector as well. So I think this is a way we can, how to say, this is one of the ways we can step by step educate, instill cultural intelligence starting from student lives. You slowly, because IIUM provides a very good platform and opportunity. You have various lecturers from different parts of the world, and you should start learn from there. I think for time being, I will stop here and I will return the floor to Madam Dr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. It's very enlightening. I have tremendous interest with what you are saying, because it relates to me so much, because I am also teaching cultural intelligence, culturally responsive and all that. So it actually click with what my own experience, because just a few years ago, I was invited by Institute of Diplomacy and Foreign Relations to lecture on cultural intelligence to the young ambassadors who are going abroad and also from abroad coming here. So I also get this vibe of, you know, some people are not ready, some people are just clueless of, you know, what do I do when I go abroad, although they have all these, you know, trainings and whatnot. So my question to you, just now we have mentioned a little bit for your experience, for your own experience, from your own experience, what would you tell these young people if they are, you know, they are asked to go abroad? What are the first few things that they should know and they should bring with them in order to, you know, not to have misunderstanding and miscommunication? Ms. Wong. You are muted. You are muted, Ms. Wong.
Sorry. In my humble opinion, I would say that students, as I mentioned earlier, students in IIUM are given vast opportunity to start early, and then they should not set themselves in their own how to say, they should not set a barrier for themselves. For example, if you are an ICT student, you would think that you cannot go for IR. No, it's not true. You should start taking courses of cross-cultural communication. You should start exploring the opportunities given to you by IIUM. Second, know your boundaries. Know your boundaries. Not, I wouldn't say afraid to challenge the stereotyping, but know your boundaries well, which means your self, you must understand well about your background and the background of the others. Okay. Third, there is a very famous saying in Malay. Di mana bumi dipijak, di situ langit dijunjung. Which means, loosely translated into, wherever you go, respect the custom of the place. Inshallah, it will save you many trouble. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wong. So we have a question from Tan Sri. Tan Sri, would you like me to read it out, or you want to ask Tan Sri directly to our panelists?
Thank you very much, Ms. Wong. I'm very enlightened by your statements, but I want to put this question differently. Malaysia is multicultural, 100% multicultural, multi-religious, multiracial, but we don't seem to learn from one another. Among ourselves, I think we go into contradiction. You know, we don't have to go to Vietnam to go to the contradiction. We get the contradiction in our house. So we play the contradiction among ourselves. So what is grossly wrong with Malaysia? I thought the world would have looked at Malaysia, see how they do it, you know, but we don't.
So we are going to open this question to our panelists.
Yep. Thank you.
Maybe Ambassador Shazali, would you like to kind of answer that question?
Sure. I think the first point of view is to say that there's something wrong with Malaysia. I would not say so. I was part of the Malaysian United Nations security team when we were there between 2015 and 16. I was back here at headquarters as well to cover the same subject matter. From what I gather so far, if we had gone terribly wrong, I have seen so many cases, whether it is in Africa, whether it is in Syria, for instance, that things had gone so terribly wrong, And up until now, it has been like almost 12 years that the situation in Syria has not improved. It all started rather similarly. Development is an issue that is so difficult to be studied, difficult to be quantified, and even much more difficult to put into theory. I remember going through a class when I did my master's in the UK, and I had a lot of engagement with developmental studies students who basically are clueless on what development is, because there is no single size fits all. There is no cookie cutter solution to development. And I think what we are going through right now is just progression to a point whereby we reach a threshold until such a time that threshold changes us, forces us to change. And as long as that progression continues without any serious ramification, and I would say it is still work in progress. I wouldn't say it has gone wrong. I would say it is work in progress and it requires improvement. I'll show you. I was posted and also at a peacekeeping operation somewhere in Southeast Asia. I'm not gonna share the country. Those who have my CV would understand. That situation has a lot of problems, both at the community level, racial tension, cultural tension. It's a multi-dimensional conflict that requires multi-dimensional approach. Even today, we managed to do so much to just keep the situation calm so that talks continue. However, it is work in progress. It is work in progress. There is no major shootout in the location today. Peace still prevails. At the same time, talks at the communal level and between the government and those parties in conflict continues. But the fact that there is progression from conflict, from violence to talks, and this is what the work is supposed to do. It's supposed to progressively improve from one stage to another. You can't have one solution fits all. The same solution that is applied by the United Nations in, let's say, Central African Republic would not work elsewhere. This is the problem with development and conflict. It's multidimensional, it's highly embedded in cultural differences and a lot of emotion. This requires a lot of reconciliation. If Tan Sri's question refers to why Malays tend to flock with Malays and others flock to their racial communal society, it's simply because I think of comfort zone. I think we identify ourselves with our cultural heritage much more clearly than the differences. And I think education has a role to play here to try to blur up the racial divide and to try to make sure that when we grow up, the progression that we have from when we were children until we are bigger, that cultural barrier, while exists, would not cause any severe ramification. I mean, there will always be Malays, there will always be Chinese, there will always be Indians in Malaysia. But the fact remains that we have not had any serious gargantuan issue, shows that it is work in progress. I would stop then and give a chance to other people to contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we want to talk about, education policy, we can talk about that until the cows come home. That we won't finish. But then we will look at another angle according to Ambassador Sazali. Okay, thank you very much, Ambassador, for your feedback and for your response. There is one question for Ms. Wong. Ms. Wong, it says here, I wonder if you have tried eating mansaf with hen in Jordan. So that was the question. I don't even know what mansaf is. Ms. Wong.
Yes. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
What is it? What is it?
Oh, well, first of all, mansaf is the official dish of Jordanian. I until today, I must say that I am very grateful for the for the warm welcome that the Jordanian society has given me during my tenure in the Middle East. I mean, in Jordan. My first experience of mansaf is a dish where you share together with the rest of the people or the family, and it is cooked with a very thick yogurt. It is cooked with a very thick yogurt, and when you eat it, you usually eat it with hand, and you mold the rice and you plus the yogurt. You can eat it yourself, and you can feed the person next to you. To show a sign of friendliness and also the close relation between the people. Of course, ladies and ladies, the man is with the man, and usually this is shared between the family members. There are a few points that we can see from this. First, they already accept you to become their friend. That is one point. Two, they want to introduce you their national dish, and they want you to enjoy the pleasure of having the food with them. So I have eaten both with my hand and other people's hand. Thank you.
Very nice of you. Sometimes, I am not an adventure, I'm not adventurous in my food. And just a few weeks ago, my Syrian friend came and brought Syrian food. And, sometimes you just cannot, taste it. So, what I can do is just to eat it and thank you and thank him very much for the nice gesture. But how can we, from your facial expression, the person will know that you don't like the food. So this is something that probably I need to learn. And of course, I don't like yogurt, and if I go to Jordan, I'm in big trouble. All right.
May I have something to say to?
Yes, Dato'.
Yes, first, I would like to say welcome again to Ambassador Emil and also Miss Wong. I hope Ambassador Emil remember me. He's Ustaz a long time ago.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, okay, Alhamdulillah. So you and Aminovich, both of you. I remember you all well, inshallah. Okay, my question to you is that I was reading this book by Gavin Menzies, the submarine commander of Royal Navy, who wrote a book, 1421 and 1434, both of them, both books.
Yes.
And National Geographic History has taken up these two books and make it into a series of two installation, and they call it The Greatest Mariner in History, Zhang He. Now, my question that you've been there for quite so long, and I asked this question as well with our alumni. So, does Malaysia, China now, does it have the same tendency of number one, colonization, or the other, the tendency is more like in history, having relations with other sultanates, other kingdom, other people, all across the Silk Road and all across the sea routes that they went before. So they were quite international at that time in the 14th century and the 15th century. So thank you very much.
Thank you for this question. This is a great, first of all, it's nice to see you again. I really miss our discussions and friendship.
Me too.
This is a great book. These two books are really great book, and I enjoy reading it while I was in China. And I suggest everybody to read it because it is very, very interesting. It talks about very, very, how can I say, interesting topic, especially for those who like to learn about China, but not necessarily only about China. It is about the globe in general. There was a king, Zhu De, the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, whose best friend happened to be Zhang He, who grew up together with him. And he was his, the trusted man and admiral of his fleet, who was actually trying to explore the world in different directions. And the main purpose of that voyages were actually to understand what is there and to try to find the counterpart for the trade activities, more or less. So they didn't actually have a missionary activities in a sense of expanding their religious views, but rather they wanted to see what is on the other side. Is there anybody who can be a good customer or client of theirs in the trade activities and so on? So this question which you are asking is often asked by many, whether the China is actually going to be a dominion, which is going to be a superpower similar to the superpowers we have seen in Cold War, or it is something else. I believe that China is a regional power, that it doesn't want to be a superpower in a sense which we are, which we know about other superpowers in the Cold War especially, and that they are coming into the different geographical regions in order to actually exchange and to create some kind of win-win strategies, especially in the trade in the commerce. They do not have a political or religious or ideological aspiration of spreading their own system of values, but rather they would like to actually satisfy or to achieve the goals, internal goals. What are the internal goals? China every year has to provide approximately 12 to 15 million new jobs in China. In order to create new jobs in China, they have to have not necessarily only the projects which are creating a great jobs in quantity of jobs in China, but also internationally. So the concept of Belt and Road initiative, which they have, is the concept where they are actually trying to open the doors to some other regions out of the China in order to be able to get the projects which are going to actually utilize or to use the resources China can provide. These resources are in material, human resource, technological resources, any other resources, but they, as what we have seen so far, are not having any kind of colonialistic approach to the world. Rather, they just, for the strategic reasons, they would like to have allies in the places where they can benefit for their own internal economy, internal dynamics. So what does it mean? Let's say is that they would like to have a very strong relationship with Pakistan, let's say, and to have some kind of super corridor for pipelines from the Gulf, because it is the shortest way to China to get some resources like petrol or whatever, gas or whatever is necessary to be transported to China. The ports in different parts of the world. Let's say I will just give example of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We don't have actually much of Chinese interaction. The trade with China is, as in any other country, we often very rarely export something to China. We import from China different stuff. And, you know, the trade balance is, there is no trade balance, there is a trade disbalance, rather to say. But we are complementary in a sense that there are certain technological capacities of China that we can utilize, especially in the field of energy sector, in the infrastructure sector, because at this point of time, our capacities are not anymore like in a case that we had it maybe 50 years ago. So we need somebody else to help us in building certain infrastructural projects in Bosnia and Herzegovina. At this point of time, Chinese are actually the most competitive. And of course, they provide the best facilities, even financial facilities and so on, compared to some other players in the market. Of course, there is a huge pressure on Bosnian government and any other government in Europe not to involve, not to indulge with Chinese investment because of the political issues. But economically speaking, Chinese are beneficial for development of economic activities or building up the infrastructure of the country, especially like Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is a fear that China at one point of time will convert from that, how can I say, peaceful win-win approach into something else, but it is hypothetical. And I believe history can prove to us that this was not happening before, and I don't believe they are actually not interested to change or to think about how to arrange government in some African countries or Latin America or anywhere else. They have their own territorial aspirations in the region, and this is what is the only issue which has to be taken care of. If you are satisfied with the answer, I'm not so sure whether.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting because ever since I tried to memorize The Art of War by Sun Tzu, and it's mentioned there already. If you want to talk, Tan Sri, about globalization, even in that book, the U.S. Army is talking about in 2007 in the human terrain system. In Sun Tzu, it's already mentioned about how not only the physical terrain, but if you know the terrain of the people, then you might have won the war without any war. That is the best as far as Sun Tzu is concerned. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dato. Thank you for the feedback, Brother Amir. I have one question for you from the floor, Brother Amir. The question is from Kamil Amir. The question is, I would like to understand how cultural awareness can be fostered in post-conflict situation. What are the best practices that can be applied in post-conflict settings to foster reconciliation? It would be great if you can share the experiences of Bosnia and the countries that made up the previous Yugoslavia. It would be an interesting case study because the people who were fighting before now have to live as neighbors. How do we maneuver cultural awareness and diplomacy in such situation? So this is a very good question.
This is a question of our lives here. so we have to be able to wake up every morning with the strategy how to answer that question. First of all, to understand that actually we in Bosnia and Herzegovina and ex-Yugoslavia, and especially Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are having 1 millennia of experience of tolerance, multiculturalism, and inclusiveness, and that all clashes or political instabilities were actually imported from outside. So when I was listening to His Excellency Sazali about that Alhamdulillah there is no any kind of political unrest or whatever in Malaysia, and that this is a sign of work in progress. I was thinking about my country and trying to understand what happens to us. And what happens to us is that I grew up with my neighbors who are not necessarily Muslims. I was, playing in front of our homes and going to school. I was going to school and playing football and basketball and going to cinema with friends who were not necessarily Muslims. And we watched the same movies, we listened to the same music, we liked the same football clubs and so on. And at the end, somehow, at some point of time, everything was teared apart, and we face ourselves in a conflict which was at the beginning not understandable to us, but at the end we actually were witnesses of tremendous atrocities, and at the end the genocide which happened in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So how I believe we didn't have a problem of understanding each other because our language was the same. our culture was homogenized or standardized through the process of education and political and ideological indoctrination during the Yugoslavia time. So we didn't have a problem of understanding different culture or different language or different religion. We were actually forced into the conflict. Somebody else imposed on us the conflict. And what are the reasons for this import of the conflict was the territorial aspiration of the countries which are our neighbors. So this was the reason why we had a huge turmoil and destruction of our country 27 years ago. So how do we cope today? The most important part for us to be able to settle the issues from the past is to be able to witness or to face the reality and the truth of what happened during the aggression on Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1992-1995. And for that, we need a brave politicians from in different countries and in different parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We need brave politicians in Croatia. We need brave politicians in Serbia. We need brave politicians in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, in order to be able to acknowledge and to face the realities what happened during 1990 aggression on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Unfortunately, until today, we do not have such kind of the brave politicians, or we have politicians who are actually hoping to see some better geostrategic momentum in the future to continue the freezed conflict which was happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And having in mind all these mega trends which are happening globally, from economic crisis, COVID crisis, rise of Islamophobia, or rise of so-called civilizationalism, which is actually a new word for Islamophobia, I'm afraid that we are going to be living in very turbulent decade in front of us, and that we have to be actually putting all of our resources trying to actually save the peace and save stability and coexistence and cooperation between the countries. If there is a negative political or inconducive environment, political environment in international affairs, especially who is going to be ruling the United States, what is going to happen in Russia and China, what is going to happen in some European countries, and what is happening, unfortunately, in Muslim world, we will have a higher risk of any kind of possible negative or undesired events in the world we are going to live in. I will try to understand how, let's say, my generation, we grew up together, but generation of my kids, they didn't have exposure much to others and different, but through the media, through the social media, through music and movies, they actually learn a lot about different cultures in the region and different worldviews. But generally, you know, there is a one, how can I say, official, as it is in Malaysia as well, there is a one official layer of interpretation and communication, and there is one deep inside, there is a one hidden one, which is actually creating a prejudice and creating the fears. We have to talk and to be frank enough to start to talk about those hidden agendas, which we are talking only in the private circles, and to try to actually, based on facts, based on understanding, and based on this cultural intelligence we are talking about, to understand what is the issue of the others and how they do see us and how do we see them, and to try to have a very frank and open discussions in order to actually neutralize all this negative energy which is actually accumulated somewhere deep in the ocean. So I know that my answer is not satisfying to you because you wanted something else, but this is what we are waking up every morning and going into bed every night, and these fears are still with us, and we are really very concerned about future.
And Faiza, can I respond to
yes,
Mr.
please,
Amil?
Please,
Mr.
please.
Amil, I think let me reflect when the Bosnian crisis happened with Croatia and Serbia. Actually, we in Malaysia, or at least I, reflect very deeply into this. I mean, it could have been Chinese, Malay, and Indian.
Yes.
In one country. We learn, I mean, when Ambassador Ghazali talks about in progress, I didn't believe this in progress, because when I was a child, when we were in school, we were almost friends. There's no Malay, Indians, and Chinese. We crack racial jokes together and we laugh together. You know, you can joke on my, I mean, that cohesiveness then was real.
Yeah.
Now it's artificial. So I don't believe it's work in progress, it's work in regression, maybe. So I reflect that very closely. And if it can happen in Bosnia, it can happen in Malaysia. The fact that everything is calm doesn't mean it's good. You just underlined it. The undercurrent is very strong. The social media now talks about it all the time. And there's no way that we can get rid of the social media, because the youngsters are all hooked in this. And their thinkings are basically about those things. And those are the things that needs to be corrected. And when you were talking, I was listening to another. We have got the Khazanah Megatrend just on the side. And I was listening to the Minister of Education of Indonesia. And when we talk about development, they talk about development, but they talk about the development of the mind.
Yeah.
They don't talk about development of infrastructures. They say we have done with infrastructures. We are not talking about the development of the minds. And they make it in such a way that I'm very impressed. For example, if they want to give budget to the rural schools, they don't give a budget because it's a school. They put in calculation like what is the distribution cost, what is the cost for travel, what is the cost, and they give double budget because they've got to go through so many other barriers, that by the time if they give a one-size-fits-all budget, they will not be able to do it. So they have moved in such a way that they want to tackle the minds, not just the infrastructure. And I think this is where we are losing. I am been with education for 50 years. I think we are losing. We are still talking about the tangible infrastructures, not the mind infrastructures, not the cultural infrastructure. And in fact, their education is between education and culture binds together. Our culture is about tourism, making more money, while we are losing our culture as compared to Indonesia. We do not have any much culture anymore, let alone when you talk about Chinese, Indian, and Malays. We don't share culture. So I think this is a bigger problem that we need to address, rather than looking at just what is nice on top of the cake, the icing at sewer. I think the cake is rotting. And my worry is we are not tackling this deeply enough as a group of, you are right when talking IIU is good, but IIU has its own problem. The Malaysian do not mix with the international students. I don't know what's your experience. I mean, when you were here, I'm not sure. The whole idea why we have this was because of that. The Malaysian and the international student, 100 of them from different countries, they are not missing around, although they are Muslims. So this is a very major problem that I think we need to address. If IIM cannot address it, and I don't think other universities can address it. Thank you. I'm sorry if I sound very pessimistic, but being a rector, this is like you, I wake up in the morning, I say, my God, what else can I have today? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
We work hard, Tan Sri. Show us the way. We are behind you. We work hard.
And Dato', you have a question for Ms. Wong, yeah, Dato'?
Yes, please, because this is among the root causes that we have in Malaysia for this regression, as Tan Sri said. I remember, like Tan Sri, I still are on WhatsApp group with Masuk Sen, Phil Ping, Rajendra, Zaini, and everything. We still go out together sometimes before the COVID. And like Tan Sri said, this was in the 1970s and in the 60s. What happened after that? I have my own theory, but it's for another sitting. So Ms. Wong, please give your input for my question, inshallah.
So this is a very difficult question.
Ms. Wong, it's not a difficult question. It's a question whether we want to do it or we don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
As it stands, I think we don't want to do it. Because political strife on divide and rules.
Yeah.
That is the reason.
Yeah, the colonialist principle as well.
Exactly.
I think when now in my tenure in Vietnam, Vietnamese educator always ask us one question. Hey, how Malaysian have 3 races, how they get together? How do you mix up and how do you develop your own culture? The question is valid because they are mono society. If I say they are same education system, same type of people, same type of food. So every time when they request a briefing from the Malaysian consulate, they always say, hey, your food is very different. Three types of people sitting together. And of course, as in my line of job, I have to sell the best part of my country. So of course, my take is always this is embedded in our national education policy, our rukun negara. It is there. We must learn to appreciate our rukun negara because the crux of the kesopanan dan kesusilaan is always there. Tolerance and assimilation, that makes us uniquely Malaysians. That is my sales pitch. But then go back to Dato', your question. It is a black and white question. If the vernacular system started way before in our, as we when we were trying to get when we first achieved independence, and then when we are still in the process of building trust with each other, when we have to accept, we have to accept that there is a different type of learning program for different races then. But then now with our national policy, whether we should have a vernacular or a national system, this should be looked in a hybrid form, in my humble opinion. Okay, why I said that? You cannot be having one subject to cater for a certain group, but you should have a balanced thing. If you want to make away with the vernacular, you should have given a chance to some extra curricular subject to choose. That would give us all the Malaysians equal chance to choose, not only the emphasizing on one subject over another. So this would, given a choice to choose, would put everyone at ease. That is my take. So on that, we also bring down any level of distrust among the races. It is very good that if we can put in a platform where everybody trash out and trash out what is in their head. But then, having built up a country based on different races, bring us to another level of tolerance as well. We have to acknowledge the tolerance, and then we build from there on. Whether one education would surpass another, or how many A's are we getting? That is not very important point. I used to, with due respect, when I was in standard 3, in 1980s, I can go to pengajian agama Islam. Nobody would stop me from going to the class, and I can get a textbook out of it. And then I still learn my pendidikan moral. Sorry, Brother Amir, pendidikan is moral education. We have both.
Yes,
we
I
have
understand.
the Islam education, and we have the moral for the non-Muslim. So I enroll in both. So Saturday, I still go for my Chinese reading class. But now I forgot about everything, the Chinese reading class. So I want to revive the good old days that we have, where, for example, in IIUM, I don't stay with the Malaysians, I stay with the Arabs. It really takes a person to give out, and then the other side to take in. We can put everyone on the same table, but if they are not talking and they only want theirs, then it's very difficult. We put politicians aside. This is a very dangerous quarter to go. But of
First
course,
thing you must
we
remember,
acknowledge
the politician is yang berkhidmat dulu. before they become yang berhormat. They must show that they yang berkhidmat.
We put one side, from the education point of view, perhaps we put everyone in the same level, and then we start to say that, in IIUM is one of the good place to start. As I emphasize again and again during my presentation, now UIA have a lot of cross-communication, cross-cultural classes. And our Malaysian students should step out from their comfort zone as well. Learn from the other cultures. You should have your own stand, and then we understand the others. Don't point fingers and say, oh, yours is wrong, yours is lesser, mine is higher than you. The holier than thou approach is so yesterday. I'm sorry, when this kind of topic, this kind of is a passion for I believe that Tan Sri, the educator, we are today because you give us the input, and we hope that we can contribute the input to the future generation. We are uniquely us. We are envied by the outsiders. In Vietnam, I have repeated the same lecture 2 or 3 times because they cannot comprehend how we come up with a system. Let's work on it. Let's work on it and build out more trust and understanding between the students, especially during the COVID, especially during after the COVID, post-COVID. Now, I believe that students I pity them. I pity them. They lost touch with the classroom and whatnot, and facing the computer. What we need is, we always say Ali, Raja, and Achong sit together. We always have that context in our textbook. So we want to revive that and bring that back. And how do we do that? We go back to the very crux of our education system. Thank you, Tan Sri. And also Dato'.
We still have that, Ms. Wong, in our TV program. If you look at Upin and Ipin, the stories involved. If you look Bobo Boy, the super boy, you have all the 3 people in it. But it's when we get older that imprint of this ethnic group is the best. This ethnic group is lesser, and the same case happened to the ethnic group. This is what is happening. I think we can work at IIUM to break this down, and especially when you really go into serious community engagement. I would like our students to go to the poor Chinese community in Pulau Ketam to see what's happening. Things like this should be happening, inshallah.
Yes.
If I can just join and say, I'm now leading the Islamic Bank in Albania, the only Islamic bank in Albania. And Albanian population is like nominally 70 to 80% are Muslims, and let's say 20% are Orthodox, and maybe few percent are Catholics. But generally, due to the very harsh communist regime which was placed in this country, actually the culture, religion, history of the Albania was very much distorted by it. And now actually we have totally new resetted, if I can say, society where not many people are actually able to understand and comprehend what Islam is, not to understand what is Islamic finance and how shall we, what an actually Islamic financial institution should do in Albania. That's the real question. So my understanding was that if we want to how can I say, copy what conventional banks are doing, we are wasting the time, because there are so huge and very well organized and efficient banking institutions which are market makers in Europe who are present in Albania. So we do not have a chance actually to compete with them and to try to to resemble what they are doing in order to make a difference. If there is no role in which Islamic financial institution in Albania is going to be for humanity in general, which is going to address certain crucial socio-economic problems of this society, to help to answer on some very important socio-economic question of this country, we do not need to exist. We do not need to exist as an Islamic financial institution just to say that we are Islamic and that's it. But we need to actually be able to provide to this society some kind of added value in which we are going to say, look, we are trying our best to contribute to humanity. And because of that, we are doing it in our own way. And our way is, in this case, Islamic way of doing the things. But this is nothing. This is not going to antagonize anybody. But rather, this is just our contribution to the better world. We are going to fight for sustainability, for environment, for less exploitation in society, to neutralize misery of the population in different areas, in different segments of our society here. And this is what I would like to be actually perceived by society. There is some good guy who is providing some good people, good institution, who is providing some added value to society. Just imagine a halal restaurant in Paris or London. If you are actually only focusing on that your competitiveness is in halal segment, then you are not actually going to provide any kind of added value, because there are so many different restaurants in London and Paris, and you are not going to make a difference. If you are able to be the best restaurant in Paris or London and happen to be a halal restaurant with a good service and good environment and everything, that people are actually really eager to go and visit you and dine and enjoy the food there, then this is a success for you as a Muslim entrepreneur, rather to say. So I believe that such kind of approach has to be everywhere. So International Islamic University in Malaysia has to provide added value to society and to answer the questions, socio-economic questions of your society or internationally, in international arena. And this I'm very much encouraged to know that such kind of issues are going to happen, because you have a rector who is asking those questions. Such kind of leadership is very important in order to be able to to face that there are certain issues to be tackled, to be discussed, to try to provide solutions. Sometimes we are able to provide solutions, sometimes we are not, but our striving to provide solution is very important.
Can I have one very burning question, Brother Amir? Do we need to have the word Islamic in front of anything that we do or everything that we do? I mean, the Islamic bank, Islamic car, Islamic this and Islamic that. I really take your word. If the service is good, it is Islamic. Whether you put the word Islamic or not. The difficulty, we put the word Islamic and the service is bad.
Yes.
So we are doing a disservice to Islam.
I very much agree with you that actually when we were having, let's say, the authors of economic authors or economic scholars in Islam before, they didn't say Islamic economics. They said iktisaduna, they said our economics, which means economics in general. Yeah. So when we started to answer only particular issues and to try to be exclusive, I think this was the time when we have a wrong paradigm in our civilizational development. We supposed to be able to find ways how to reinterpret our understanding of our worldview in order to be able to contribute to the world as it is today in a best possible way, in order to set example to others and to say, look, these guys they have solution. They have solution, and they are actually very eager to help all of us. Let's say I can see in many cases, like let's say that China is providing some kind of solutions, and they are actually offering it to the world. Even in the case of this COVID, they provide assistance to many countries, they provide vaccines to many countries, they supported many countries in different fields. Call it communist or Islamic or whatever, doesn't matter at this point of time. What we need at this point of time is some kind of service to humanity.
That's the problem.
And let God decide who is on the right path.
I mean, thank you very much.
I'm gonna say something.
Yes, please, Ambassador.
I think the question is an unfair one. I think when you ask about the vernacular question, I think most people tend to try to talk about sensitive issues when we are not educators. Let's say, for instance, I'll give an example. The question about social dysfunction. Oh, please name me which society in this world that doesn't have social dysfunction. I can guarantee you none. So the question here is that dysfunction is still workable. And I think the fact that if we keep on looking at the differences shows that we can still talk about it. And we can talk about it, there is a sign that we can progress. I think most of us tend to think that, culturally, you're quite right. At some point, Malays tend to think that their culture is superior. But in the end, it's more like a degeneration of understanding where we are. I think we have to respect differences very clearly. And to respect differences, I remember when I was young, yes, I was still, I'm enjoying myself with a lot of friends who are from different racial backgrounds as well. And I still do have friends from racial backgrounds, different backgrounds. But the question is, what do we intend to do about it? You see, maybe we are facing what we call a crisis of modernity, whereby the society is progressing towards a point whereby we are learning to progress further. But there is no one answer to it. But to say, to take bits and pieces and say that things are not progressing, I think it's very, how do I say, upsetting. The fact that, the fact that I have gone to places where I think people, I can't even say of how sensitive the locations are, shows that, I have seen worse conditions whereby there is still hope. And as long as cultural intelligence plays a role whereby we respect the culture differences, we accept the fact there is no superiority, and then understand that we can work to resolve the differences, is progress.
You're telling me, Masla. You're telling me, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think the Malays when the Malays talk about their race in a superior term, I look at it as a reverse psychology. We are trying to pamper ourselves because we are feeling so inferior. If you're really superior, you don't talk about it. People will acknowledge you. I don't have to say I'm good. He say he's good, But if I say I'm good, then something is wrong with me. Actually, I'm not so good. This is a reverse psychology that I'm reading that I am really worried about. And my worry, Ambassador, is not so much that now the Malays themselves are getting divisive. That is not a good sign. I mean, you can claim whatever progress you want. The Malays themselves are divisive now, and they're divisive even more than it was before. So if you can't make it within your own internal racial, how can you make it with another people outside? I mean, these are the questions that is very subtle that people do not pick up because we are so focused on the bigger issue. But the subtleness is the one that's eating up, And my kids do not realize this because they start off with already a divisive group. To them, it's a normal thing. They don't have a comparison of the past. I have a comparison of the past. They don't have, Just like I always give this when I was young, my father just need to look at me and I know something is wrong. Now if I look at them, they say, why are you looking at me?
Correct.
So this whole thing, I think, needs to be revisited and put back in its proper context. Then maybe we have a chance. I don't know. I'm sorry, I talk too much. A rector should not be talking. I'm switching off the mic now. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this. Assalamualaikum.
Just one thing to the rector before you go off, Tan Sri. We do have these subjects of, you call it nationhood, the hubungan etnik di Malaysia. And the textbook was SDC Kedua by Prof. Shamsul Amri. This is going to be phased out now, and I was thinking that we have to have something of this nature for our university students. That's why my question to Ambassador Shazali about enhancing patriotism and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato. And I think I have a final question for Ambassador Shazali, because this is something that we have heard from him just now. Ambassador, just now, Brother Amil has talked about prejudice, stereotyping, biasness, being judgmental and all that, and for it to, there are approaches to neutralize this feeling. So in your capacity as ambassador, how would you tackle that? How could we neutralize the feeling of prejudice, stereotyping, biasness by anyone, be it in Malaysia or wherever you are?
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Faiza. I'll try to tackle the question about Turkey and such of the national pride as well. And I think the first thing a lot of us need to look at is that being a Muslim, we have to realize that Islam is not for the Muslims. Islam is for the whole human race. Now, having said that, means that we have to interact with cultures, especially non-Muslims. I think a lot of our mistake right now is that we tend to focus too much on intra-Muslim interaction. So we tend to build up a sense of pride unnecessarily. We believe that we are, this is where the difference between nationalism and patriotism lie. Patriotism is a sense of belonging. You love the country, you love the people where you belong to. Nationalism tends to be more of a national pride. And then, whatever accusation that labels against your nation seems to be everything's wrong. So patriotism seems to be the better half of this argument. Now, to me, to improve the sense of modesty is to interact more. You need to interact more with the international audience and respect their beliefs. You can't understand the rationale of why people work three different fields in one country in Southeast Asia simply because we are much more better developed. We have to understand that people take pride in certain things, and for instance, why nationalism in Turkey is so strong. We're looking at a history that dates back thousands of years. They conquered Constantinople. Year in, year out, this historical fact plays in and out. Of course, that develops into a national pride. However, you need to dig deeper and realize that national accomplishment can only go so far. It is the human capital whereby the development of the people itself to be global citizens would make the country stronger. Yes, I think Tan Sri Zul said was correct. When Malays tend to be focused in-depthly into themselves, they should be looking outwards. They should be comparing what can they contribute. What can they contribute to the betterment of, of course, Malaysia. And if they have the aspiration of becoming better, what can they contribute to a bigger scale? I think this is where we should be entrusting people to educate people. The nationalism in Turkey is strong. I'm trying to answer the question here. However, the country itself is also facing many challenges. This is boiling towards international relations theory. When one country is so significantly full of pride, it tends to make surrounding countries a bit uneasy as well. So while we should have that pride, but I would say we should be focusing more on patriotism, because of patriotism would embed in us the need to do what is right and dismiss what is wrong. I think that is where it is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Shazali. I think we have extremely advantageous and beneficial discussion today. However, we need to end the session. It's almost 426. And on this note, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our 3 panelists. Thank you very much, His Excellency Shazali, Brother Amil, and Ms. Wong for making time to speak to us. And of course, we have learned a lot from you. And this discussion is so interesting. And perhaps we may have another platform to call all of you again if you have the time for us. Inshallah, we will try and have you as on our panelists. And before I end, I would like to end with this from what Brother Amil has described just now on the undercurrent communication, the negative vibe. I would like to end this session with this quote: "Hypocrisy is the mother of cultural instability." So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And over to you,
Thank you,
Madam Sharizat.
Thank you.
Salam from Tirana.
Salam.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's my supervisor after all. So, ladies and gentlemen, the session marks the end of our online gathering today, and let us congratulate the organizing committee for the job well done. And on top of things, we should thank our leader, Tan Sri Rector, of course, and the rest of the panelists for enlightening us the case of Ansar and Muhajirin, for the concept of brotherhood, for the story behind the sacrifice of the Sahaba. Until this afternoon, we talk about the life experience of the ambassador and the diplomats. And what is best to share with everyone on the platform is that they are all our alumni, and we are blessed for that. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for contributing to your alma mater, and we will invite you home again. Just you watch. Anyway, so utmost gratitude to all the participants and viewers. We are grateful to have you with us online since morning up to now. And I also would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to join another webinar, to join us all on another webinar that will be held on the 23rd to 24th of November 2021. So that is another international webinar where everything associated with IIUM is all international. So that is the international webinar entitled or on humanizing leadership. So please block your date and alert yourselves with our announcement. And again,
if I can,
please accept.
Yes. Just if I can share a small thing from my experience in China. First Juma I came to China, it was 2010, January 22nd I came, maybe the Juma was on 25th, were there. I went to the oldest mosque in Beijing, and I was, nostalgically thinking with whom I'm going to drink coffee after Juma, and what, how shall I accommodate here? I prayed 2 rakat of Fard, and then somebody was calling my name. Amel, and I was said, who can call me here? This is totally, I'm 3 days in this city and somebody is calling my name in front of in the mosque. Then I found out that this is my brother Isa, who used to study with me in Malaysia.
Isa.
So believe me, we spent 3 years, and he was my guardian angel in China. He was helping me to find the best food, halal products here and there. Our kids were playing together, and believe me, the power of IIU, this is the strongest evidence of power of IIU at international scene. So I feel that this, what we had at experience and brotherhood, which we have got from this university, is something is very valuable, and we should actually from now my perspective, I would like to, to spend more time with all other brothers and sisters from different countries to learn more about their culture, about their situation, about their thoughts, and because now the world is global, and you never know what type of business and what type of occupation you are going to have, and in which country you are going to live, and this is what a great leverage which we are getting from our university.
Have you got this book? Have you got this book?
I saw the book. I didn't get it yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
I don't have, Tan Sri. I don't have.
Okay. We'll send it to you. Zuraina, make sure you send it to you. One to Amir.
Don't forget Aisha to send it to you, the editor to send it to
Definitely.
you. To all of you.
I'm gonna have a meeting now. We are repeating your Bosnian experience with the Rohingyas. We are taking them, and then we hope the same experiment we have with Bosnia will be with the Rohingyas. So wish us luck. Make dua. Assalamualaikum. Take care.
Amen. All right. So I think that's about it.
Miss Wong.
Okay, please, Miss Wong.
I wish to take this very opportunity to thank the rector and all the lecturers that have educated us. Inshallah, God bless all of you. And I also, beside the lecturers who is present here, I would seek your assistance to convey my salam to Professor Abdulaziz Berut. He has logged off. He was my lecturer in IRK subject. I was very scared of him. so please convey my sincere salam to him. I have wanted to say hi to him, but it is in a very formal platform. So God bless all of you, bless all of us in our future endeavors. To him we belong.
Thank you very much, Miss Wong. Wow. I can I can break to tears. Anyway, so we also have a few more alumni here in the hall here with me. Beside Madam Aisha, who is actually handling all the alumni. We also have your classmate here, Mr. Amir. Dr. Zurina recalls the time when you were together in an Arabic class. So that was what, like 20
we were the
years back?
same intake. We enjoyed together
Yes,
our batch,
yes,
from the sisters from Indonesia, from Singapore, from Bosnia, from Yemen, from other countries, Bosnians. So we enjoyed very much. Yes.
All right, so this is just like tracking down the memory lane. By the way, so on behalf of the organizing committee, please accept our apology on any shortcomings or glitch happened during our one-day seminar here, and we appreciate your comments and advice for us to improve in the future, inshallah. And ladies and gentlemen, I think just allow me to end the ceremony. Stay safe, everyone. Adhere to COVID-19 SOP all the time. We are not yet safe, so I think hopefully we can be able to meet again, and hopefully this time will be face-to-face. Okay, so see you all, inshallah. Take care. Stay safe, everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.